tell you that that is a correct explanation of the status of the Torah versus the Talmud. Just ask them if they think that a surah has the same standing as the commentary on it, right? And they'll tell you, oh, no, they're different, right? The Quran is different from the commentaries. So we have to critically analyze the commentaries as the opinions of the writers. But they will claim that this passage is correct, even though it says for every Jew it is commanded that they not kill a single person, or it would be like they killed all of humanity. This quote only comes from one place, and it's almost verbatim from the Talmud in a liner note comment. So it completely fucks up the scholarship because it's by an amateur hack who memorized a bunch of stuff and didn't potentially have the ability to check the text properly to get everything right. And his excuse for getting things wrong is, oh, well, theirs is corrupted. Theirs is corrupted. But mine is the correct, perfect citation from the angel Gabriel who gave it to me. So that the whole thing falls apart under the charge of plagiarism and fabrication, which is why numerous people in the Quran accuse him of fabrication, and he literally just puts them to death for charging him with this crime because he can't defend himself. He can't actually prove it. He just, oh, I'm illiterate. Oh, people were around me. Oh, they would have known. These are all like really sad copes that only work to a motivated reasoner. Anyone who looks at the record of just what are historically agreed upon facts about Muhammad would agree that he had full access to the text and he used them incorrectly, which proves he was a liar.
What was the question exactly?
So I was just wondering, like, you know, is it appropriate to go from an illiterate man in the middle of the desert, you know, no education, whatever, and then he writes the Quran out that has scientific facts, quote unquote, as Muslims like to say. Can you go from that to God? But
I think that one of the problems is because he was illiterate, he didn't do the writing himself. Other people were doing the writing. So a big question is, did those writers introduce biases of their own? So that's a big question I have. Now, one of the defenses...
I think, so your question is it logically possible for a guy in the desert to provide evidence for a god? Is that what your question is?
no, not like that. Like it's more like, you know, from the Quran, from what he produced with it, because he was illiterate, can you go from that to God type of thing?
Like specifically what he wrote, or is there like, are you saying is it possible for anyone?
I would say making the leap from what it says in the Quran and making the assumptions about, like, you know, he went out there and then all of a sudden came back with all of this stuff just out of nowhere. And yes, it's you know, taking, you know, the things that you have to take on faith are problematic because the evidence doesn't suss out that way. And besides, just saying that someone came out and did this, yes, it's suspect and should require and should demand inquiry. You should feel like, no, there's something missing here. Something's not, there's a part of the story that we're missing here. So, like I said, it's a one-sided story where someone's coming along and telling you these things, and you're simply taking it on its face. When you know that it doesn't work that way. That just like, no, there seems to be steps missing here. So let's dive into it. And then, like Ix was saying, every time someone tried to dive into it or, you know, call it into question, they were put to death. So, which is essentially how you do it. That's how you control the narrative. Anybody that questions it, you just kill them.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's actually possible for, like, if he said things specifically like the world was created 4.5 billion years ago, DNA is a double helix, there's billions of galaxies. If he literally said those things, then yes, that could be evidence for a god.
He didn't say anything like that.
There are people in antiquity who made guesses pretty close to all of those things except maybe DNA. Unless you believe Jordan Peterson and think people doing psychedelics made art that was inspired by God or something. Jordan Peterson actually claimed that ancient art of snakes was evidence that they knew about the double helix. Anyway, it's a really good question. Even if you grant their claims, does it lead to their conclusions? And I think TJump is right. It's logically possible, but does it follow? Is it entailed or even strongly inferred from their claims, which are these very weak things like, oh, the stars are twinkling, that means that it's a pulsar, stuff like that. The problem is they
Yeah.
don't have anything on the level of a good, strong, unique, unavailable fact. Saying even that there are billions of stars or whatever, it was a guess that the atomists like Democritus and Leucippus had already figured out, and the Epicureans were influenced by, and they had access to this.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
tend to agree. I tend to agree with what TJump's got there. It's a matter of looking at what was written, and then you kind of put yourself in the shoes of someone living at that time with what we know these different cultures knew about the world. Just knew about the planet in and of itself. So, like knowledge of the world, knowledge of the planet being round, knowledge of the planet orbiting the sun, just knowledge of like other continents or like the lands in the other hemispheres. There was a lot of knowledge that was not accessible to these individuals. So the things that they were making, the observations they made about the world, they made from a very ignorant position of the world in and of itself. Questions like where does the wind come from? Like what makes the seas move and stuff like this. So they will come up with explanations as to why these phenomena occur. But obviously, as our understanding of the world has progressed, as technology has progressed, we understand why they really occur. So if you put yourself in those shoes and you say, look at what they're sussing out, look at the conclusions they're drawing from what they have to work with, then you can begin to understand why they came out that way. Like TJump was saying, like if it came up as like double, like DNA is a double helix, age of the universe. Here's the exact age of the Earth in and of itself. The relationship, the genetic relationship between human beings and all other species around, stuff like that. That stuff had been there, then yeah, or even like but unfortunately it's not.
Thank you guys for answering my question.
Hey, thank you for joining us. Just have a quick question: Are you a Muslim, or are you an atheist, or are you a Christian?
No. I have no religion. Put it that way.
Oh, okay.
I'm like a deist. I'm like a deist.
Hey,
Oh,
Jack,
okay.
you got a friend.
Yeah, Jack is the only deist on our panel. The rest of us are atheists. So there you go. You've got somebody who's got something in common with you here. We really appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much for raising this question.
See you guys.
Thank you,
Yes.
Nikita.
It's good to have your question, Nikita. And if anybody wants to look up that example of like a mistaken citation that claims something is at the level of Torah when it's actually Talmud, plagiarized and just getting it wrong. The quote is if you kill one man, then you killed all humanity. It'd be easy to find the Quran verse that claims it and the Talmud verse, which it is a copy of incorrectly. That's the thing I ask Muslims now is just explain this to me, and they make a bunch of motivated copes and then they leave.
Now, there was a note made about Jordan Peterson. I didn't know he was making that statement that you'd mentioned. I have issues with Jordan Peterson, though. Like, he claims that all atheists are Christians and we just don't know it. And he says true atheists will be like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment novel, going around murdering people. So I would actually like to debate with Jordan Peterson on these topics. But I've not received any response from him so far. So I think it would be good. I guess angst. We should.
He's too busy coping with that drumming he got on social media.
Okay. Well, thank you, Nikita.
Just ask him what his definition of God is currently. Or lately.
Thank you for coming up. So we've got a few people in queue. Who would y'all like to bring up?
Let's bring up angst.
Angst, come on up.
Hello, angst. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, wait, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
How are you guys doing today?
Great. Your voice sounds familiar. We might have spoken before in previous episodes. What have you got for us today?
Well, my question's sort of directed towards TJump. Anyone can answer. I was just wondering, does anyone in here accept the KK principle?
Perhaps you can tell us what the KKK principle. With two Ks, what the KK principle is. I'm not familiar with it, and I suspect many people in the audience may not be familiar with it as well.
Yeah, so the simplest form is just saying that for any proposition P, if one knows that P, then you have to know that you know it. Hello?
Okay. Could you give an example? It's a little unclear to me.
Well, usually, like, so do you know the distinction between internalism and externalism in regards to
Sure. Yeah.
epistemology?
Okay. Yeah. So internal is within us, and externally something else that is not necessary for our ongoing living and whatnot, right?
Well, I think it's talking about like the process by which your beliefs are justified, generally.
Oh, okay. All right.
But basically, like internalists would usually endorse the KK principle because knowing that you know that P is primarily a matter of knowing that your belief that P is warranted. And so it's natural for internalists to say something like we're always in a position to know whether our beliefs are warranted.
Oh, okay. I think that's tough. A lot of the time, people will have an instinct about something, an intuition, and that intuition can be quite accurate, but they don't know why they have that intuition, because there's a lot of things, a lot of sensory perceptions we have that can contribute to how we perceive things, and we may not be fully aware of how all that works. So that's a hard one.
What are we talking about?
Okay.
The
We're just
KK
talking about
KK
epistemology.
principle.
Sorry, I think JL Warren has something to say.
Oh, I was answering TJump's question. The KK principle.
Why was there like an argument connected to that? That's like a thing asking about is like epistemic logic, a branch of modal logic. What is this like a God related thing?
Yeah, actually, like if you, I was actually gonna ask you, TJump, do you hold like an internalist or externalist account in regards to justification, or?
I hold my own view. I have my own epistemology I wrote. I think everyone else's is stupid.
Oh, what is it?
My epistemology is like the very first video on my YouTube channel.
Is it so? Do you think that there's justified true belief?
Sort of.
Do you think that the process by which your beliefs are justified is happening in
Who
your mind
cares?
or outside of your mind?
Like, do you have an
Well,
argument
it's
or
just
something? Like, I have an epistemology and I don't care about the philosophical word games. I think all the other stupid epistemologies are boring and dumb, and so their entailments don't interest me. Do you have an argument?
well, yeah, I'm gonna show you how your entailment leads to God.
Okay, how does my entailment lead to God?
I just need to know if you accept the KK principle.
I don't give a shit about any other epistemologies. So
Do you think your mind is infinite or finite?
finite.
Okay. So do you have access to the regress of justified beliefs?
It's gibberish.
It's not gibberish.
So like
Well,
ask me an actual question about something in reality, not just gibberish philosophical entailments that literally don't mean anything. And I can give you some kind of an answer, but gibberish philosophical entailments aren't actual questions. Do you have an argument for God?
It's not gibberish. I'm just wanting to know if you think there's an awareness condition, which just means you need to be aware of the justification upon reflection, that you can be aware of the justification.
Probably not, but again, it doesn't make any difference to my epistemology whether you accept that or not.
Angst, to be honest, Angst, it's a little weird that you're requiring the TJump hold certain preconditions in order to, to basically find that your position is valid. If you have an argument for God, then just give your argument for God, and then we can break that down. But asking TJump or asking any of us if we hold to certain preconditions that are being set by you that invariably you think lead to God is weird. So
It's gonna come full circle. He's just being stubborn. TJump, I'm just asking, like,
he just wants you to present your argument. Just go ahead and present your argument, and then we'll go from there.
That's
Don't go
not
back
the
to
method I'm engaging in. This is an
Just
internal
clarify, I'm
critique.
not being stubborn. I literally don't care. You can pick either one you want. It makes no difference. Neither one is evidence of a God. How do you think your particular philosophical position is evidence of a God?
I'm gonna demonstrate that for you. I just want
Go
to
ahead.
like I'm simply just asking what are the conditions under which a belief is justified
Well,
to you.
then,
And
Angst,
that's all I want to know.
for the sake of the stage and the sake of the other people with their hands up, just go ahead and demonstrate it.
So that's a
Okay.
really complicated philosophical question that doesn't have a complete answer yet in philosophy. So you're asking us to like literally solve one of the biggest problems in philosophy. Stop wasting our time. Just give us the argument.
Right, you're a philosopher. Okay, so I'll give you an argument. So, basically, space-time and matter, they're emergent from quantum wave function in Hilbert space. And the inner world of consciousness in the mind can be modeled via quantum processes in the study of quantum cognition. So the evidence implies that emergent space-time is indistinguishable from the same properties of a mind. So the most
Wait,
parsimonious
slow down,
explanation is that
go back,
the
go back.
universe is emergent from a mind, that what it emerges from resembles a mind, then it is a mind. That's the most
Too
parsimonious and most
many words. Go
theoretical
back. Say
virtuous
that again
answer.
slowly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but you're talking way too fast. Like slow that down, because I think you said something like space, time, and matter are emergent from the quantum field, and something you said after that that consciousness can be modeled after this or something. What?
Yeah, consciousness consciousness in the mind can be modeled via quantum processes in the study of quantum cognition, and I have evidence to support that as well. And so what I'm
What does
saying
that
is that,
matter?
well, the reason that matters is because this suggests that the evidence implies emergent spacetime would be indistinguishable from the same properties of a mind. So the simplest and most
Wait.
parsimonious explanation.
Stop. One sentence at a time. Stop like saying one sentence, then jumping on to like 10 other sentences. So obviously, yes, consciousness and minds would also be modeled by the emergence of spacetime because they're in spacetime. So obviously, our minds and consciousness are also emergent from the quantum field. So yes, they should also be able to be represented by quantum mechanics. But literally nothing else you said followed from that. Like, yeah, so I agree. You can model consciousness and the mind and literally everything else in space-time, matter and energy, with quantum mechanics. Therefore, what?
So let me just make sure you agree with the most fundamental premise. So would you agree that that space-time is emergent?
Yes.
Space-time and matter. Okay. And so all I'm saying is that because the evidence implies the emergent space-time, it emerges from what is indistinguishable from the same properties of a mind. So it's just more parsimonious to accept that
No.
it is a mind. And that's the most parsimonious answer, and
No.
it's more theoretically virtuous.
Absolutely nothing you said logically follows there. So the fact that we can model minds and consciousness off of the same quantum mechanical equations that we get emergent spacetime is because minds and consciousness are a result of the exact same thing. So the fact that you can model minds off quantum mechanics is because they're things that are made from the stuff that emerges from quantum mechanics. So obviously you can model minds off of that.
I mean, I can give you an argument that's represented in propositional logic because I just don't think you're following. Because the first premise that this relies on is that simulations can only exist in a computer or in a mind. Would you accept that?
No, simulations that we know of exist in a mind. And you didn't say anything about simulations in your argument. So give me the premise, conclusion, because your argument doesn't follow. It sounds like you're saying there's an analogy between property X and property Y. Therefore, property Y must be made of Z. Like it's completely relevant.
No. So the first premise is that simulations can only exist in a computer or mind. The universe is a simulation. A simulation on a computer still must be simulated in a mind.
Okay, let's go. Let's
Therefore,
go to
the
premise two.
universe is a simulation in a mind. That's kind of follows from premise
Well,
two.
premise two
Premise
just
three.
begs the question. Like you're just asserting that we're in a simulation. Like there's no evidence of that. Everyone in physics rejects that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't see how the evidence points to like against it. The evidence, what I'm saying is that it's more parsimonious to accept that we do live in a simulation because that's
Tell me why you think premise two is correct. Why do you think we're in a simulation?
okay. Let me break it down. So basically, physicists discovered something known as the holographic principle. Are you
Yes,
familiar
the
with the
holographic principle states that any
Okay.
matter inside of a 3D space can be represented on a 2D sphere that surrounds the 3D space.
Yeah, so in other words, the whole three-dimensional universe, the particles that make up reality would emerge from underlying information in
Okay,
quantum
absolutely
field
nothing
theory.
you said followed there. So the holographic principle, all it states is that any information in a 3D space can logically possibly be represented on a 2D sphere, like the surface of a black hole. It doesn't say anything about it actually being that way. It says it's just possible. It's all it says is it's possible.
No, I think you're wrong because I have right here a 2017 peer-reviewed study that published observable evidence of the holographic principle. And I'll send that to you right now. Here we go.
Right, because it applies to black holes, but that means that it is possible for any information within a 3D space to be represented on a 2D sphere. I grant that's possible. We know that's physically possible. That has absolutely nothing to do with the universe being a simulation, like literally nothing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the emergent features of space-time can be seen elsewhere too. There's a study from later
Wait,
that
what?
same year that argue that quantum
I need,
entanglement is an inevitable feature of reality. So the information between particles do not seem to be affected by space as it can be transferred instantly, implying that space is not fundamental for the underlying world of quantum mechanics, but an emergent phenomena of the classical world, and that
okay,
would
stop,
only
stop,
exist
stop,
after
stop, stop,
measurement.
stop. Again, you're listing a bunch of physics things, which I agree with physics, but you have absolutely nothing to show that the physics stuff leads to your argument that everything must come from mind. Like listing things in physics that we accept doesn't mean it came from a mind. Like no one in physics thinks this comes from a mind. No one thinks we're like a small number think we're in a simulation. The vast majority don't. So yes, all physicists agree with the things in physics. None of them interpret this as being in a simulation or a mind. So how are you jumping from the conclusion of the holographic principle is a thing to mind, because there's no connection
Because
between those two?
No, there is, because unless you can demonstrate consciousness is emergent from the brain, and trust me, I'm more than willing to go over that with you. The most likely explanation and the most parsimonious explanation is that consciousness is irreducible, and thus contingent minds like us, like all of us, would most likely not prove, this is just an abductive case, that all of our
What does
minds are
this have to do
contingent
with the
on a
holographic
larger
principle?
consciousness. What I'm telling you is that all of our minds are contingent on a larger consciousness that controls reality and
Yeah,
brings other
I
contingent
understand
minds
your
into
assertion,
existence.
but you keep bringing up completely irrelevant things and then bringing up your assertion as if it's relevant when it's not. So the holographic principle is a thing. I agree. And then you're making this completely ridiculous leap to we all come from a big mind sky daddy. There's nothing that is in the holographic principle that indicates big mind sky daddy. So why did you bring up the holographic principle? Why do you think the holographic principle or entanglement entail big mind sky daddy? What is it about those
Like I
things
said
that's
before,
evidence?
I don't know if you're just not paying attention, because what I'm saying is that the evidence implies that emergent spacetime is indistinguishable from the same properties of a mind. And so again, I'm just making an abductive case based on my position being
Okay,
more theoretically virtuous than
how are
yours. Do
those
you
two what do you
understand how
mean?
that
Hold up,
works?
hold up. So why do you think those two are indistinguishable? What does that mean that you think they're indistinguishable?
Because this just gets into philosophy of the mind. It's a completely separate conversation, but because I think the mind is
I'm
not,
asking
I think
about
the
your
mind
argument.
is
You're saying
irreducible.
your argument is that space-time being emergent is the same as a mind or something. You've made no argument to how that's the case.
No, I'm saying that space-time being emergent it's indistinguishable from the same properties of a mind.
Yes, that's
So the
gibberish.
simple,
So explain
the
that sentence
simplest,
more. What do you mean when you say that space-time being emergent is this indistinguishable from a mind? That's gibberish. What does that mean? How is that an argument?
what I'm saying is because in the study of quantum cognition, we can see that we can map it the same way we do with the most fundamental properties of space-time and matter. That's all I'm
Right.
saying.
I think you're confused here. So the fact that we can use quantum mechanics to map a mind, and we can use quantum mechanics to map literally everything because it's the foundation of everything, doesn't imply that quantum mechanics is made of a mind. It implies that minds are made of quantum mechanics. So you have it backwards here. Like we can obviously model space and planets with Newtonian mechanics. Does that mean that Newtonian mechanics is made of particles? No. So the fact that we can use a mathematical system to model a thing does not mean the mathematical system is made of the thing that we're modeling. So quantum mechanics can model the mind. Yes, obviously, it's a mathematical system. So it can, and since everything in reality is made of quantum mechanics, it can map literally everything in reality. You have it backwards and you think that somehow the fact that consciousness can be mapped by quantum mechanics indicates that quantum mechanics is made by consciousness. It's just you're putting the cart before the horse.
I think you're confused though, because what I'm saying is that quantum mechanics and other fields of science imply the natural universe is emergent from information processing and consciousness. And
I think
what
you're
what I'm
adding
saying,
the consciousness bit.
well, yeah, because there's different examples that lead to the inference that consciousness would collapse. It's a philosophical inference, but there's the violation of the Leggett inequality, the confirmation of the Koch and Specker theorem,
Wait.
and I can
Consciousness would
send you
collapse.
these.
You said consciousness would collapse?
Wait, no, I didn't say consciousness would collapse. No. I said quantum mechanics in other fields of science imply the natural universe is emergent from information processing and consciousness.
What were you talking about collapsing?
No, I'm saying that. Oh yeah, consciousness would collapse. Yeah, but that comes after you accept the premise, though. So I don't know if you accept.
What does that even mean? Consciousness collapsing? Like, it's gibberish.
Well, again, do you accept the premise? Because I just don't want to move past that, and that's the inference that comes after we determine whether or not that's true.
Well, I understand your first premise and I understand your conclusion, but there's no second premise that leads from your first premise to your conclusion.
Well, this is a different argument. So the first premise was that contingent minds either have a personal explanation or a natural explanation. That's
No.
separate from the
I'm skipping.
first
I'm skipping all of that. I'm just going with your general argument here. So you said that quantum mechanics stuff, like the holographic principle, can be used to model consciousness. Then your conclusion is consciousness is the thing that causes quantum mechanics. So the first
No.
premise is just something like the quantum mechanical processes we see can be used to model consciousness, which, okay, I grant that. I agree with premise one. And the conclusion is consciousness is the precursor to quantum mechanics. That part is stupid. So I need a second premise of how you go from premise one.
That's
to
not the conclusion. So it goes premise 2 to conclusion 1, and that just says that the natural universe cannot be the explanation of contingent minds. And so then following that, the premise 3, the explanation of the existence of conscious minds is personal, and that follows from P1 and P2. And then
Okay,
P4,
skip the talking. Go to P2. How is it impossible that consciousness can't be explained by physical stuff? Like, what? That's, again, it's an assertion begging the question. Why do you think that's impossible? What evidence do you have that it's impossible?
That's why I sort of put the ball in your court, because I said unless you can demonstrate consciousness is emergent from the brain, then that's really the core of the issue, because the most likely explanation is that consciousness is irreducible, and contingent minds like all of us would most likely not prove that our minds are contingent on a larger consciousness that controls reality.
No, that's a burden of proof fallacy. So saying the burden of proof fallacy that I have to prove it's a different alternative isn't evidence of your hypothesis. So you would have to give evidence. Why do you think your hypothesis is the case and it is impossible? Because you said it's impossible for it to be the case. I don't need to provide evidence that it's impossible. I just need to provide evidence that's logically possible. There's no logical contradictions, and therefore it is logically possible. Premise 2 is proven false. Your argument is debunked.
So I don't think logical possibility stands here as a valid
you said impossible. You were the one who said in premise 2 it is impossible that this is the case.
Yeah, but the reason is because there are no modal. There's only one necessary modal entity. There's no possibility.
That has literally nothing to do with the conversation here. So if you're saying it's impossible because induction, that's just an induction fallacy. Like, no, you can't say it's impossible because induction. There's no induction to say this is the case, but you'd have to change your argument to be like, inductively, it is more likely to be the case that mind is not a result of matter or something like that. And so it seems like your whole argument is trying to boil down to just, it's probably the case that mind isn't the result of matter, and you need to provide some kind of evidence for this, which you haven't in any way yet.
So the point in which we're at, I'm saying that I'm making an abductive case based on my position being more theoretically virtuous and in specific more parsimonious than yours, because
we're looking for how. We're looking for how. Skip the explanation. Give me how you think the reason your hypothesis is better is because it's more theoretically virtuous in way X.
So you're asking for a reason. So you accept the principle of sufficient reason, and that's what demonstrates my position, because everything, every contingent entity.
Stop. Not what I'm asking. So I don't accept the principle of reason. Asking for a reason is not the same as accepting the principle of sufficient reason. Those are not the same thing. But I asked, you said that yours has a better theoretical virtue or something, which is your
Right.
justification for accepting them. I'm asking you, in what way is yours more theoretically virtuous?
Yeah, so it's more theoretically virtuous because it's more parsimonious. And the reason for that is because I'm only positing one modally necessary entity, which I call God, which all other facts are contingent on. Okay.
Right, and I'm
You're
positing energy,
saying
so it's the same. Mine is just energy.
yeah, but the problem is that you're still allowing for there to be possibilities or possible worlds. So in doing so, even if you think that energy is the one
I
necessary
never said
entity, the
anything
same
about
that I
possible
think
worlds. I
God
don't
is.
care about possible worlds. I'm positing one
You
modal entity, which is energy. That's it. Or quantum
So
fields,
do you
I guess.
think things can exist without explanation?
Doesn't matter to my argument. So stick with the
It
argument
does.
here. You said that
It
your
does
argument
matter.
is stop. You said your argument is better because you posit one modal entity. Okay, I posit
Yeah.
one energy.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I have to ask you because this is gonna like, do you think that things can exist without an explanation?
Brute facts. It's logically possible, but it has literally nothing to do with any of my theories here. So it's
Exactly.
irrelevant.
When you invoke logically possible, you do not think that there is one modally necessary entity. Because if you thought there was only one modally necessary entity, there are no possibilities.
No. Again, you're just
Yes.
not understanding the position here. I can posit a theory which allows only one modal possibility, and then separate from that theory, I can have my own epistemology outside of that, which allows logical possibilities. So in theory A, there's one modal entity, which is energy. In theory A, you can accept whatever kind of commitments you want. I don't give a shit. It's irrelevant, and it's going to be a parody of your model. So whatever you think you need to entail for one modal entity, I can just grant that for theory A and say it's energy and yours is stupid. And then in my personal epistemology, I think your entire entailment system is stupid. And so it's a joke. But the point is that I can clearly accept whatever silly kind of presuppositions you want and say it's energy and not God.
Yeah, it just seems like you're not being honest then, because if you have these two theories and one of them it's only exists conceptually for the sole purpose of trying to mimic my position, but you don't actually know what you're committed to in asserting the propositions within that theory, then you're not really being good faith. You don't really understand whatever you're asserting and what that entails. You're not really engaging in a meaningful like way here. But we can keep doing this if you want.
No. This is called mirroring. It's a very legitimate strategy in philosophy where I take the entailments and principles you present and see if I can mirror them onto a different theory and change one particular fact, like what the ontology of God is. And it's a completely legitimate philosophical technique here. So you just being ignorant of the technique is not my problem here. And it's completely legitimate.
Yeah, but you're not changing like anything. You're just saying it's energy. I didn't even say it was God. I said we could call it God. It's just it's a modally necessary state of affairs.
Right,
And
because
you
the
said,
point is
yeah,
to
the
get
same
past
thing.
your gibberish and get to the actual argument for God. So if I can just grant all of your gibberish and say it's energy, that means all of your gibberish is irrelevant, and we should move on to something that's actually relevant to try to get you to give a evidence of a God, which you haven't done, and it's been like 30 minutes.
I mean, I've given you evidence, but you just aren't really being open, which is fine. But I
You
don't know.
haven't
Do
given
you
any
think
evidence.
that
That's the
you can
problem.
motivate? Do you think you
It's
can
not
motivate the
convincing
view
to
that
anybody, and we do have somebody in queue who says they have evidence for a God. So unless anybody has something to add, we'll go ahead and move on here.
Why do you always white knight for TJump when he's losing, Taco?
No, you're not convincing at all.
I'm not trying to
Thanks.
convince.
Your argument started with quantum fields, not with a
That's like
mind.
a sophist. Asking people to convince you of a god, that's sophistry. You know that. Right?
Angst, the
good thing you
reason
came
why you're
to
wrong is because space-time appears to be emergent, and consciousness is dependent on that space-time existing, and you're saying that a consciousness existed prior to that space-time existing, which is nonsense.
That's a wild assertion. How do you know that space-time isn't just in our minds?
I mean, it's geometry, right?
Really
Yeah,
asserted, really
because
dismiss
of
what
everything in science, that's how.
Even
same
Kant
thing, instead of
demonstrated.
just throwing out,
Even
hey, how do you know that this isn't the case?
Taco,
Freely
even
asserted,
Kant
really
demonstrated that in
dismissed.
geometry there are examples of synthetic a priori propositions, and he was concerned about how these are possible in geometry.
God, like literally nothing you're saying is coherent. Like
It
that
is
has nothing to
coherent.
do with space-time. Space-time is not
It
a
does.
synthetic a priori. So the fact that you're bringing that up is again just you don't understand what
No,
any of these words mean in philosophy.
he uses like the
All right. So somebody actually said they had evidence for God, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Lincoln Donut.
I prefer to talk to this person.
Sorry, just
Lincoln.
Just a sec.
Oh.
I think Jack Burton did have a point to make, which I think is an important one. I'd just like to hear that before we move on.
Oh, TJump already brought it up. Like the quantum field had to precede the mind, and that was the start of his argument in the first place. So
Oh,
he
okay.
already started with having the overlapping precondition of quantum fields have to exist before the minds start being even discussed about. So
Also,
Okay.
I just want to say, anyone who says that a bunch of fringe positions, which are like not even accepted by 1% of the field, is the most parsimonious explanation. If you just take all of the 1% positions, you stick them together, that's the most parsimonious position. It's so virtuous. Should be like laughed off the stage. And they haven't supported any of them.
That's what someone in my live chat said. John Robertson said that I posit that nothing is more parsimonious than God. Therefore, nothing is more parsimonious and better. Therefore, nothing is a more parsimonious and better theory of the pod. It's he defines it away, so therefore it must be that way. It's just ridiculous.
TJump, you mentioned earlier in that conversation that you have a video about your one of your earlier videos about your epistemology. If you share it in the chat, I'll share it in the YouTube chat as well.
God, I have to do work.
Lincoln Donut, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
How are you today, and what have you got for us?
I've got evidence for God.
Can you speak up? I'll turn your volume up, but just get as loud as you can.
my troll meter
Yeah,
is
so
starting to rise.
Ditto.
My evidence for God is really simple. God is the basis of necessary moral truths. So he is the basis for the laws of logic, like the rules of inference. The laws of logic merely describe the way God thinks. As the supremely rational being, God's thinking is always logical.
So Lincoln, I've
My
heard you with a
argument-
normal voice before. I know that you're
my-
trolling. So you
my
can't claim
argument
that
is
we're
really
being
simple.
prejudiced. You got to speak with your normal voice. You can give the argument, but don't bullshit us with the silly voice. We've heard you talk before. I had you
Say
turned
it
down
with your
because you trolled.
chest.
Just give us the argument.
I feel like that's racist against that kind of voice. I feel
Can't
like it's
stop
racist.
giggling, and if you can't stop doing a silly voice, then just make room for someone who can.
Actually, I have to push back here. As an advocate for free expression, if Lincoln Donut wishes to use this voice, I'm okay with it as long as the message comes through clearly.
Okay, you can talk to him then.
If God did not exist, the laws of logic would be merely human conventions. The laws of logic are not merely human conventions, therefore God exists.
I don't consider laws of logic as something that's existing or not existing. It's more just an understanding of how reality seems to be working. It's not like it's its own entity. I just don't see it that way. So I'm having trouble with your argument here on these grounds alone.
Are you saying that laws of logic does not exist?
Well, they're descriptive of the universe, not prescriptive of the universe. So it's the language that we use to describe what we observe.
Are you saying that the language we use to describe the universe is prescriptive and not descriptive?
Well, the language is descriptive because we created it. We created it to communicate what we observe. So the language is completely arbitrary. But so I said, like, the laws of logic are descriptive of the universe in and of itself, but they're not prescriptive of
it. No, they are prescriptive. This is.
Can you demonstrate how you know that?
The laws of logic does exist. The laws of logic is basically how God thinks.
And how did you conclude that?
It's really simple. Like, the laws of logic are not merely human conventions. It's not human interpretation. It's laws of logic.
That's restating the claim.
Laws of logic can be observed, therefore there must be a source, and therefore God exists.
Yeah, no, that's a leap. That's
very simple. You presuppose that the God exists,
right,
and that the laws of logic are created by that God, or however you describe it, and then you operate from there, and then you loop back around to that. and that's your starting point and your finishing point.
Wait, could you repeat that?
You're a circular, man.
It's the same thing as saying that God is defined as being all truth revealing. So everything that is revealed is true, and it's true because God is truth revealing. So it doesn't follow, dude. You're assuming that God exists in order to be the creator, or be the creator of the language of law, or be the creator of logic in and of itself, or to be the grounding of logic. But you have to demonstrate that the God exists before you can say that is the case. You're just assuming that God exists and then saying that because logic operates the way it does, then therefore God exists.
Right. So you're saying God does not exist, right?
I'm
And so
saying that
are you saying-
there's insufficient argumentation or evidence to warrant belief.
And do you believe that the laws of logic exist?
I believe the laws of logic are descriptive of the universe. I believe the universe exists, but the laws of logic are descriptive of that universe.
I agree with J.L. Warren on this, by the way.
What do you mean by descriptive? It doesn't make any sense.
They
Sure,
describe the universe. They are descriptive.
No, it doesn't describe the universe. These are laws. It's prescriptive. It tells us how the universe is done, how the universe works.
It describes you're correct. It describes the universe.
No, it's prescriptive. It's not descriptive.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Oh my god. It's prescriptive.
And you can't back that up.
Water can't mix with oil. That's prescriptive. That's not a description.
And
that would be a description. You just
described you just described it.
That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Right? That's how it works out. That's how it unfolds.
Sorry, dude. You're incorrect, and nobody that understands logic. Lincoln, you're incorrect, and nobody that understands logic agrees with you.
I used to be an atheist. I used to be lost.
No, you
just
didn't.
like you.
No,
and
you
Jesus Christ saved my life.
If you left us, you were never among us. Sorry. So you're saying if I describe something and it makes it so God says something makes it so, and therefore.
I did want to jump in quickly and say that there are like a large percentage of professional philosophers who think logic is prescriptive. It's not like no one. There are some who think that, but no physicist thinks that.
Exactly, it's prescriptive. And yes, we are describing the phenomena that are occurring, but ultimately, it's prescriptive. Okay? It's how things are done.
What do you think makes it prescriptive? Like, do you think laws of logic were kind of put together and then applied to the universe somehow to make the universe function the way it is?
Because there's a thing called laws of logic, the fact that there's something called laws of logic demonstrates its prescriptive nature. If it wasn't prescriptive, then then the laws of logic would not exist at all.
Okay, so there's a conflation happening here with the word laws. Like when it comes to a legal system put up and managed by our government and enforced through policing and whatnot and regulatory bodies, those are definitely prescriptive because those are invented to kind of influence and control how society works. But the other sense of laws, when they're describing laws of physics, laws of logic, etc., those are kind of an after the fact thing. They're a consequence of this, and it's probably not the best word, but it's the word that stuck. So the word laws is being used in a different sense, in a non-prescriptive sense for these phenomenon, so for these facts about the universe that we observe. And so we just, as a matter of convenience, we call them laws, but we don't mean them in a prescriptive sense like a legal system. So I think that's where
I don't think you understand what prescriptive means. Tell me what your definition of prescriptive is.
Well, I just mentioned that, like, laws that are created by people are applied to society, so they're prescribing how things are supposed to behave and how they're supposed to be. Descriptive is just merely describing them. It's not saying that the laws must work this way. It's just happens to be that it's a matter, it's incidental that they just happen to work this way, and so we're observing them.
It's not incidental if there's a pattern.
Well, that's the difference between a rule and a law.
There is no difference between a law and a rule.
Yes, there is.
Big
No,
difference.
no, there isn't.
There's a
No,
big
there
difference
isn't.
between rules and laws.
No, there isn't. In the context of physics,
I think
no,
that
there
I
isn't.
think that's where the breakdown is occurring. Is that you're conflating the two.
I'm not conflating the two.
And while
you're
I'll
a
say,
if you're a
I will say, I will agree with TJump. He's correct on that. Is that I'm talking because I typically speak from a scientific perspective and a scientific background.
That's exactly where I'm. That's
Physicists
exactly where
don't
I'm going
agree.
with it as well.
Physicists will not say that the laws of logic are prescriptive of the universe. They are descriptive of the universe.
No,
and he's
they're
right from the
prescriptive.
philosophical sense. But my curiosity is this: let's just kind of go down this road a little bit.
If you think it's descriptive, you're entirely illogical.
Lincoln, stop. Even if the laws of logic were prescriptive of the universe, that still doesn't get you to a god. That could only
it does.
No,
Yes,
it doesn't.
does.
No, it doesn't. No, Lincoln. That only at most can get you to deism, a sufficiently powerful enough entity that prescribe logic as the basis of like reality.
You're hilarious, bro.
No, Lincoln, Lincoln, stop. Follow me on this. Because it doesn't get you to the Abrahamic God, because the Abrahamic God has logical entailments that are contradictory. So they could really only get you to a sufficiently powerful enough entity that has the ability to do this, which would just be deism. It still doesn't get you to a particular type of theism, but it does get you to deism. I'll grant you that.
It gets you to a Christian
God. It does not get you to the Christian God, because that's just you defining the Christian God as having that. That's just you basically defining the Christian God into reality. But you're ignoring all of the other logical contradictory.
No, I have way more arguments, but I just don't have the time. I have way more arguments to point it towards Jesus Christ. But I won't bother you too much now. I have to go. But thank you so much.
Thank you for coming up.
Glad I could end
Concrete, we're inviting you up.
Well, hang on, just want to say thank you for your time, and I think the big problem here is the conflation in the two different usages of laws, prescriptive and descriptive laws, and that's where he's falling down. He's having some trouble there, and you know I've noticed people do this with other words too, like theories. There's a scientific theory versus just a theory as an idea people have, a colloquial sense, right? So,
yeah, the conflation of hypothesis and theory. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that you brought up rules and laws. That was an interesting comparison. It added a lot of value to this conversation.
It made sense. If he's conflating the two, then his argument makes a lot more sense. Is that he's got to take two separate ideas and try to conflate the two in order to get his argument through the keyhole. But what's up, Concrete?
JL, how are you?
I'm doing good, sir. Doing good. How are you doing?
Oh, you know what? This is more than just this. I got to say, this is more than just concrete. This is concrete plus.
Concrete, you might have a connection issue because you started talking and it kind of sounded like it dropped you. You might need to go to another spot. Keep trying. We can hear you some of the time. Try speaking a whole sentence and we'll see if it drops. Keep going.
Patty is a little girl who has a dog, and her dog is going to run around the dog.
Maybe try reconnecting.
It might just be a microphone.
Like you're far away from your mic.
Yeah, get closer to your mic. I think the connection is okay. You're just like not micing properly. I don't know.
Yeah, your volume seems quite low, Concrete Plus. Okay, I'm not hearing anything from Concrete Plus. Perhaps we can just
try again, Concrete.
Maybe we can move on.
What about now?
Hey, we can hear you nice and loud now.
That's better.
Cool. So, happy Sunday to everyone.
Happy Sunday.
Church today. Congratulations. I had a question for TJump. TJump, you there?
Maybe ask your question, and any of us on the panel or all the team will do our best to address it.
Fine. What's your best argument? I got two questions. you're not going to answer the first one, and then I'll go to the second one, and then I'll answer for that one. But I just want to hear it happen. So, what's your best argument for the non-existence of God? Go ahead.
You're asking what I see going on in reality doesn't seem to be dependent on a deity. So on my part, it's, I guess you could say at best, an assumption. I'm just without convincing evidence that a deity exists or that multiple deities exist.
Just stating your claim. So
Mine is
you
look
have
at the
an argument
trees.
from first conclusion as to why God doesn't exist.
I didn't make a claim.
Absolutely.
Well, if we're talking about the Christian God, then I would, the best argument that I would come up with is that the Christian God does not exist because the attributes of the Christian God propose logical contradictions. Logical contradictions cannot exist, therefore the Christian God does not exist. So that would be my argument.
That's a horrible argument.
No, it's that the Christian God is the Christian God is literally
Hold on, JL, let me
defined.
get it out. Get it out, JL.
Actually, I'll give you an example of
Hold
logical
on,
contradiction.
sir.
Hey, Concrete, your audio is still really bad.
Yeah, Concrete. The problem is your audio keeps dropping in and out. So if you, it sounds like you stopped talking when I think you're actually talking. But the way the argument goes is that the Christian God is defined as having entailments that are logically contradictory. Premise 1. Premise 2. Logical contradictions cannot exist. The Christian God cannot exist. So you either have to change the entailments or drop the entailments from the Christian God, but then it's no longer the Christian God. So essentially, God is defined. It is literally the classical version of the Christian God is defined out of existence. So you have to change the definition, which is what we've seen throughout time, is that God was defined a particular way. Then we realize it's wrong. That doesn't work out because it doesn't comport with reality. And then, so God is consistently changed. God is constantly being moved closer and closer. The Christian God is constantly being moved closer and closer to the edge of the board. So now the arguments are that God is no longer this entity that walks among us and watches over us and has these particular properties. Now it's this metaphysically ontological mind that is outside time and space. These are contemporary definitions of God to make it exist is the problem. And the definitions of God have consistently evolved over time in order to try and keep it alive.
And I'll just go ahead, Concrete Plus on it. I'd like to add an example of the contradiction, but go ahead, you first.
JL, your argument is a non sequitur. We can get into that. But overall, it's a red herring to my question, which is, what is your best argument for the non-existence of God? And I would just say God's simpliciter, not pointing to the Christian God or the Jewish God or the Muslim God or the Hindu God or whatever, right? What is your argument that says that this is in existence without a creator? And your argument for
I'll
that
take it.
is,
So most things humans imagine are purely imaginary and don't exist in reality. God is a concept that humans have come up with their own imagination and no evidence has been provided. Therefore, it's rational to conclude it's nothing but a figment of human imagination.
wait, who's speaking? Sorry.
That was TJump.
Oh wow, TJump, I'm surprised you would make such a horrible argument. What makes you think there's no evidence, number one, for the existence of God? That would be dubious claim at best. And number two, what makes you think it's a figment of our imagination?
Well, because it came from human mouths, so if it's something that we speak, it must necessarily come from our imagination. Like literally all ideas have to start as things in our imagination. And the reason there's no evidence is because I've literally spent X number of years debating all of the biggest experts in the field and gone through every one of the arguments, and they're all garbage.
Yeah, so your qualitative assessment doesn't mean that it doesn't exist as a actual thing, let's say a quantity. So you're making a qualitative argument when we're talking about the quantity of something, which is the evidence, right? So we're saying that evidence exists quantitatively. You're saying it's not good qualitatively, and your
What?
qualitative assessment doesn't eliminate it quantitatively. Do you understand? I said a lot.
I have no idea what you're saying there. I didn't say anything about qualitative versus quantitative. I said there's no evidence. I said the things
Yeah,
theists
so
provide are not evidence. They're not either qualitative nor quantitative. They're nothing burgers, gigantic nothing burgers. And the reason we can conclude there is no evidence hiding under some rock somewhere is because there are billions of theists all around the world who are dedicated to presenting evidence. And if evidence had actually been found, they would all be presenting it all at the same time. They'll be like, oh my God, look at this amazing evidence we found. We really found evidence of a God. And people would be like, yeah, cool. This is awesome. We're going to publish it in a scientific paper. But since no theist ever provides any good evidence and everything they say is complete garbage, that means that most likely the garbage is the best they have, which is nothing.
yeah, so you keep vacillating between quantity and quality. And we
Concrete
know
busting
that
out the word calendar here.
I'm sorry. We know that evidence exists, and we know what evidence is. Evidence is information or thing that could increase the probability of a proposition being true. We know we have arguments as evidence. We know we have personal experience as evidence. We know you use the Bible as evidence or other religious texts. All of those are used as support for the increased likelihood of a proposition being true. You said you've assessed this evidence, and then you deem that it's not evidence, which is just going to be a qualitative assessment. In your assessment of its quality, you have therefore deemed it non-existent, which is not actually how we play this game. Because
wait. I'm trying to follow your argument here. So I have a cup that I'm drinking. One sec. I want to ask a question, clarification question here. So I have a cup that I'm drinking from right now. Is my cup existence of magical farting leprechauns who like to create cups?
I'm not particularly sure what that has to do with what I'm saying, because I'm not
what it seems like you're saying is the
one second, sir. Let me just get this out real quick. I'm not familiar with that particular myth or lore, so it may be evidence or it may not be evidence. I would need more information in order to actually make an assessment, and more information to make an assessment.
Sure. That's totally fair. So I want to let me clarify for a second. So when you say that you have evidence, it sounds like what you're saying is you're using the Bayesian definition of evidence. In the Bayesian definition of evidence, anything that could ever logically explain anything is evidence of that thing. So my cup being here, it's logically possible that a magical farting leprechaun created this cup and put it here. Therefore, this cup is evidence of a magical farting leprechaun. It's possible that the magical farting leprechaun also likes to create PS4 controllers. And so it also created the PS4 controller, which means the PS4 controller is evidence of the magical farting leprechaun. And it's also possible it likes to create cameras and laptops and TVs and fans, and all those things around me were created by the magical farting leprechaun. Therefore, look at all of the abundance of the evidence of the magical farting leprechaun. You just see it all around us. Everything we see could be explained by the magical farting leprechaun. Therefore, how can you deny all of this evidence of the magical farting leprechaun? So if the definition of evidence you're using is that vague, that literally the fact that it can be logically explained by some imaginary entity counts as evidence, then the evidence you have for God is equivalent to the evidence of a magical farting leprechaun. And in most social contexts, we would agree that none of the things around me are evidence of a magical farting leprechaun because you haven't demonstrated they exist. So until you actually have some basis to conclude they're real and not imaginary, then none of these things are evidence of a magical farting leprechaun, just like none of them are evidence of a God. None of your philosophical arguments are evidence of a God, just like they're not evidence of a magical farting leprechaun. So until you can provide something that is a better level of evidence for God than for magical farting leprechauns, then it is rational to say you have no evidence of God, just like it's rational to say I have no evidence of magical farting leprechauns.
Yeah, that was very long-winded red herring, and that's fine. This is your show.
This is why I said
JL,
Concrete.
come on,
This is
bro.
no,
that
Concrete.
guy spoke for 15 minutes. I gotta get
Concrete.
I gotta get 1 second sentences out to try to refute his nonsense.
Concrete.
And here you are interrupting me, and all you're gonna do is filibuster even more.
I'm not
Can
filibustering.
I get a chance to respond?
No,
Can I get a chance to respond?
Concrete.
Are you that afraid of my response?
No, I'm not, because I have something I have to say. I have
This
something.
guy literally just spoke for 15 minutes.
Because I have some. No, he didn't. He spoke for like 30 seconds. So this is why
On the
concrete earlier,
internet time, that's like 2 days. But go ahead.
concrete. This is why I use the word insufficient evidence. Is that the evidence is positive and the evidence is brought forth. We examine the evidence and then we realize that no, this evidence is insufficient. And TJump is correct. If there was evidence, there was sufficient evidence for this, then everyone on the planet, you're positing that there's evidence for God like there's evidence for gravity. But there isn't. Okay? Because if there was evidence for God like there's evidence for gravity, then every person on this planet would be unable to deny that. But we have like 40,000 different denominations of Protestantism alone. There's different cultures, different religions, all who define their God or gods in different ways. It's completely and totally imagined, and it's completely and totally subjective. Okay.
Okay,
so
great.
when you break these things down, they don't suss out. It's insufficient.
Okay, great. Now the issue is, I'm not using a Bayesian definition of evidence. I'm not familiar what that is particularly.
What you said about a proposition is evidence if it increases the probability.
Come on, bro.
I want to clarify. Bayesian.
Stop the yelling! Stop! Hang on.
One sec. Concrete, the Bayesian definition is the one you gave about evidence is that which can increase the probability.
I am using the one in Oxford, the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. That is the Oxford version of evidence. So I don't know what you're appealing to with regards to Bayesian, because Bayesian analysis is just simply something of a probabilistic nature, and that, I don't know why you're bringing that up. But irrespective of you using that red herring, we're just going to simply talk about the wide body of believers in the God concept and how your definition or your refutation of evidence is like your own proprietary, that we don't play by your particular rule. We all have a one set of rules that we've defined, and we all have to play by those rules. You have excluded yourself from that set of rules, and that's fine, but that doesn't make you right? When you exclude yourself from the common understanding of how these things work, such as evidence, non-evidence, existence, non-existence, right?
Sort of, but I would say no.
Good.
You had a question, and then got to answer your question. You asked a question.
I'm almost done, bro. I'm almost done.
You asked a question.
So the whole point about you and the farting whatevers is like a total red herring. I find it a little bit childish and sophomoric, because as adults, when we talk about these things, we don't use such childish illustrations to make a point that is actually irrelevant or moot to the conversation, right? You don't prescribe or ascribe to our definition of evidence. So be it. The rest of the world is going to have this conversation without you, right? But you can't pretend to be the arbiter of the conversation.
Are you done yet?
You can't pretend to be the arbiter of the conversation and pretend that your standard of evidence or non-evidence is the one that we should all use.
Are you done yet? Okay, so
go ahead, bro.
So no, this is not a subjective definition. The reason I brought up the farting leprechaun is based on an objective criterion. If the evidence you preside for a god would work equally as well to indicate a farting leprechaun, then that's called a reductio ad absurdum. So if the evidence you provide is equivalently indicative of a god and a farting leprechaun, that means it's garbage. It's nothing. It's not evidence. So I don't need to actually give you an epistemic definition. I don't even need to use my own. All I need to do is to show by whatever definition of evidence you're using, if the same evidence works for God as it does for a farting leprechaun, that proves it's not evidence. So the standard here is of why you have no evidence is because based on whatever standard you want to use, you'll never be able to provide more evidence for God than there is for farting leprechaun. They will be equivalent. And if I can demonstrate that, then I've shown there is no evidence of a God. So your burden is now to show that you can provide some kind of evidence that indicates God more than farting leprechauns. And if you can do that, that's great. But none of the evidence that has ever been presented by any theist ever has ever done that.
Yeah, so all you're doing is this is a reformulation of the spaghetti monster argument. And I don't know anyone that's still using that argument, given that we know that this is just you relabeling God, the God concept. right?
No,
So
no,
if
it's a
the
reductio
case,
ad absurdum.
sorry, no. All you've done is take the same attributes of God, ascribe them to the farting leprechaun, and said,
No, that's not
therefore
at all, not at all what I'm doing. No,
I have debunked your evidentiary basis of your belief system, right? I have
no,
come up with an alternate explanation. That's
no.
not that's not what's happening. You don't
No, it's
have an
not. It's not.
alternative
Literally, a magical
creator of
leprechaun
all.
does
You
not.
don't
Wait, hold up.
have. You
Hold
don't
up.
have an
Hold up.
alternative.
Hold
Dude,
up.
you talk
Hold up.
uninterrupted, and you interrupt me in
Hold up.
5 seconds, dude.
Hold up.
5 seconds of
Hold
me
up.
being able to speak, which
Hold
shows
up.
how deathly afraid you are of
Hold
my
up,
argument.
concrete. Hold up. So the magical leprechaun is not all powerful. It's not all knowing. It doesn't love everyone. It didn't create the universe. The magical farting leprechaun is not the same as a god. Okay, your argument has been debunked. Move on. The point of the magical farting leprechaun is that the things you count as evidence are so vague that they can be, the same epistemology can be used to justify any imaginary thing. That's the point. It's not that I'm calling God a magical farting leprechaun. I'm saying magical farting leprechauns, as in little miniature people who fart and have magic and did not create the universe and are not all powerful and don't share any of the properties of God. Those things can be equally supported by the garbage evidence you have. So if you have evidence that's better, that's great. Present it.
All right, great. So all you've done now is you've produced an alternate explanation. And an alternate explanation isn't a debunking of my explanation. So now what what we have is competing hypotheses, right? You have your farting leprechauns. Yes, you do. You don't have a debunking. You have a competition.
I did not provide an alternative explanation. This isn't hold up, concrete. I did not provide an alternative explanation. This isn't saying you gave some event and that event needs to be explained. You gave no event. You gave nothing that needs to be explained.
God created all things.
Just to clarify, the point of the farting leprechaun is not to use it to explain the things you count as evidence. That's not the point. The point is to say that the quality of evidence you have is so bad that I can use equally as bad arguments to justify the existence of the leprechaun. I'm not using the same arguments here. The point here is that the quality of your arguments is so bad that the same quality of arguments could be used to indicate farting leprechauns. And if that quality is to be accepted, then you must therefore accept farting leprechauns exist with the same veracity that God exists. So no, I'm not presenting an alternative explanation here. That's not the point.
All right, great. So you are now presuming that your qualitative assessment of this argument, of this evidence, is shared by me or anyone else.
No,
right?
no, I'm not.
Yes. Sorry, bro.
Stop.
You can't.
Stop.
Sorry, bro. You can't call something bad and then therefore say I think it's bad as well. No, we don't share the same
the reason I'm presenting this.
Sorry, bro. We don't share the same qualitative
You keep misrepresenting the argument every time. I've got to stop you so we can get on track.
I don't think it's bad, bro.
Concrete.
I do not think my argument is bad.
Can you mute him for a second?
I don't think your argument is good. I don't think they're equivalent. I will not use them. I will not use them interchangeably.
Can you mute him for a second?
I do not agree. Stop over talking, bro.
No.
It's sad.
You have to.
You're sad and pathetic. Go ahead.
So again, I am not doing that. I'm not saying that my particular qualitative assessment is relevant here. It literally doesn't matter. I've already debunked that stupid.
Means?
Stop
over talking, concrete. Let him talk.
So I can
let him
debunk.
Talk, but he never lets me talk.
Oh my
God. He just let you talk.
So I can debunk any of your stupid qualitative arguments by using a parody. So I can say whatever epistemology you want to use.
Dude, I don't agree. Stop. I do not agree with your parody.
Stop. So
I do not
any
think they're
epistemology.
equal.
Can you mute him? God damn it, Randolph! Please just.
You're mad that I'm over talking you.
I don't have mute powers here.
A fucking minute.
TJump. He rejects reality and he inserts his own. That's all he's doing.
Well, so he made a kind of an argument that's sort of relevant. So he's made the argument that I'm using a subjective epistemic standard, and based off of my subjective arbitrary epistemic standard, my personal rejection of the evidence is irrelevant. And that's a perfectly legitimate argument. The problem is that no, I can say based off of any epistemic standard you use, I can prove deductively that it doesn't work. So because I can take any standard of evidence you want, I can create an alternative that is like magical farting leprechauns and say whatever principles you want to use to try to indicate your God, if we try to mirror those onto a different epistemology, if they are not good principles, then they will indicate the magical farting leprechaun. So I'm granting anything he wants, any epistemology he wants, I can just grant it and say, let's grant those principles for the sake of the argument, change them slightly and see, is this a biased principle that is specifically made up by a bunch of crazy people to indicate their preconceived belief? And to assess this, it would indicate magical farting leprechauns. So if any epistemology he presents can be used to indicate magical farting leprechauns, that proves his system is biased. Now, science can't. Science, you can't use science to indicate magical farting leprechauns. Therefore, science is not biased. So we go with science. That's why it's an objective standard as opposed to the subjective standards that he's presenting. So we can use a parity argument to differentiate which ones are the subjective things he's talking about, like his own, the theist ones, versus the objective ones like science, which are not.
Yeah, I earlier on I wanted to get a chance to also give an example of a contradiction, but the conversation was interesting, and I think TJump sums it up very well. What the problems are there. The Concrete Plus, I am interested in maybe giving him another minute to kind of lay out his point of view in a moment. But first, I'll just point out the contradiction, which is that the Christian God that we were talking about earlier has a number of omni-properties, omni-chronological being one of them, another one being omnipresent, and so on. So the two that I'm focusing on here will be omniscience and omnipotence, all-knowing and all-powerful. So they have all the knowledge, they know absolutely everything, and then they can do anything. They're totally powerful. So what the problem there is, if this God knows that tomorrow we're going to get sunny weather, tomorrow rolls along and God decides that they're going to change the weather just at the very beginning of the day, so all day will be rain or snow, then God has then invalidated his omniscience from the day before, and therein lies the contradiction. So is it possible logically for this God to have both of these capabilities in full? No, that would be the logical contradiction there. But a Concrete Plus, maybe you have about a minute or two to lay out what it is you wanted to respond, and none of us will interrupt you while you speak. Does that sound good?
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm very surprised that TJump is so woefully inept with regards to this argument. It's very simple, and he appeals to science as if we are not appealing to science. Science is just there is a social science that we can appeal to, such that we can ask people what it is that they believe. And what we will find is that on a level of something like 95%, 94, 93, 92, the God concept is believed. And they have different reasons why they believe the God concept. Some people take a natural view. Some people have an experiential view. Some people take a logical view. But there is a strong argument for the existence of God in a myriad of evidences, right? Personal, natural, logical, right? So that is science. I'm sorry, TJump. That is science. And what we've done is we've looked at this population and we've said that it has such a ubiquitous nature where it transcends continents, it transcends time, it transcends geopolitical, economic stratas, such that it is as strong for us as the existence of gravity. That's how strong the God concept is. And what we have is this one lowly group of individuals, call them the atheists, a sad and pathetic group that you're a part of.
Okay, yeah, I don't need to hear that shit anymore.
Wait.
That's an argument popular.
Wait. I wanted so
No,
before we
sorry,
move
that's
on,
an
I wanted to
argument.
say
He literally just made an argument from popularity and equated gravity with being an argument from popularity, and then called us a bunch of sad, pathetic. You know, he's not going to sit up here and friggin' insult us just because
That was amazing, though.
But so I wanted to say that literally everything he presented also applies to leprechauns. There's actually specifically a psychological disorder where you see leprechauns. So everything he said, the fact that there are large groups of people all over the world, that it transcends geopolitical nature, also applies to leprechauns. So magical farting leprechauns are also supported by that appeal to bandwagon fallacy. And so, yes, all you've done is demonstrate that what I said was correct in the beginning.
it's sad that he's claiming that a whole demographic is sad. That's, to me, that's bigotry. And you know, I didn't like also that he started off with all these insults against, particularly TJump and Jay Warren. I was hoping he would maybe put something forward that was more serious and calm, because it's not necessary to include the insults in all of this. Because what we're interested in here is the subject. So a future note for you, Concrete Plus, if you ever come back in the future, and you'd be welcome to if you would like to have conversation without all this. We give you an opportunity to come back and talk for a minute or two, and you just go right into the ad hominems, and it's not constructive. It's not really the conversation that we're after. Now that's why you got moved off. As soon as you start taking care of bigotry, doing bigotry against a whole demographic, now you're going way too far. Atheists are not inherently sad and pathetic as you claim we are. It's a demographic that is incidental to these emotions, and some people do feel sad at times and other people aren't. Like, I don't feel sad through this whole thing, and I'm pretty sure that all the other people on the panel and Jack Burton, our deist, are not feeling sad right now either.
I'm actually quite entertained. And the reality of it is, yes, Christianity is a massive religion. It's I think still the biggest religion out there of the Abrahamic faiths. But here, across the world, it is diminishing. Theism is diminishing, as evident as is sussed out by the research. Theism is diminishing in favor of deism and atheism. So no, it's small. It's roughly around, last I checked, I think the latest research has it a little over 80%. And atheism is a little. I think it's no, I think it's about 80-20 is where I think it is. I'd have to pull up the papers on it, but it's slowly but surely it's literally diminishing, and because it doesn't hold water anymore. So he's wrong on that one. It's not 90 some odd %, and there are still hundreds of other belief systems out there, all of which have their own problems with them or their own entailments. So he's literally talking out of his ass. And when he's going to sit here and insult us, I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play that game. It's all he wants to do is just lobby insults and what's the word? Prevaricate. He just wants to prevaricate like his like Daddy Darth does. So.
In Concrete's defense, like the last time he called, he had like a really interesting evidential question about, the population figures in the Judean highlands contradicting the claimed story of the Exodus and showing that it's ahistoric. And he conducted himself really well. I think sometimes people just don't get along well, and Concrete, couldn't, maintain his decorum while talking to TJump. But I think he is a sincere interlocutor.
Yes, thank you, Concrete. Asline is convinced they can convince us a God exists.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know about that part, but I can put forward my argument for why God exists. I mentioned this last time. Is it okay if I have 1 or 2 minutes uninterrupted
yes.
to make my case?
Yeah, that's what we always want to start with. Give people a moment to say things. The only time we might interject is if we need to get clarification on something, but it's not intended to start the back and forth at that point. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, so I guess I will try to provide evidence for God's existence, but it won't be scientific evidence. And that's my first point, is that not all things are proven in the same way. For example, science proves things based on repetition of experiments, testable hypotheses, things like that. But when you look at something like history, you can't repeat the experiment. You can't do something like that. So as an example, let's say you're trying to prove the hypothesis that the Civil War is about slavery, okay? So you would have 2 competing hypotheses about whether it was about slavery or states' rights. You would evaluate each of these perspectives, whether or not they have the most explanatory power, and you evaluate which of the hypotheses are better. Proving God is a similar method as this, where you're not getting like direct testable hypothesis or whatever, but in the realm of metaphysics. So to start, we all have a worldview, the ways in which we account for reality, and in order to avoid an infinite regress, we must have a starting point. Okay, The atheists do have a starting point, which is a kind of collection of materialist assumptions, such as the assumption of the self, use of empirics, sense data, things like that. I argue that this is insufficient because, for one, it only verifies solidly your own experience and the things that you've experienced, which is just the basis of solipsism. Second is that it doesn't account for universals, immaterial objects like laws of logic, things like that. And it also fails to account for certain assumptions such as the uniformity of nature, induction, causality. I think because that this worldview is insufficient, you need to take another step back, which is my perspective, is that you have a God that provides that ultimate grounding that accounts for all these things that the materials worldview can't account for. And I think that the Christian perspective does provide an account, whereas the materialist perspective doesn't provide an account, and therefore it's the best explanation for our metaphysics, for grounding knowledge, etc. And I'll just keep it to that Christianity versus materialism, but I would leverage a similar-ish argument to deism.
Okay, so first thing is that the natural world does explain all of those things to a equal or better degree than theism. So if theism explanation is Sky Daddy done it, we can just say that it's some kind of necessary quantum field done it or something. And so we can make up an equally plausible explanation to God did it. And so that's not actually an explanation unless you can show the mechanistic process by which God did it or how it relates to the known processes in the universe. Simply saying God did it doesn't count as an explanation. And if you think it does, then we can just posit quantum mechanics does it, and we have an equally good explanation. So all the things you listed can be explained in materialism equally as well as it can in theism. Theism does not provide an explanation at all.
So two responses. First is that the argument is not that God did it, it's that God has properties of these transcendental categories and we apprehend them. Second point is that materialism can't account for it because there are things that exist such as numbers, laws of logic that are not material in nature, which means it doesn't account for that materialist, that it can't exist in a materialist worldview, yet we all agree with that they exist and they're instantiated in objective reality.
First thing, saying God has the properties is the same as saying God done it. So it doesn't matter how God done it. I can simply say the universe has properties X, Y, and Z, and that would also sufficiently explain the data. Secondly, materialism has a better explanation for all of those things. Like nominalism is one of the leading positions in philosophy. There are no objective universals. Abstract objects don't exist. There's no evidence they exist. There are languages humans made up to describe real patterns in reality. The patterns in reality exist. Abstracts don't. They just describe the patterns. And so we already have a better explanation for that. And the first thing you said was just wrong. It doesn't matter if it's God said so or whether it's God's properties. We can just say there's unknown properties in quantum mechanics that explain it.
So do the laws of logic? So do you think that the laws of logic and things like that are human constructions?
Yeah, they're things made up by humans. It's literally the first sentence on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on Classical Logic. It says
So
logic is a formal language.
If all humans disappeared, would the laws of logic cease to exist?
The laws of logic are languages. So, I mean, if you think English would cease to exist, then sure. They describe the way the world operates. The world operates.
No, I'm demonstrating that it makes no sense because obviously the universe would still exist when we don't exist, but the laws of logic are still exist.
Okay, so stop talking and listen to my answer. So my answer is that the way the universe operates is an objective fact that exists independent of humans. We describe that fact with logic. Logic is a language we made up to describe the way the universe operates. So logic is a language like English, like the word tree. It just describes an existing object. The universe is the existing object, and it has a nature to it, so it follows these particular patterns, which we describe with the laws of logic. Laws of logic are a language.
So where do all these things exist in material? So for example, when you have two trees, when you have three trees or whatever, and you have like you don't have individual trees, you have a concept of treeness, the properties that encompass a tree. Where does that exist in material realm?
Your brain.
Apart from individual. What?
They exist. It's a language. It's like English. It exists in the exact same place English and Japanese and Spanish do. They exist in your brain. We make up descriptions.
Yeah, but your worldview says that everything is material, or breaks down into material. So where's the material for language and logic and kinds of things?
Those are physically things in your brain. They're physical.
So if you break down, so if you take like brain cells, that's where like logic exists.
Yes, it's a language. So all languages are a product of patterns in your brain cells.
Okay, so then that gets me to my other point, is that if all that stuff is in your brain, then all you can really verify is solipsism. That the things that you experience, the things that you personally experience, you can't have an account for things that you haven't experienced, such as, you know, what if you've never been to Europe, you can't make any claim about Europe because all you know is your sense experience.
No, we can make combinations of our sense experience. So I can say I felt a hard thing and I felt a soft thing. So maybe there's a thing that's both hard and soft. So you can combine experiences. So we have the direct experiences we have and any logical combination of those experiences.
So what justification do you have that the things that you experience are the same things that I experience? So when we experience like 10 apples, how do you know that I'm experiencing the exact same thing? That we're both corresponding to an objective reality?
Induction. So we say an apple is something that tastes sweet. And if we give a poll out to a bunch of people and they all say an apple is something that tastes sweet, then we can infer that they have a similar experience.
But all you have is your own empirical sense experience. So your experience of me is also just something in your brain. Like I don't exist in your worldview.
That's irrelevant. So like one good example would be synesthesia. So synesthesia is the thing where you see different colors and shapes. They literally have a different experience than we do, and we can prove they have a different experience than we do. Same with people who are colorblind or have different color blindness. There's these little dot tests where they can have different dots of different colors, and if you have a certain kind of color blindness, you either can or cannot see the number on the dot test. So we can know for a fact they have a different experience than we do. We can test these things.
Yeah, but that already presumes that we both have an apprehension of objective reality that's comparable to one another. I'm asking, on what basis do you have that the things in my brain correspond to the objective reality, whereas the things in your brain also correspond to that same objective reality?
Because that's what the evidence indicates. So as I just said, in a synesthesia test, if there's a bunch of red green dots that shape the number 25 and you can't see them and this group of people can see them, then that's good evidence that it's a thing there and you have one condition which makes your brain different than another.
So if we're like both at a table and we're looking at a dog, like do you think I'm looking at a different dog?
No.
So like obviously both of us apprehend the same reality to some
Yes,
degree.
I'm not seeing
There's a
how
commonality.
so hold up 1 sec. Again, this is better explained under naturalism than theism. Theism doesn't give you any better explanation here, so I don't know why you keep bringing this up.
No, it does, because it provides an account for how we can both apprehend the same reality.
Wait,
Because
wait.
under a material sense
Wait,
and
go
sense
back
experience
to what
worldview.
you just said. You said it provides an account. Now, try
Yeah.
to explain how it provides an account in a way that's more than just Miss Sky Daddy did it, because I'm pretty sure it's going to come down to Miss Sky Daddy did it. So explain how it has an account more than that.
God provides an account for universals, transcendental categories such as the laws of logic, induction, causality,
Okay,
things
so
like that are
reality
universal and
provides an
grounded
account
in
of these
reality,
things. So I can just say reality
whereas
provides an
material
account for
truth
these things. The
doesn't.
quantum fields provide an account for these things. Miss Sky Daddy done it. So how is that worse?
So what is this? What is the quantum field? What do you explain? What are you saying is the quantum field?
The fundamental nature of reality.
Like how can the quantum field we only know exists via our scientific method.
Yes,
Like
but
for
that's
example,
irrelevant.
you've never experienced the quantum field.
Wait.
How do you know
That's
that it
relevant.
exists?
Relevant. Confusing epistemology and ontology. We've never experienced or had any evidence of a god, but a hypothesis being able to account for something is irrelevant to our epistemic evidence that the hypothesis exists. So I can say the quantum field accounts for it, and I don't need any evidence of the quantum field. It can account for it regardless of our evidence. So the comparison here is: does the quantum field equally or better account for the stuff in reality to God? And we don't need evidence of the quantum field for it to do this, which because the only thing you presented was you said God accounts for it, and that's equal evidence to me saying the quantum field accounts for it. So why would
Okay. So do you think I guess just trying to understand your argument, is your argument fundamentally that the quantum field is what accounts for these natural or these immaterial objects and things like that? This is where they come from.
Well, I don't think immaterial objects exist, but my argument
Like,
here is
is it a
that
form of
wait.
dualism?
So my argument here is that what you claim is the basis of your argument, that God accounts for these things, isn't evidence. God doesn't account for any of that. All you've done is said, "My God done it," and you've called that an accounting process that somehow has some epistemic basis, when really all you've done is said, "My God done it." And I can do the same thing and
That's
say,
not what I
"My
said.
quantum field done it," and that you, of course, aren't going to accept, for the same reasons I'm not going to accept it when you say, "My God done it." So when you say that God accounts for things, you're going to have to give some strong epistemic basis on how he accounts for those things, other than the facts, "My God done it."
But there
So
is supportable mechanistic explanation getting from the quantum field to what
yeah, I
what
mean,
we
so
have.
getting away
So,
from
but the problem is that there's no mechanistic explanation from God to here. So that's one thing that's
yeah,
totally
no,
lacking
we
is
do.
that because okay, then explain the mechanism by which God creates and has
Well, so
created
let's
everything.
compare God to a quantum field. The quantum field doesn't have causality, so and intentionality. God does. God has an intention to create a world that has these features that are
What, what,
No,
analogous to his
now,
properties. No,
because
the
now you're
quantum
just
field. This is the
replacing
same
quantum field
problem.
with God.
No. This is the same problem that dualism has. That you have a realm of abstract objects and things like that, but they don't cause anything. The property of justice doesn't cause anything in the world. You need some sort of agent that can provide a cause out, like that has intentionality and causality that can cause these things to
why
exist.
why do you
Quantum
think that you
field,
need intentionality?
because the quantum field, if it just exists, then it doesn't do like it doesn't cause anything.
Yes, it can have a nature where it does stuff. It doesn't need an
Well,
intentionality to do stuff. Like, we can do stuff without intentions all the time.
so like if the quantum field is where we get like laws of logic and what all that stuff, how do they cause the material? Like
Wait. So the question was, why do you think we need intentionality? If intentionality existed before the laws of logic, it would be illogical. So you couldn't have intentionality prior to the laws of logic.
sorry, sorry, could you restate that?
So, like, for intentionality to exist, logic would be one of the prerequisites. So logic would have to exist before God's intentionality for him to have intentionality. Therefore, you can't use the laws of logic as evidence that intentionality must exist, because
Logic is one of the properties of God.
that's great. But again, my question was, why do you think we need intentionality? So if you think we need intentionality because of logic, that doesn't work, because logic is a prerequisite to intentionality, not the other way around.
Because there's no causal power. Like the same, like this is the problem of dualism, is that you can't get from these abstract objects that don't have that don't cause anything, that are abstract
I
and
have
they
no
don't
idea
like
what you're saying right now. So the quantum
logic.
field isn't abstract. The quantum field is a physical existing thing, and it can cause stuff, and it created the universe.
Where did the quantum field come from?
It's eternal. It was necessarily existing. It wasn't created. It's in its nature.
It's eternal, but it's material.
Yep.
How do you have eternal material?
There's no logical contradiction there. So why would you think it's not eternal?
So I mean, one argument is that you can't have an eternal past. You can't have an infinite past that terminates in the present. That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. There's literally no logical contradiction in that. Plato, I think, or Aristotle, the one who created that argument, admitted there was no contradiction in that. All of the philosophers, including William Lane Craig, who use that argument, admit there's no logical contradiction in that. It's just an intuitive challenge. That's it. It's not a contradiction. Secondly, most physicists reject that. There is no problem with an infinite past, but all of that's irrelevant. So we can just grant that time had a beginning, and that because we in physics, we grant that space and time are emergent from some other quantum mechanical thing, which is still a physical thing. And so the fact that it doesn't have a past time eternality to it is irrelevant. Time can have a finite beginning, and other physical fields outside of time can exist and not have a temporal beginning.
Okay. So this is strange. So I think that like basically the comparison between the quantum field and God just seems like you're replacing you're replacing God with just a
No,
physicalist
quantum fields
explanation.
don't have
How do you
consciousness.
get
They're not all perfectly good. They don't have intentionality. So no, I'm not replacing those. I've already debunked that before because I rejected intentionality.
So the quantum field is the source of the universe, right? Like it was created from the universe. Or sorry, it was the universe was
The
created from the
universe was
quantum
created
field.
from the quantum field.
Okay. So how did that happen?
It's a part
Like
of
what
the
was the
quantum field's nature to create things.
that's just a fake property that you've ascribed to the quantum field.
Congratulations,
What's your
you're an
basis for
atheist.
that? Okay, so you can accept things on faith.
Well, no, again, so this is the point I'm making is that what you just said, that I've made up a property and ascribed it to my sky daddy quantum field, that's literally what you're doing. And the whole point of me doing that is to mirror your argument. And the fact that you just admitted that, oh, what I'm doing is making crap up, is yes, that's what we're saying about your position.
Okay, so so both of us are just making stuff up, and yours is better somehow.
Oh yeah, so
Like, is
mine is
that your
better because we
perspective?
actually have evidence that quantum fields exist, and so they're the fact that all of the evidence for
Well,
quantum
no,
fields.
your view isn't
One sec.
better, because how
Let
do
me
we?
finish. Let me finish. So, quantum fields are built on things which have been empirically verified to exist independent of our imagination. So all of the properties in the quantum fields have been demonstrated to be real and non-imaginary, whereas all the properties of a god, none of which have ever had any evidence to show they're nothing but imaginary. So quantum fields, essentially, like the multiverse, is a combination of um, virtual particles, which were demonstrated in the Casimir effect, and early universe in inflation, which was demonstrated in Guth's early universe inflation measurements of the CMB. Both of those have an empirical basis. So all of the parts of the multiverse have evidence that they exist. None of the parts of God have evidence they exist. All of his properties are purely imaginary, all powerful, all knowing, all loving, whatever else non-physical, non-spatial, mental, time thing. None of that has evidence. So all the things in the quantum field theory have evidence that they exist independent of imagination. None of the ones that God do. That's why it's better.
So let me take it a different direction, okay? So that you think that the quantum field is material and it's the source of, or whatever, all that stuff. If material is fundamentally in flux and constantly changing, how do we have uniform properties such as logic, like logic, the laws of nature, stuff like that?
Because the
Like, do you
fact that
think that?
something is always changing doesn't mean that literally everything is always changing. So the fact that it can change in one way doesn't mean it necessarily changes in all ways.
So you think that there's some sort of underlying thing that keeps material in line with a set
The quantum
of properties?
reality, yes, reality has a particular nature to it.
What is reality? That doesn't describe anything. I'm talking about why doesn't the laws of logic, why doesn't induction, causality, why doesn't that change constantly? Because material is
Because
constantly in
some things
flux.
don't change, some things do change. So the fact that some things
Okay,
change doesn't
why?
mean that everything changes.
Why don't they change? Material is
Because
fundamentally
it's the
flux, so
nature
why
of
aren't these
reality
things
that they don't
changing?
change.
How? Where does the nature of reality come from?
It's eternal and wasn't created.
Okay, so if the nature, so all these, so first is that these things are immaterial. How are you ascribing them to a material
Again, I don't
quantum
believe in
field?
any immaterial things. I don't think there are any immaterial things. I'm not sure what you're talking about here. There is a material field, quantum field, and it governs everything. Governs all of
So
the patterns in reality.
the
No,
laws
no,
of
no, no,
logic,
no.
universals.
Logic describes the nature of the field. The nature of the field is physical.
Okay, but the properties of the field are immaterial and
No, fields are
invariant
physical.
and
Like
eternal.
everything in physics is physical. So fields are physical.
So the quantum field can change. Like so the quantum field,
Parts
the laws of
of the
logic
quantum
could
field
change.
can fluctuate. Yes, does not mean that literally everything in the quantum field can change. No.
Okay, so let's start with that. Let's say that things like the properties of the quantum field could potentially change. How do we have a rational basis for believing that that things follow from past experiences, from induction, things like that, if the quantum field can change?
Future testable predictions, I can say if my imaginary model of the world is correct, I can predict my future experiences, and if it comes true, that's evidence that my model is true.
No, because that assumes that past actions predict the future, and that things don't change immediately from
That's how
time to
hypotheses work.
time.
Hypotheses are you make a bunch of assumptions, and if you
I know,
assume
but
those
you just said that the quantum field changes.
Let me talk. So hypotheses, you get to assume whatever you want. You can assume there's a magical sky daddy, and if based on your assumptions you can make future predictions and those future predictions come true, then you're justified in believing any of the assumptions you make. So you're allowed to make whatever assumptions you want in a hypothesis. That's just how it works. But to go back here, God doesn't provide a better answer there than quantum mechanics. So if you want to say that you need some explanation or some justification to why the laws of logic can't change or whatever, the quantum field will provide an equal or better answer to God to that question.
No, because God's properties are unchanging, and
Cool. I can say
they're
this
unchanging and
property.
eternal. Quantum fields are not. So you
So I can
can't
say
have a
that a
basis for
property of the
knowledge.
quantum field is unchanging and eternal.
Okay, but those things are not material.
That's
Those
irrelevant.
properties itself are not
Wait.
material. So how
It's
do you
irrelevant.
get?
So wait, go back. So if you're saying that you need some unchanging eternal thing to ground logic, I can say one of the physical properties of the quantum field is eternal and unchanging, and it grounds logic, if you want to make that kind of silly argument. So I can make an equal grounds to logic in the quantum field as you can to God. Again, they provide equal answers to that question. Both of it's just a stupid answer.
But do
It
you
doesn't
see,
work at
like
all. But
I'm grilling you on this quantum field because it's pushing you closer and closer to what a God is. Because God
no.
requires immaterial, invariant object like properties, and if the quantum field doesn't have that because it's fundamentally material, then you
Yeah, it's
can't have an
material.
account for all these things that we assume.
No, so it's material and it accounts for everything in the universe we see around us completely, and there's no immaterial things in it whatsoever.
How do you get universal invariant properties from material, which is constantly in flux?
Because it's not in flux. So again, you're begging the question when you say all physical things are in flux. Like, no, it's not.
Okay, so how do you get immaterial object or immaterial
There are no
like
immaterial objects.
properties? These the laws of logic, the property of
I've already covered that. The
induction,
laws of
causality.
logic don't exist in the universe. They're descriptions made up by humans to describe the nature of the universe. The nature of the universe is the thing that causes all of the what we describe as laws of logic to exist. The
So
nature of
where
the
in
universe
the
is a
world,
physical pattern.
where in the world materially can I find the laws of logic?
The laws of logic are made up in human brains to describe the way reality operates.
Okay, so if human beings were eliminated, we would know the world would not, the universe would not operate based off logic. That's your argument.
No, we could still, even if human beings never existed, we could still use human languages that we humans made up to describe things. Dinosaurs existed before we invented the word dinosaur. So there's a pattern in nature, and the pattern in nature exists physically. It physically exists, and we make words to describe that pattern. Humans not existing just makes the words go away.
If logic describes reality, then it can't just be a product of our brain, unless you believe in
That you're dumb. The word tree describes reality. Is it a product of our brain?
No, because I believe that it's part of the objective reality. But you said that the
So
laws
you think
of logic,
the word
these
tree
properties are
existed
part of your
before
brain.
humans?
What?
You think the word tree existed before humans?
The concept of tree, like the existence of tree, like trees could exist without humans.
Okay, well that's dumb. So no, words are made up by humans.
You think trees can't exist without humans?
No, trees exist. Concepts don't. Concepts need minds. So concepts didn't exist before minds.
Yes,
so no
but those
humans, no
concepts are reference to an objective thing in reality. The word tree doesn't have any meaning if it didn't exist in reality.
Yes, the tree exists. The word doesn't. The word, human words made up by humans. Physical things exist before concepts.
But you just said that these things are in your brain, like these laws of logic, etc., whatever,
Yes,
all in your brain.
Okay, stop. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, classical logic, very first sentence. Logic is a formal language. It is exactly like English. Everything you can say about English applies to logic. Everything that you say about logic applies to English.
Okay, so do they exist in your brain, or do they exist in the external reality?
No, they exist in your brain. There's something else that exists in the external reality, which is the physical nature of reality.
Okay, but like, for example, the world operates based off of logic, so you can't have like the tree not be a tree.
No. It doesn't exist based off of logic. It exists based off of the nature of reality, which we describe with logic.
So let's take let's take the property of non-contradiction, right? That tree cannot equal not a tree or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That is a rule of the objective reality.
No,
If
that's
it's
a
just
rule we
product,
made up to describe reality.
so like if like us and our brains were completely disappeared, that tree could not be a tree.
No, we would just still be using human language to describe the nature of
No,
reality.
that's my point. Is that like
no, it would be an object in space. It essentially would be an object, but there wouldn't be anyone there to call it an object.
Yeah,
Okay, but there would be no one around to say it's a tree, that it has bark, that it has the properties of what humans define as a tree. So it would be a thing that is there, but there'd be no one around to describe it. But it's still just like the dinosaurs analogy.
Well, he's asking like, if humans didn't exist, would the tree start violating the laws of logic and stop being a tree, or would object A stop being object A and start to morph into an illogical, alogical object? That's what he's asking. The answer is no. So we can describe things with logic. We can describe things with the law of non-contradiction before humans existed, just like we can describe dinosaurs with the word dinosaur before humans existed. The nature of reality is governed by physical quantum fields, and logic is just a description of how those quantum fields work. The logic isn't in the quantum fields. Logic exists in human brains to describe how those things work, and that's it.
Yeah, but I'm asking for the location of where that logic exists in a materialist universe.
Logic is in the brain. Again, logic is words made up by humans to describe the physical nature of the quantum field, which exists physically in the quantum field. So what you're saying, what you're asking for, where is the logic? It's the physical nature of the quantum field is the thing that produces all of the stuff we call logic. Logic is what we describe the physical nature of the quantum field with. That's all it is. Logic is the physical nature of the quantum field.
Is logic not instantiated? Like, is it not, like, is it just like complete, like, does the world operate, like, if the world operates based off logic, does
the world does not operate based off of logic. We use logic to describe the way the world operates. So logic doesn't exist first. Logic was a description of the physical nature of the physical quantum field. That's the essence of what logic is. It is the physical nature of the physical quantum field that we're using a made-up word called logic to describe.
Let's use a different example. Like, let's look at numbers. Okay, so you
same
have
thing, exact same
10
thing.
objects.
Numbers are made up by human minds in a language, and they describe the physical nature of the physical quantum field.
So when you have like 10 books, do you think that 10 is a property of those books, like that set of books?
No, 10 is a label we're using to describe the nature, that the fact that there's 10 separate objects in reality.
So like the 10 books, like if the concept of 10 doesn't exist, then all you have is just like these individual books. You don't have the 10, like the set of 10 books.
No, the set of objects is there regardless of whether or not you name the set with a number. So the set of objects, what we call 10, is a physical relationship that physically exists. So like if you have two particles, those two things physically exist as fluctuations in the quantum field. It didn't give them numbers. It doesn't name them.
Where does the number 10 exist in the material world?
The number 10 doesn't exist. It exists in your
example.
brain. It is a word made up by your brain to describe the nature of reality. I've answered the same question like 50 times.
So if you died, like
I've answered the same question like 50 times. All numbers, logic, language, they're made up by human brains to describe the nature of reality. The most fundamental thing that causes reality to be that way is its own nature, and it's physical. And so it answers all of that. It answers what logic is. It answers what numbers are. They are physical natures of the quantum field that we describe with these abstract languages.
So the fundamental question that we're having disagreement on is whether or not we can apprehend reality. If all that stuff exists in your brain, then all you can really have is solipsism. Because if your beliefs, if your things in your brain do not correspond to reality, then all you have is your own thoughts and your own
again,
brain.
that's a separate topic. So again, the quantum field answers that question
related.
equally or better than God. So no matter what you want to say, I could say God's an evil deceiver, and so you can't trust God to give you an accurate perception of reality. And then you're going to say, but my God has a made-up property that makes him not that way. Well, I can say, okay, the quantum field has a made-up property that guarantees our truth conditional values of our thoughts. Okay, we can both make up Magad on it.
Okay, then what's the difference between you and me then?
Well, I admit that those are stupid arguments that don't work. Wait, so I admit those are stupid arguments that don't work, and you think they're good arguments that do work. That's the difference.
No, it's that the God explains more than the quantum field, and that's why it's a better
remember,
explanation.
So you saying Magad made done it isn't an explanation. So the atheist side here, the difference here is that we recognize that's not an explanation. That's you making stuff up. We can also make stuff up. So if you think that that's a plausible explanation, then we can make up a property of the quantum
Isn't that
field.
the same shit that you're doing? Quantum field
Stop.
done it.
Listen to the argument. So if you think that you making up your Magad done it explanation counts as a genuine, plausible epistemic justification for your belief, then we can do the exact same thing and make up my quantum field done it to justify our beliefs in the exact same epistemic basis that you think yours does. The difference is that we know that's stupid and doesn't justify anything. And so if you think it does, that's great. We can justify it equally on our position as to the way you do it by making up Magad done it sentences in our epistemology.
No, because the key difference is that God is immaterial, and your
Well, it doesn't matter what its ontology is. It doesn't matter if it's material or immaterial. It doesn't make it any more or less of a justification.
No, it obviously it does, because it means that if you don't have an immaterial ultimate standard, then you can't have immaterial objects in the world. And that was the premise that we were
I've already covered this. There are no immaterial objects.
Yeah. Oh, I think if you want to appeal to like philosophers, I would say that a lot of philosophers, most philosophers, believe that immaterial objects do exist.
No, it's like a third. It's like a third of philosophers, and that doesn't matter to the argument.
By the way, Helpline, are you aware that William Lane Craig actually argued against Christians making this argument because he says that premise one, basically saying if God didn't exist, the laws of logic would be merely human conventions, can't be argued for, even though he thinks it might be true?
So I mean, that's my criticism with William Lane Craig, is that he kind of operates off of a kind of neutral worldview, when Christians shouldn't be arguing from that specific worldview. Like what
you're saying is that if your worldview is insufficient to motivate anyone that's not already a motivated reasoner, that you're just going to make arguments that you know won't be persuasive to anyone who doesn't already agree with you and isn't just question begging their already held beliefs.
No, we can disagree with William Lane Craig. Like we don't
have to. That sounded to me like no true Christian.
What? No. Because what he's doing is he's presuming all these things that the presuppositionalists disagree. Like William Lane Craig assumes that atheists and Christians operate based on the same worldview, which is completely wrong. Christians and atheists operate off different worldviews because our worldview is predicated on the existence of God, whereas the atheist worldview is nothing. Nothing.
Do you have an argument that justifies if God did not exist, the laws of logic would be merely human conventions? Can you justify that?
Yeah, because the laws of logic, if God did not exist, then you wouldn't have an account for immaterial eternal properties. So the laws of logic would have to be tied to the material, and the material constantly changes. It's always in flux. So the laws of logic would always be in flux. However, we see that that's not what happens. We don't see that one day the law of non-contradiction is suddenly true and false. And so that would be my argument as to why the laws of logic have to be accounted for, because they're invariant, they're eternal, and they are unchanging.
Earlier, like he mirrored your argument and just said, look, something else could account for the laws of logic not being human conventions.
I know.
It could go through. And you argued against that very unconvincingly. So my question is this: look, if it's the case that the laws of logic don't vary in any way that we know of, but it's possible that they do vary in a way that we don't know about, or that they're invariant for some reason other than God, what's the contradiction in any of those things not being God?
So the only way that you could do that is if you were a dualist. And so if you were a dualist, this argument wouldn't be as effective, but then you would have the critique of dualism. But under a materialist framework, you believe that everything in the world is reducible to material objects. If the laws of logic, numbers, etc. are not material, then they can't exist in that universe. So you can't account for these things. These have to be constructions of the mind. If they're constructions of the mind, then they don't exist in the universe when the person dies, or when all humans that can apprehend it die.
Oh,
right,
so
but as Craig points out, sorry, go ahead, TJump.
So we can just say that immaterial things are an emergent property of a new physical field we haven't discovered yet. Therefore, immaterial things are directly a result of physical processes. Where is the logical contradiction?
Because how does immaterial come from material?
that's you're begging the question. So there's no logical contradiction with immaterial things being an emergent property of physical things.
Well, I don't even like. How do you get like then I'll ask you the question. How do you get an immaterial from from a material? Like it
Strongly
doesn't seem
emergent
to
from
make
its
any
nature because quantum field done it.
Yeah, also, if it were a
Yeah.
physical thing that gave rise to it, then it would actually be some kind of material thing, even if
Exactly.
it doesn't appear to us to be so, just because we can't observe it outside of our minds, right? So, like the concept of abstract or whatever could just be mistaken if it were the case that it did emerge from some physical thing. But I mean, the reason that Craig doesn't use this is because he says, look, unlike moral arguments, you actually can't appeal to the universality and existence of logic having ontology, because as is pointed out, like there's tons of people, including nominalists and conceptualists, who just don't think that any like claim predicated on the laws of logic actually existing or any other abstract is convincing. So like, how does this argument go through unless you're some kind of like abstract realist, even though you say you're not a dualist?
So I mean, we think Craig is wrong on that, but like you could make the same argument about morality, that objective morality, like like if morality is objective, then you need some sort of objective standard. Like you could make the same argument kind of with the moral argument, because if there is no objective authority to prescribe objective morality, then you don't have objective morality, and therefore everything must be relative.
Moral
And we
naturalism,
don't live our
morality can
life.
be grounded in physical stuff.
How can objective reality be grounded in things that change?
Objective morality can be grounded in physical stuff called moral naturalism. Reality, you can say there's parts of reality that doesn't change. Problem solved.
So this is a problem that I think atheists have, is that so moral obligations have to come from some sort of authority, and that authority could be God, it could be society, it could be
No.
self. Yeah, like
No.
for example, if you're a Platonist and you think that there's things like justice and whatever that exist, there's no obligation for you to adhere to them. It's
Well,
just they exist.
So
but you
first
don't
thing,
need to
obligation
follow them.
literally doesn't matter. So I can
course it
prove
does.
this. Like, is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral? Like, try to answer.
The Euthyphro dilemma. Well, so
Yes.
I'm a Christian, so I believe that God, the properties
Okay.
of God.
The question was, is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral?
The second one, I think.
I agree. I agree
ought
completely.
to do it.
So
You ought to do it because it's moral. But where is that moral coming from?
wait, go back. So the point of this dilemma is the first form of the dilemma. Ought you do something, or is it moral because you ought to do it? What it's saying is that there is some set of properties of morality, and inside that set of properties is oughtness, the obligation thinking. So obligation is entailed in what morality is. The second horn, you ought to do it because it's moral, is saying that there is some set of properties of morality, and oughtness is not in that set, is outside of that set, and that we apply that set once we know whatever the set of properties of morality are. So if you admit that the second one, so if you admit that you ought do something because it's moral, that means the oughtness, the obligation, is completely outside of the morality. It's not required for the morality at all.
Yeah, but I'm talking like my question is not with the moral, it's with the ought, because
Right.
you ought is an obligation given
Yes.
by a competent authority. So that
Wait.
authority, like it doesn't have to be God. It could be society
Wait,
or
wait.
individuals or
So-
whatever.
so-
but those are subjective.
So what I
So it
just
can't be
explained was
objective.
that the ought isn't in the morality. The ought is outside of the morality. The ought doesn't exist.
Yes, yes.
It's completely irrelevant. It does. So you can have all objective morality with zero oughts.
Yeah, but then you have the problem with Platonists is that
What?
you have these things called morals, like justice, fairness, equality, whatever, but you're not obligated to follow them. So if if objective morality exists and moral obligations exist, then you need some sort of agent or some sort of authority that gives you that obligation.
Yeah, the obligations don't matter to the morality. So I can say it is a fact that it's immoral to drown babies, and if someone drowns babies, they are objectively immoral. There's no like ought there. You don't. The oughts are irrelevant. Like I don't know what you mean. You need this
Wait, so
obligation
if you
thingy.
think that the ought is irrelevant, then nobody's obligated to be moral. Like
I
so
don't know.
if
I don't know
the
why you keep
existing
saying that. Like it doesn't matter whether someone is obligated to or not. morality is a fact. It is a truth statement that something is moral or something is not moral. Whether someone is obligated to do it is just irrelevant. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
So you don't think so? Then what? Like the Platonist view that like morals exist, but like we have no obligation to do anything about them. Like, is that a view that you hold? Like, you think that people aren't bound
Well, I'm
by
not a Platonist,
morals?
but sort of like I don't think there are any obligations. I don't care about obligations. I care about morality. So I don't know why you keep like what are these objective obligation thingies you keep mentioning?
Like you should not murder. Like, you should be just. You should be
Yeah, none of
whatever.
those
Like
seem
all
to
these
exist
things.
objectively. Those seem to be social constructions.
Oh, okay. So that's the point. So if you think that they're social constructions, then they come from an authority that is subjective, such as society or
Yeah,
the
yeah,
self. Like
I
when you
agree. There are
determine.
no objective oughts. Oughts don't exist objectively.
Okay, so like if the society, like a Nazi society, had like adhered to or whatever, they had the obligation. They set the obligation that you had to kill people, or you had to
They would
kill
be
minorities.
immoral, but I don't care about their obligations.
Okay, so the obligation would be the obligation itself would be okay.
The obligation is made up by society. They would be objectively immoral. So if they kill Jews or whatever, they are objectively immoral. I don't care whether they think they should do it or not. I don't care what the personal motivations of anybody are. They're objectively immoral for doing it, regardless of any obligation.
So morals without obligations is toothless. So like how can you tell somebody to do like to act ethical and whatever if moral obligations don't exist? Like yes, you could say
Because
that
it's a
the
truth statement.
concept of justice, like you
It's
could
a
say
truth
that the
statement. So
concept
I
of
can say
justice and
you
stuff
are
like
being
that.
immoral, and that is a factual statement. You don't need an ought anywhere in that sentence. Like I don't know, like if you're saying by toothless you mean it doesn't like motivate people. Oughts don't motivate people. So if by toothless you mean doesn't motivate, well, God doesn't motivate anything either. So God is toothless. So it seems like your only argument here is that you need oughts to try to motivate people, but I don't
So
care about motivation. I care about truth.
So thought experiment. I want to kill a bunch of people, and you're like, hey, that's not moral. I'm like, I don't care. And you're like, okay, well, shit. I guess so.
Well, again, so I don't care what you personally believe. Like what your personal subjective desires are is irrelevant. I care about the truth. It is objectively the case that it is immoral to kill. So if you kill, you're immoral. Whether or not that fact convinces you doesn't matter. Like if I say there's a flat earther who doesn't believe the world is round and I give him all of the facts and he's just not convinced, does that mean that the facts aren't true? Like, no, they're still true. So whether or not the facts convince him is irrelevant. Like you seem to be thinking that what matters to morality is whether or not it convinces people, which is literally just the definition of subjective morality.
I just don't think that like most people would agree that like moral obligations are just completely subjective. Like, so if
Well, you
morals do
did. You
exist,
agreed to it.
what did I agree to?
When I
No,
said,
I think moral
is
obligations come
something,
from God.
well, I asked you, is something moral because you ought to do it or ought you do it because it's moral? You said it's the second one.
Yeah,
That's
you
you
ought to do it
agreeing
because
that
it's
oughts
moral.
don't matter to morality.
No. So yeah, no, they don't. They don't like the question, that statement, like you ought to do it because it's moral. That doesn't presume that ought portion of like what the authority is that is doing the ought. Like
What-
if you're like you're not ought, you don't ought to do it if there is no authority.
So that dilemma shows that the oughtness is irrelevant to the morality. You can get rid of oughtness completely.
But do you think like people in society actually like live like that? Like that that morals exist but oughts don't exist? Like you're not obligated to do what's moral?
Yes, they admit that it's wrong to kill babies, and they don't need to say you ought to do it for any reason. Like they don't need to
Okay,
add
so
that
then
in.
this is the fundamental problem with atheism versus Christianity, is that you have no moral oughts, and so you can't create a society where you have like obligations to do what's moral.
But again, you already admitted that's perfectly rational. Like when you admitted to the youth field limit, so I'm not seeing a problem here. Like I can create a system of laws that give you an objective truth. Whether you accept them doesn't matter. So it is objectively the case the world is round. Whether you accept them is irrelevant. The fact that not all flat earthers are convinced that the world is round doesn't change the facts. So I can create a society that gives you a moral set of facts that tell you what all morality is. And the fact that somebody isn't motivated by that is irrelevant. And you keep bringing that up as if it matters.
I'd like to to talk about the morality aspect you're mentioning here. So you're saying Christianity is superior for that. You're correct that atheism doesn't have any moral guidance. That's correct, because it's just a classification. But Christianity has an edict in it for killing all the Amalekites. Do you consider that to be moral? Because I consider that to be immoral.
So if we're talking about like biblical stuff, it will rely on like historical context. So
You
the
mentioned
Bible is,
You mentioned Christianity, so yes.
yeah. No, so the Bible is split into things that are into things that we would prescribe, like God would prescribe as universal laws, and then things that are particular to its time. So, I don't remember that story, but I think it was a particular in which God was commanding the destruction of a specific population or whatever. And usually usually the biblical perspective is that those societies are depraved, or they have turned away from God in almost a holistic way. So like for example, I think one of the examples, Abraham was challenged, was questioning God about whether or not if there were moral people, and said if there were 5 moral people or 10 moral people, he would not destroy the city. But he destroyed the city, and so we can presume from that that the
So
amount of immoral people were significant.
do you agree that, so are you agreeing with it that the number of people in a society that adhere to a standard, like a moral standard, is a moral way to decide whether or not to annihilate them?
So I think that God is the standard of morality, and so, one of the problems that we can't know the mind of God. So, for example, if God decided to kill all children, all those children would go to heaven, because it says that children would go to heaven. So that under that worldview, it would be a moral good. But we obviously all the children aren't dead, so we think that there is some moral reason as to why that's not the case.
Okay, so
There are morally justified reasons for God to take action. However, we just don't know those.
So you've just invalidated your argument, because your position, because you're saying it's not possible to know the mind of God, and yet God is the moral standard. So therefore, the oughts are unclear. And
No.
when you have a moral standard, we need this clarity. This has to be there. And if God is the moral standard, we must understand what he means by moral. So I can't accept that as
There are
morally
teachings.
superior to atheism.
Well, so the Bible has clear teachings about how love thy neighbor, things like that.
And kill the Amalekites.
That's not a command that's universal. That was a command to specific people in the Bible.
Okay, so it's subjective.
No, I mean, it's like for obviously if there's a law for specific people, that doesn't apply to everybody. Like, do you think everybody's command, some from outside, like in the context of the Bible, that the person who's halfway across the world should also kill the Amalekites? Like, do you think that was logically what was prescribed in the Bible? Obviously not.
Wouldn't it have made more sense? Wouldn't it have made more sense if God gave that message to everybody but the Amalekites? Even the neighboring cultures that did not accept the Abrahamic faith, but the ones that were nearby, it only went to the Hebrews.
My overall point,
No.
without getting in the weeds.
Aslan, no, answer the question.
Okay, well, so the question is if it would have been better that the
Wouldn't
Amalekites
it have made more
know?
sense if this were the true thing, that the message would go to everyone, other than the Amalekites, that everyone would get the same message, because the Amalekites were so evil and needed to be culled, that not just the Hebrews, but everyone around them, because it wasn't just the Hebrews and the Amalekites out there. There were many other cultures, and yet none of them got the same message against the Amalekites.
Because it doesn't make any sense to make a universal law about a particular action that was prescribed.
Okay, so then why only the Amalekites? Why not everyone else that was surrounding the Hebrews?
Because it doesn't make logical sense. Why would you have, for example, somebody in China that they should kill the Amalekites? So they should travel all the way over to kill whatever.
God could make that happen, but I'll come up with a better example here. We'll go to 2 Chronicles chapter 15 verse 13 in the Holy Bible. The King James Version says, well, no, just one verse. I'm trying to be clear here. That's why I'm specifying chapter 15, verse 13 in 2 Chronicles. It says, that whosoever would not seek the Lord God of Israel should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. Now that seems to be ubiquitous order rather than just specific to the Amalekites. As somebody who is not seeking the God of Israel, sounds to me like I'm a target of this. And so, of course, I consider that to be immoral because I don't think that's justified. Again, you're saying that we don't know God's mind and we can't know God's mind. So this is not properly justified in my view. I expect accountability and integrity in the laws and the ability to be able to challenge these laws. But this God, it sounds like, just makes the laws and everybody just has to follow it. It's very authoritarian. That's not moral in my view, and it's not justified killing people this way.
But do you see, like, so that verse, I can't, like, I don't remember, like, I don't know too much about the context of that verse.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'll grant you that upon first glance it does look pretty bad, and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna tell you, like, I'm not gonna tell you that I know, like,
Understatement of the
I know
year.
whatever.
Like,
Okay,
at the end of the
but
day,
but I would say is that the atheist perspective of reading the Bible as if every single thing was like a literal statement is the wrong way to read the Bible, because it's filled with history, it's filled with metaphor, it's filled with poems, it's filled with specific commands, it's filled with context. All these things, you can't read the Bible in the same way that you're reading like a science textbook.
Or like the law, or like the Criminal Code of Canada, or sorry, or like the Criminal Code of Canada, or Human Rights Act, or our Constitution.
So Asline, how did you determine that your particular hermeneutic was the correct one and everyone else's hermeneutic is wrong?
Based off historical analysis. Like, for example, like a lot of the verses, if you contextualize it with the verses before, the verses afterwards, and the historical context, it starts to make sense. So, like, for example, like the best example I can think of is the Abraham Isaac, the binding of Isaac. Is that if you read it, there's a couple of interpretations. First is that in Genesis 17, it states that Isaac would have many descendants. So then God commands Abraham to sacrifice Isaac. So Isaac, in that context, undergirded by that context, Abraham knew that God would either not let him kill Isaac, or Isaac would be resurrected, because God was given that covenant.
Hang on a second. Restating your interpretation doesn't justify your particular interpretation. You're stating how you interpret it. You have not demonstrated how your particular hermeneutic is the correct one, as opposed to all the other hermeneutics that are out there.
There's no such thing as, like, I would avoid words like correct and incorrect. I would say more accurate or less accurate. Like,
okay, so how did you determine yours was the most accurate? Because there are other people.
Context.
No, because there are other denominations out there with completely different interpretations.
Oh, I've got a more basic point. I've got a more basic point.
That their versions are more accurate than yours.
I've actually got a more basic point than this. I've got a more basic point than this. Thing is, what I was trying to get at is, and the hermeneutics one is a very important one that JL raises, but the more basic one I was trying to get at is that, I'm looking at our legal system here. We've got laws that we abide by here in Canada, and other countries is the same. And the laws here are very well laid out, and they're clear, and they're understandable, and they're applied this way by judges and whatnot. And our Constitution is very clear. Our freedoms are laid out, the freedom of expression and whatnot. So if this Bible is going to be a moral guide, going to be like a standard of law, then it can't rely on subjective interpretation. It has to be clear. So it, to me, does not qualify as having the quality of being representative of a lawgiver. It fails miserably in that regard.
I would actually counter that point, because, for example, like the laws of Canada or whatever, they don't actually apply to every circumstance. I would say that if you had a specific, like, prescriptive, like, this is right, like 1, 2, 3, 4, this is right, whatever, you have a very rigid theology whereby, like, everything, like, you have a million things. And that's actually the problem with things like Judaism and Islam, is that they prescribe moral actions, like, very directly. Whereas
okay, I think you're not that familiar with Canadian law because actually a lot of different circumstances are spelled out in our legal system, and
Law
there are
keeps evolving. Like the Canadian law
but
keeps evolving.
it applies to Canadian territory. Yes, to our lands here, and it doesn't. Canadian law doesn't apply in other countries because other countries have their own legal systems. Now, with God, it's the whole planet, it's the whole universe. I understand different jurisdiction, but again, there's problems with this because there's so much argument about the different interpretations, and the reliability of the texts is hugely problematic because there are biblical literalists out there who disagree with each other on what the meanings are in the Bible. I've encountered that. So it does not satisfy me as being a reliable source of morality, and especially like when I take a look at the story you just brought up of Isaac, the attempted murder committed by his own father Abraham on Isaac. A big part that's missing from the Bible that would have been so helpful to society would be that if they reflected after the story on the psychological ramifications on Isaac. Imagine you're a young child and your parent ties you to a rock and tries to murder you, and you're scared out of your mind, and then somebody intervenes. How is your impression of your father or mother your parent going to be after that? And what kind of effects is this going to have on the rest of your life? It's a traumatic experience, to put it mildly. And yet the Bible says absolutely nothing. It gives a bupkis on it. This is irresponsible. A God should know this. A God should know, who's all-knowing, should know all about human psychology and should know how valuable it would have been to have a whole entire book or even a bunch of chapters explaining this and why this is a bad thing and why you should not kill your own child. None of that's in there.
It seems very weird.
I told you that the Bible, that Genesis 17 indicated that Abraham knew that either he wasn't going to he was going to be stopped from killing Isaac, or that Isaac would be resurrected. Like this is the biblical perspective, and that's what happens when you just read one verse and you try to extrapolate everything from that one verse. When you
Did Isaac know that? Did Isaac know that? Apparently, it looks like Isaac didn't know that.
Hold up.
No,
what about Jatapath? What Jatapath, where was said he's gonna, if he wins the battle, he's gonna sacrifice the first thing that he comes.
Child abuse. Sorry, TJump, but my response to that last part about Isaac and Abraham, that's child abuse, and it's extreme child abuse that's going on. It includes mental abuse, even though the physical abuse part would be that he's tied against his will and they wanted to go and they wouldn't let him go. But then the mental abuse is tremendous as well. Sorry, carry on, TJump.
He brought up that he saved Abraham in the end, and was his justification. But what about Jatapath's daughter, where he said if he wins the battle, he's going to sacrifice the first thing that comes through his door when he gets home, which was his daughter, and so she was burned alive. God didn't stop that guy, so what's your justification there?
Do you guys want to have a Bible study right now, or do you want to actually debate about?
I wanted to bring up. It's very weird that this God you're describing with its attributes. If you want to decry, or if you want to say that it has the attribute of being morally perfect, and has all this power and all this ability and all this knowledge, say it's omniscient and it knows all true propositions, then by the entailments of its properties are that it would be able to communicate perfectly. It would be able to communicate morality perfectly to human beings. But when we examine what we have, when we examine the supposed communication from God, which is the Bible, essentially the breathed word of God, okay, when we examine the Bible, then we begin to see that the morality that is conveyed in the Bible is contextually follows what they understood about reality then. Why didn't God convey itself in a way that was completely and totally unmisrepresentable? Okay, that this is the way it is, and everyone on the planet can understand it without any kind of subjectivity.
So the quick answer to that is that humans are have a fallen nature, and they can't apprehend.
But God would know this and would still be. But no. But humans' fallen nature doesn't preclude God's ability to communicate with us effectively. It doesn't matter.
Actually, no, we're not going to take this shaming of people for who they are thing. That has to stop, and that is an unacceptable part of the Bible to say we're all born bad. Forget it. I wholeheartedly object to that. I reject that.
I agree with Randolph. In doing that, but taking that into account, if that is your position, Humans' fallen nature, if we are fallen, I don't agree with that at all. I think that's BS. That's part of cult. That's literally part of the cult indoctrination of Christianity. Is by teaching people that they're broken and that they need something external to them to fix themselves. That's
It's
bad.
not.
That's psychologically damaging. But Asline, our fallen in your worldview, our fallen nature does not preclude God's power. God could still communicate himself as a morally perfect agent who is omnipotent and capable of all things that are not logically contradictory. God could still communicate himself to human beings despite their fallen nature in a way that cannot be interpreted subjectively. But
First,
God does not
y'all
do
are
this.
misrepresenting this fault. I'm not saying all humans are bad, but that humans became separated from God as a result of Adam and Eve's sin.
This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant because whatever state human beings are in, is irrelevant when juxtaposed against the power of God.
Well, here's the problem with the approach that you guys are describing is that you have a list of ethics. You're like, this is ethical, this is ethical, this is ethical, and then
it's not ethic.
Hang on. Then you're evaluating the Bible.
Asline, I'm not going to let you misrepresent me. It's not ethics. It's logical entailments.
Can you?
Okay,
Here,
it is the logical entailments of having
please?
the properties of God, of having the properties that you give God. Our state, the state of human beings, no matter what state you give us, has nothing. It does not matter. It's irrelevant when you're talking about God having particular attributes. God at the time seemed only capable of communicating this absolute universal truth of everything to the Hebrews and communicated it to no one else. And now, some thousands of years later, there are hundreds of thousands of interpretations of what those words actually meant. This would seem to state, the conclusion we can draw from this is either one of two things. One, God is incapable, or actually one of three things, actually. One, God only communicated the truth to one specific group of people while knowing that everything would become twisted in the future, which goes to really knock down his nature as being all truth revealing. Two, human beings made all of this crap up, and that's why it's entirely subjective. Or three, God is completely incapable of communicating itself clearly and effectively to all of humanity.
Okay, so to quickly respond is that great texts do not lead to one single interpretation. There's no example in of texts that have been hailed as really great. They had one interpretation. Great texts lead to a multiplicity of interpretations. Okay, so that is not a problem
not true.
in Christianity. Second point,
Gada Lesher-Bach only has one interpretation.
I let you talk for like
no, because that is you've gone back to the human convention. Aslan, you've gone back to the human convention. Human texts are capable of being subjectively interpreted by humans. God should be able to communicate in a way that is beyond human subjectivity. God should be able to communicate truth like literally we understand.
Here is the problem with what atheists are doing when they're interpreting the Bible is that they have a preset existing notion of ethics, and they evaluate when they read the Bible. They're like, okay, that's not that doesn't adhere to my ethics. That doesn't adhere. That does
this
adhere.
isn't convincing. Nobody here is convinced.
That is completely dishonest and completely misrepresentative of what atheists do.
No,
we are atheists. No, Asline. We are atheists as a conclusion of examining the evidence. Atheism is not a state that you have and then you go and you interpret. That would just be confirmation bias. I presuppose that there's no God, and I interpret all the evidence as if there's no God. No,
well, I'm saying that's the wrong approach. We're saying that we presuppose that God exists, that the Christian God exists, and we adhere. So the idea of biblical inerrancy is a matter of faith. We believe that God's commands are perfect, and so we read the Bible with the express purpose of trying to gather knowledge and things from that. The thing is that the atheist perspective is that they're evaluating the Bible through their own frame of ethics. However, the Bible
we are not.
Is supposed to be the authority.
We evaluate through the logical entailments of the entity in and of itself and the attributes that the entity has expressed about himself through the Bible. We evaluate the evidence and we determine where it is faulty and where it is insufficient.
I'm talking about what Randolph
you
was
are operating
doing.
from you are operating from confirmation bias. You're assuming that you're basically believing that God has these attributes, one of which is like all truth revealed, all the attributes you give it, and then you interpret the evidence through the lens of that being true. which is not how you go about determining what truth is.
Yeah,
That is
that's because I
no
believe in
different.
God.
Believing first and then interpreting the evidence through the lens that your belief is true. That is called confirmation bias.
No, so I prove via with evidence, as I've demonstrated, that I believe the Christian God exists. And so because I believe the Christian God exists and that I am a Christian, therefore then when I look at the Bible, I don't see it as like something, I don't see it as just like a random historical text. I view it like with the belief, like I believe in God, so I believe that the Bible is inerrant. Like I would never convince an atheist that the Bible is inerrant. I'm not saying that that's like,
If
I'm
you
not
could
saying
be
that that's what I would do.
convinced,
But the
then
problem,
no, Asline, if you can be convinced, then you should be able to convince us. But every argument you've given, it's either been an argument from incredulity, an argument from ignorance, or an appeal to emotion. I asked you a very simple question. The question, it's very simple. Why wasn't God able to convey his standard of morality in a universal way that is not open to interpretation? An
So we believe-
omniscient, omnipotent entity that is morally perfect would not be able to convey itself in a morally imperfect, in an imperfect way. But that is what happened.
So we believe that God gave us everything in the Bible. Well, so like partial, like he gave partial revelation. So like, for example, the Torah was initial revelation. Then later, the Gospels and things like that provided an additional revelation. We believe that those were given by God and that they are perfect. The problem is that we don't have the full capacity to apprehend them. That's what our belief is.
Okay, you're still assessing human beings. You're still assessing it from the human perspective and not the logical entailments of God's attributes. God would know that we lacked the sufficient properties to be able to do this. So why not convey this stuff in a way that we could understand with no subjectivity? That is within the logical realm of possibility of God's abilities.
Okay, so you're asking a different question. So you're basically asking why didn't God just create everyone to be Christian?
This is the same question. It's the same question. God possesses these attributes, yet God seemed fundamentally incapable of conveying this in a way that was not open, that is not open to subjective interpretation. God would know before any of this happened, God would know infallibly that human beings would misinterpret the word that it was going to give. It would know infallibly that one day down the line, there would be thousands and thousands of different interpretations of God's word, which means God deliberately, because it had the infallible foreknowledge, God deliberately conveyed a message to one small group of people, knowing full well that this would become disseminated throughout the world and there would be hundreds of thousands, or there'd be tens of thousands of different interpretations of it. Meanwhile, holding back and saying, I know what the reality is, I know what the truth is, and I'm just going to hold on to this and watch them scramble, and hopefully they'll land on the right square in the end.
No, so that's a misrepresentation of the Christian perspective.
It's not. It's an examination of it is an examination of the logical entailments of God's abilities. So either God doesn't have the attributes, or God is deceptive.
Is your basic principle like, why didn't God just create everyone to be Christian? Is that like basically what you're trying to get at?
If God could do it, then why not do it?
Okay, so that's a different question.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because God could still reveal himself to everybody, and it wouldn't entail that everybody would be Christian. We just wouldn't be able to deny that God exists. But because if God revealed himself suddenly, I would no longer be able to be an atheist. I would say, wow, God has revealed itself. It's undeniable. It is as clear as gravity. I can no longer be an atheist. Does that mean does that logically follow that I'm going to be a Christian? No. All it does is bring up more questions.
Because if God created a world where everybody, like for example, like everybody could apprehend the Bible to perfection or whatever, it would be functionally the same as God just creating everybody who believes in Him. We believe We believe that there's more good in a world where people come to God willingly than people who are created just to believe in God.
Why does faith rely upon indoctrination?
I also wanted to just mention real quick. One second. I want to just mention one thing. Like, demons know God exists but don't believe in Him. So knowing God exists wouldn't force us to believe in Him.
Demons do believe in God. That's why they're punished.
No, demons don't believe in God. They know that God exists. Satan knows that God exists implicitly.
Yeah, no, they choose to reject him in his presence. Like they know that he exists.
Human beings still do it as well. God could reveal himself to everybody. Why does God rely upon faith?
Because we believe that people who willingly come to God is more good than people who just are automatically created to believe God.
Does an omnipotent, omniscient entity
No, but
rely
like this is this
No,
rely
Asline. Then Asline, you have to ask yourself, why does a morally perfect, omniscient, omnipotent, whatever attribute you want to give it, entity require the worst mistakes in human reasoning be made to justify believing in it?
now you're trying to rag on faith. No, I think that
I am ragging on faith.
I think that a lot of things you believe on faith. So for like these basic
This is a smoke screen. Address Asline. This is address the argument. Why does God require this? Why? Because if God revealed itself to because if God revealed itself to everybody, then everyone on the planet would be faced with one simple question: accept it as God and follow it, or not. That is an honest assessment. If a thing exists and presents itself as this, then it will be open to more inquiry, which is fine. God should not fear inquiry if it is true. But God relies on faith, which falls apart in the face of inquiry. So why would God set the system up? Because just because God eliminated faith and revealed itself to be true, and this is the way it is, it doesn't mean everyone would be Christian, but the lines would be clearly divided. Because there would be people who are simply rejected as what to be followed, and people who accepted it based upon based upon the merits of the entity. So
I think as an analogy, like you would rather have, like if you had a wife, you'd rather have your wife willingly choose to be with you rather than just creating or just having a wife that was created to love you or whatever.
What do you think? But Aslan, what do you think heaven is? Why not just create all human beings in heaven?
No, so yeah, no.
What's
so we believe in heaven. What's the purpose of what?
What's the purpose of the rigmarole of life on Earth if the whole point is for everybody to wind up in heaven, doing the exact same thing? So why not just create everybody in heaven if that's going to be the end state?
Because people who choose to be with God, a world where people actively choose to be with God has more good than people who are just created in God's presence. We believe that those people who have chosen on Earth to believe in God, they are rewarded and they are given God, like they're in the presence of God, and in that circumstance, their free will never fails them to apprehend.
Okay, then I have one last one. So if I live my life, beginning to end, and I examine all of the evidence to the best of my capability, I use all of the critical faculties. This is assuming that God exists. I don't believe that it does, but assuming that it does, hypothetically,
He does.
God exists. And I go through my life. I use all of my critical faculties. I use that supposedly God gave me. I examine every bit of evidence I come across, everything I'm presented, and everything I go and I search for and I find. I have every conversation I could possibly have within that lifetime, and I come to the honest, critical assessment with no falsity within me that this thing does not exist. I used all of the gifts that God gave me, my critical faculties, my reasoning, my intellectual honesty, and came to the conclusion that this thing does not exist. Then I die and it does exist. Do I go to hell?
So that's a little nuanced. I would say that it depends on the way that you lived your life. I think that, for example, like if you had no knowledge of God and you like apprehended the moral and you lived your life in a kind of good way, in a Christ-like way, you probably would be going to heaven because you didn't have that knowledge. But however, if you are living your life and your orientation towards Christianity is inherently to reject it, then yeah, no, you'd be going to hell.
Hey,
So
so
just to clarify, I would go to hell for using all of the faculties that God gave me and coming to a conclusion that God didn't like, with intellectual honesty and no falsity. No rejection, no whatever. I examined every piece of evidence and I came to this conclusion. I did it with honesty, intellectual honesty, and critical analysis. I used the gifts he gave me and I came to a conclusion that God didn't like. I'd wind up going to hell for that. Your God is a moral monster.
No, that's a
just-
you're presupposing that that you have gone through it with perfect rationality and perfect
As
open-mindedness.
far as I
and
know,
whatever.
I have.
Okay,
No, we believe from
All right,
Romans.
Asline.
everybody has.
I want to. We've been talking for a long time. We'd love to get into this with you next time. We can get into Pascal's wager, or Pascal's gambit is the correct term, but they're both the same thing. But maybe we can do this in a future episode because.
I've taken up a lot of your time.
Well, no, it's been really good, and I think we would like to get to other audience members. And what I want to do is
Fair.
maybe you two can just finish up over the course of the next 2 minutes, and then we can go on from there. Does that sound good?
It's pretty much it. That's pretty much what it's
yeah,
stressing out. Is that there's logical entailments that cannot be gotten around if God is to hold specific attributes. That there's only 3 logically consistent conclusions you can make up. That we made that one, God is it's either deism, dystheism, or atheism. That it's either a sufficiently powerful enough agent that doesn't interact with us and just kind of laid everything out, and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence. Dystheism, God is a moral monster and is deceptive and is doing all of this just to try and curry favor with human beings because it's a moral monster. Or 3, we made it all up and it's imaginary. So those are the only 3 logically consistent and intellectually honest conclusions you can come to on this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just close with real brief. Just I think that the belief in God is kind of explained in the same way that history is proven, where you kind of making an inference to the best explanation. And I think that I've demonstrated at least partially. I think morality kind of rests upon moral obligations rest upon an authority, because morals can exist, but moral obligations must come from an authority. And then I guess final point I'll just say, just to kiss ass a little bit, is that one thing that I appreciate with atheists that I really fucking hate with Christians is is a lack of apathy. I think you guys actually do believe in what you're talking
You mean
about. and
empathy?
No, apathy.
We're not
lack of-
apathetic to it. We don't just
yeah,
accept
no,
things.
I agree, and I respect that about atheists who actually care about the issues, right? Because I think that apathy is the greater threat to Christianity than atheism actually is. So yeah, thanks for having me up.
That's
Thank you. Just a second. Thank you, Asline. Just give me a second. I just want to say, I really enjoy this conversation with you because you give deep and insightful and well thought out responses. Go ahead, X.
Okay, so I let everybody else take different approaches to this thing, but I've been wanting to ask you since the very beginning when you started invoking authority and divine command. Are you holding to divine command meta-ethics or just some normative idea about it as well?
I mean, those are big terms. I would say that I believe.
You're not familiar?
So 2 things is that, one, I believe that objective morality exists based on an objective God, but then I also believe that the Bible provides an authority for what is good.
Okay. So I'm not trying to be like dismissive or anything. I'm just trying to clarify if you understand these concepts. But if you're talking about ethics and you're trying to talk about it seriously, usually you have to get into a distinction between a meta-ethical position, it's like what does it even mean to say something is good, as opposed to a normative position, like what is good and why should we think a certain good thing ought be followed or whatever. So when you're talking about the authority, I'm assuming that you're invoking divine command meta-ethics, but you may not actually be familiar with these terms. You may have only understood ethics from a Christian layperson perspective and not understood the philosophical way of looking at it. Is that the case?
So I mean, I guess I just don't care about terminology and things like that. I would say that for ethics, for conducting ethics, they require a reference. So for example, you could choose how you determine an action ethical. You could evaluate based on a utilitarian framework where an
A
action is
meta-ethic.
considered ethic. Yeah.
To be clear,
I
so
think that
utilitarianism is a meta-ethical perspective, right?
yeah, I think
So
that so yes, divine command meta ethics probably.
okay, so I'm not going to argue with you about this since it's probably fruitless if you're not familiar with it, but I want to give you a research suggestion to look into and then
Give me
come back and
homework.
talk to us. Well, it's going to be useful to you because either way, you'll either learn more about it and agree with how you started out, or you'll learn more about it and change your mind. But at least you'll be equipped to talk about ethics with a little bit more tools. So there's a debate on divine command metaethics and divine command theory in general. It sounded like you'd at least heard of the Euthyphro dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you should know that there's a lot of arguments that make it seem like divine command metaethics are absurd, and they have to do with kind of entailments of the Euthyphro dilemma and like Moore's open question about like what does it mean for something to be good. And I would suggest you read a paper by Thibodeau. I can send it to you, and it's called "God's Love is Irrelevant to the Euthyphro Problem" by Jason Thibodeau. And there's some follow-up debates on YouTube between him and a guy named Flanagan, who's a Christian apologist. And you can look into this more. But all I can say is when you take this position of divine command and you think that it's true, but you don't know much about ethical philosophy, you may not understand some of the arguments about why it's absurd or problematic until you look into this some. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll send this to you, and it may not make a lot of sense because you don't know much of the background terminology, but at least give it a try. If this is an argument you're going to make and you want to debate it, I want you to be as equipped as possible to have the
I'll
debate.
go even further. We can do a public debate between you and me on this if you want.
Sure. I mean, I'll give you as much time as you need to prepare.
Let me know. I can help you guys find a host for it. X, if you could post.
I'm
you can post
taking
in
up time.
X, if you can post that in the Heathen Hangout chat, I'll share it on YouTube as well.
Hopefully, I can post a file. I may not have the perms, so I'll try it.
Sure. Give me a week. I'll be ready.
Cool.
Aslan, thank you very much. Really appreciate this great conversation. We should probably move on to our next guest.
Yep.
Thank
All right.
you for
Thanks,
coming
y'all.
up. Eon seems very fiery.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. How are you? And what have you got for us today?
I've got a lot, actually. So I would like to begin, if you don't mind. I want to go ahead first.
Yeah, sure.
So Romans 1:20. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power in Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because that, when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools.
Do you have an argument, or are you just going to read scripture?
That's the word of God, sir.
Well, that's the great argument for atheism because it's clearly false. I've searched for all the evidence, and so there's no
Okay,
logical
so you're
evidence.
making
One
a
second,
claim
let me
there,
finish.
sir.
Let me
Can
finish.
you
Let me
substantiate that
finish.
claim?
Whoa. So the fact that statement is in the Bible, and the fact that statement is demonstrably false, because atheists have researched and are open
That's
to the
a
evidence.
claim.
Hold up, don't interrupt. And the fact that we've researched and found that there is no evidence proves that statement is false, which proves that the Bible is wrong and infallible. And so it's great evidence for atheism. Thank you.
Okay. Do you agree that Jesus Christ existed like most atheist scholars do,
Yes.
and that he was crucified?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that we have a lot of history and tradition based on the Word of God, which we call the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a man?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that God said that he created us in his image?
No, I did not know that. I know it's written in the Bible, but I don't see any evidence
It
of God
is.
saying that.
Now, did you know that? Well, here's the
Can we get rid of this guy?
Here's the irony. The
This
irony
person's
of
not
this.
serious.
Hold on a second. I am very serious. Okay. So,
Well,
and
you
I
haven't
saw how
addressed
you,
how
I
you know
saw
the
you
Bible.
guys. I saw you guys
No,
were
but Eon,
dogpiling the low hanging
Eon.
fruit that was just in here.
No, Eon,
So-
you haven't
Well,
demonstrated how
joke.
you know the Bible to be true.
No, listen, guys. This guy's all he does is parrot
Because
Kid
God
Hovind.
is reality.
I
You guys
literally
are just
caught him
rejecting
parroting Kid
reality.
Hovind word for word, and he denied it. So he's not an honest person in the first place.
Ken Hovind can learn some things. So
It's I'm okay with.
Okay,
I don't
first of
really.
all, Eon,
I don't really mind dishonest people for like we can give him.
Just off for a sec, TJump.
you see how they're dogpiling is kind of crazy.
Eon, you just made a disparaging comment about the previous guest who was on. It was totally unfounded. Please don't do that sort of thing. Do you have an argument to convince us that God exists, or did you just want to read scripture?
Yes, I actually asked a question. I was going to go into it, but as you can see, you guys were kind of
Okay, what's your argument?
dogpiling me and acting childish.
Yeah. Quick point of moderation. Just Eon, you and TJump are having a good back and forth. Let's just continue with that. Let him run its course.
Thank you. Let's don't
And then
let
we'll
King
take it from there.
Xerxes jump in anymore. So TJump, are you a man?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that God said that let us make man in our image in Genesis?
I have no reason to believe God said anything because there's no reason he exists.
Okay. Have you read the Bible?
Yes, multiple times, cover to cover.
Okay. So you are aware in Genesis that God said, let us make man in our image in Genesis?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Jesus Christ was a man?
Yes.
Okay. So if we're made in God's image, is God not the Son, which is flesh, right? The Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. And therefore you too are also made in the image of God. You are body, mind, and spirit, just as God. Do you not find that ironic that you are literally
Wait, what is
living proof of Jesus Christ? And it's ironic that you're asking for the proof of God when all you have to do is look in the mirror.
Wait, okay, so I'm not at all following what that sentence was. So was your question, if the Bible is true and if the Bible says we're made in the image of God, then we are similar to God? Is that your question?
Well, reality is that God created us in his image.
Well, that's what we're asking
And
about.
you
Why
are
should we
literally
think
proof of
Yeah,
God.
Ian, one
So
sec.
if you want
Ian,
evidence,
one
you
sec,
can
one
look
sec,
in the
one sec.
mirror.
So go back to your first sentence. We would like evidence to think that reality is the fact that God created us. Why should we think that reality is that God created us in his image?
Were you did you catch what I said when I first came in? Romans 1 verse 20.
Yes, and I think that's good evidence against God. So was that your evidence?
So all created things know God, know their creator. So what's your excuse? Because that verse says that they are without excuse. What's your excuse that you don't know God? Are you just like maybe God didn't create you with a brain to know him, or
no, it seems like
what?
I've
What's your excuse?
assessed the evidence thoroughly with every means of epistemology known to man, and I've found it factually false.
Ooh, okay. So do you agree that in my worldview, God is outside of creation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore he's not constricted into the laws of his own creation, correct?
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Wait, just a clarification, Eon. Does that mean the laws of logic do not apply to God?
God created the laws of logic.
No.
That doesn't answer the question.
Do the laws of logic apply to God?
No.
Okay, so then
Well, then God doesn't exist by definition.
Wait. So
how does that make
hang
sense?
on a second. Because if the laws of logic don't apply to God, then God can both exist and not exist simultaneously, which means God does not exist, which means atheism is justified.
Ask it in the form of a question. Ask him, Eon.
Where do you get your laws of logic
Wait,
from?
one sec. Eon, can
It
God
doesn't matter.
both?
It doesn't. You need to address
It does
that.
matter.
No. Ask it as a question. Eon, can God both
they're
exist
like
and
children.
not exist at the same time?
What?
Can God both exist and not exist at the same time?
God is eternal. He always exists.
Right.
Then the
So
laws
he
of logic
can't.
apply to it.
So he can't
How?
both exist and not exist, right? It's impossible.
Okay, so here's a good analogy. Let's say I'm God, and I build a computer. Okay, listen. This is the fallacy you guys make, and this is what I was hearing in the last conversation. It's like you're skipping a step. You're skipping the foundation. So the foundation is, in my worldview, I don't know if you guys know this, right? So God's outside of creation. So let's say I'm God. This is an analogy. It's not, one-to-one, but
Eon, the moment you say
it's a good
God is,
analogy.
you've invoked all three laws of logic. There's no need for you to go any further.
So hold on a second. So I'm God. I build my own computer. I build software, and inside that software, I create the universe, and I create the world, and I create humans, and I program everything, and I create humans with their own free will, and I create it right. So I determine everything, but I'm outside of the computer.
Wait, I'm lost. So
I'm outside.
Ian,
Right?
one sec.
So every single thing, like you,
Ian, I'm trying to follow you.
Stuck
I'm trying
inside that software, inside that program.
Ian, stop talking. I'm trying to follow you, but I can't understand how any of this answers the question. You said the laws of logic don't apply to God. Is God
You can even
himself.
You didn't tell me where laws of logic
He
came
said
from.
Eon, stop. We
So-
asked
so-
you, TJump asked you a question that was appropriate.
Look, you're
We
not
should have
going to
addressed it.
dogpile me like you did the
Eon,
last guy.
Eon, we should. The
Mhm.
question is, can God
shows
both
fear.
exist and not exist simultaneously?
I already
Yes or
answered
no?
that. What was my answer?
You said no. You said
No,
no.
you didn't answer the question.
Okay, then
He
why
did. He did answer. He did answer. He said God.
Okay.
You didn't answer. He didn't actually answer that question.
Wow,
He
is
said
that
God
really?
eternal.
Really?
Eon,
But he
because
never
I don't even know
answered
if
the
you guys
question that
have
was posed.
logic. That's
because
weird.
Eon, you have to look at the entailment of saying that God cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. If God cannot exist and exist simultaneously, then that means that the laws of logic apply to God.
Says who? And what's your definition of logic? And where do you get it from?
That's one of the that's the law of non-contradiction. That's one of the laws of logic.
Because you guys are childish. You're skipping over the foundation of what you're actually talking about, and it's really silly and childish.
No, we're pointing out the contradiction in your
You
thinking.
guys
Well, no,
sound like fools.
wait. Eon is correct. We are
Eon,
skipping.
Eon,
Eon
this
is
is
correct
literal
there.
smooth
One sec.
brain nonsense that you're
Eon is
spouting
correct
here.
that we are skipping over the foundation because we're using his foundation.
I don't know
We're
if you guys
saying
know
we're
what logic
granting.
is.
Eon, hold up. So, Eon, we're granting your position. We're going to say you're right here, and you say
I am right.
God does. The laws of logic don't apply to God. And now we're going to ask you one of the laws of logic, the law of non-contradiction. If this logic applies to God, does God exist and not exist at the same time? Now, if you say no, that
That's a
means that one
fallacy.
of the laws of logic apply to God, which then refutes
If God didn't
your
exist, he
earlier
wouldn't be
statement.
God. That is a fallacy. Do you have logic in your brain?
What?
Can you use it, please? God
Eon's
gave it
not-
This
to
is
you.
unbelievable, Eon. The fact that that would be a fallacy
That's a
proves that
stupid
God adheres to
question.
logical. Eon, you dumb motherfucker. That literally means
Oh,
God adheres to laws
ad-homs
of
now.
logic.
Yeah, it shows
That is
you're
what
losing
that
the
means,
discussion,
Eon.
buddy.
You can't say that would be a fallacy unless you're invoking the laws of logic
you
against
know what?
God.
You know the ad hom fallacy. Can someone give me a definition of that?
Can we
'Cause that's
please
what
get rid of
King
this guy?
Xerxes-
This is not serious.
Yes. He's either not getting it or he's deliberately. At that point, he's either not getting it or he's deliberately trolling, and that's why I put him down. It's because when faced with this, it's a contradiction. What he's stating is contradictory, and when faced with that, he can't suss it out. So
On one hand, he wants to say that he literally said that the laws of logic don't apply to God, and then also that the question we asked him was a fallacy because of logic. What?
The laws of logic don't apply to God, and then they do apply to God, but it's by turning around and saying, well, you're using the laws of logic apply. No. Eon, if you're still listening, we just pointed out the contradiction in your reasoning. So, and you couldn't address it.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna move on here. That was a rather low quality conversation, unfortunately. Christine, welcome. Christine,
Thank you.
why Antichrist? What have you got for us today?
Yeah. So I just want to start off by saying I know you guys have been debating a lot of like ultra conservative Christians. I'm an anarcho-communist. And you know, when I think about my relationship with God, it's not like a scriptural thing. I remember there was like the last guy who was on, somebody asked the question, can God both exist and not exist?
Okay.
Did somebody ask that?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a question.
So-
This question: did the laws of logic apply to God? So, is God outside the laws of logic, or do the laws of logic apply to him? And if God can, but if the laws of logic are, if God is outside the laws of logic and they don't apply, then God by nature violates the laws of logic, which means God can both exist and not exist simultaneously. But if the position is that God cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, then that means that the laws of logic apply to God.
Now, see, I think God can both exist and not exist at the same time, because I think that is true to the argument you're making, because God is beyond logic to the point that it doesn't interact with the logical. You know what I mean? Like God doesn't do miracles. It doesn't it doesn't turn water to wine or anything like
How
that.
do you identify God?
I was just about to go to the law of identity, because
Sure.
God is God and God is not God.
Sure. So I think the way it works is it's heavily dependent on the observer. I think God is one of those things where it literally looks and behaves differently based on how you interact with it. So like for somebody like me, God exists, but for an atheist, God doesn't exist. And I think both of those exist simultaneously.
Can
So
you
it's because
picture in
the
your head a
waveforms-
stick?
So the
Can you-
waveform hasn't collapsed? No, just go ahead.
Yeah, I can imagine a stick.
No, can you imagine a stick that only has one end?
No,
Why not?
because that's a logical contradiction. You can't have a stick with one end.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And a God that can exist and not exist at the same time is a logical contradiction as well. It's literally not something that we would even be able to recognize.
But I don't know. I
Right?
don't know if God is logical.
Okay, Christine, the proposition God is not logical requires the laws of logic in order to even be coherent in the first place.
But
You
I never
cannot
said
talk
God
about-
was logical.
Well, so a more
Christine,
general question.
That's the point. When you say God is not logical, that proposition right there requires the laws of logic to be coherent in the
Wait,
first
one
place.
sec,
At this
one sec.
point, this conversation is devoid of meaning because Christine, because the laws of logic are prescriptive. They're prescriptive instruments to human thought. All right.
Yes.
What it means to exist is that you are as opposed to not being. That you can't be what your antithesis is. So if you are a human, you can't be not a human, right? Or if you're God, you can't be not God. If you're God, you are God. Just A equals A. And then the third one, God can't exist and not exist at the same time. That's just one example, right? That's
So
just the
I'm
logical law
curious-
that's in the middle.
I'm curious why you think that because we live in a logical world that's like governed by physics that are predictable.
This isn't physics. This is logic.
Well, I think physics and logic are kind of like they sit
No,
in the
they're
same
not. They're
area.
not even remotely the same. Logic,
You have to
logic
use
is
logic
axiomatic.
to think about. Yeah, there's
You
like
have to
an
use logic
algorithm
to
you
think
have to
about anything,
follow.
Christine.
What?
Christine, logic is literally the description of the behavior of extant things. If something exists, it's described by logic. That's how we identify if something exists in the first place. So if you're going to say that something can exist and not exist, there's no distinction between existence and non-existence, and we're not talking about anything at that point.
Maybe. I think that's kind of. I didn't expect to say a whole lot because it wasn't really my goal to convince you guys. I just-
Christine, the God you're talking about looks exactly like
Sure.
a stick with only one end. That's all. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it
say
does.
about it.
Like when I try to imagine what God looks like, it would look like a stick with one end.
Yeah, something that doesn't exist.
I mean, sure.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
Can-
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Wait, no, I got some question here. Can anything exist and not exist at the same time? Like anything?
Like in the physical universe?
No, anything. Literally anything, including just anything.
I think God does.
Anything else?
No, I think God is probably the only thing that does that. Unless you like want to get weird about like philosophical interpretations of the existence of the universe, but that's like why even bring that up?
Okay, so why can God somehow violate the law of logic and not exist while still existing?
Because it exists outside of the universe, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to it doesn't even interact with the physical universe. The only way it interacts with the universe is through us.
Okay, so let's say that there are things that exist outside of the universe. Let's say there are lots of things that exist outside of the universe. Does
Like
the fact that
physical
they
things? Like other universes or
they could be non-physical. I don't care if they're physical. They could be spiritual, supernatural, ubernatural,
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Mhm.
But if those things exist outside of the universe, can they both exist outside of the universe and in the universe at the same time?
Mhm.
So they exist in the universe.
Kind of, but it's like it doesn't ever have like a physical impact, you know, because
Well,
so you
that's
can't
fine,
really
that's
say
fine.
it like physically exists, you know.
So God exists in the universe partially.
I don't think so.
Well, so if he doesn't exist in the universe, that's one of the laws of logic. So like either he both exists in the universe and does not exist in the universe. That would be like a violation of the law of logic. Or he
Yeah,
doesn't
I think
exist in
that's
the universe.
part of the reason why God doesn't perform miracles because it would like logically break the universe.
Logically, okay. So the
You
question
know?
is either God does not exist in the universe, or God both exists in the universe and does not exist in the universe. So if God does not exist in the universe, that's the law of non-contradiction. That's fine.
Well, I would make the prescriptive claim that God does not exist in the universe, but God existing like in a spiritual or supernatural sense. I think once you start going into that realm, you can consider the possibility that God can both exist, not exist, and be a self-contradiction.
How?
Because it's not physical or logical.
So the physical thing is fine. It doesn't matter if things are physical, but they'd still be logical.
Sure.
Like if you can describe a thing with words, God has property X, that would be
Sure.
logic, right?
Yeah.
So you must be able to describe God with logic.
There's some like general things I can describe, but it's in a lot of ways it's also indescribable, you know? I think that's why people refer to their faith as faith, because a lot of us know there is no evidence. There is zero evidence for the existence of God. The only evidence for the existence of God is our own testimony of its existence.
There's zero
So,
evidence for the existence of
yeah,
God.
there's
but
zero
there is evidence
evidence.
for the existence of God.
Yeah.
Well, then your testimony wouldn't be evidence. Either
Well,
there's
the
zero
faithful
or there's
believe
some
that
non-zero number of evidence.
I don't think people who are faithful need evidence for God. It's just kind of obvious to them that it exists. You know?
Right.
Like I don't think when people who are faithful think about God existing, they don't try to logic it out like, okay, where do I find the evidence for God existing? It's more like, you know, they're faithful.
I mean, this is literally not even worth discussing anymore because Christine,
Okay.
based on what you said thus far, like there's no truth value to the proposition does God exist in your worldview.
Well,
'Cause
she
the answer
takes
can be
she
both
takes the
yes and no at the
anarcho-capitalist
same time.
she takes the anarcho-capitalist position really, really far to the point of just being an anarcho-capitalist about logic, and I think that's awesome.
I'm sorry.
I think she
What?
said anarcho-communist.
Yeah, I said anarcho-communist.
My bad. So you take that position all the way to logic, and I love it.
Yeah, but I do.
Don't
Fuck
encourage
the
that kind of stuff.
No, I'm not a cringy tanky, I promise. I just don't like capital.
We'll agree to disagree.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't expect to have much.
I don't
mean,
really
can't-
care about your political views, but all I can say is I'm not exactly confident in your ability to evaluate the truth of different political systems if you don't understand why
Why are
logic
you
is necessary.
insulting me, dude? I was like polite.
I'm not
and
insulting
you're
you.
like,
Just like this is logic is so fundamental and axiomatic to every proposition that we evaluate that for you to jettison it out of this one proposition just because you don't like the implications of it is just
No, it's not
bombastically
that I
naive.
don't like the implications of it. That's just how I think it works.
Okay, things that don't function with logic don't function.
Yeah, sure.
There is no working outside of logic that is completely inconceptual.
I don't know if God has a function.
So we have a
Like,
we have a
it
term.
doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't do anything.
Is God's function a logical function?
I don't think so. I think it's kind of like, you know, what is the purpose? What is our purpose for being here? I don't think there is one.
I agree with you. I'm
So-
not convinced
so
that there's a
Christine,
purpose
it
for
seems-
us.
What you say, you pretty much what you're kind of describing is a weird form of deism. It's kind of like a sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with
I don't think God created the universe either.
Okay, so is God more kind of like an ethereal concept that people use
I
as
think
kind of
that
like an
could-
emotional appeal?
I think thinking of God as an emotional appeal, I don't think it's necessarily emotional appeal. I think it's more of a pathetic appeal where it's like you're appealing to the human condition. It's like, you know,
you need something to kind of fill the gap or fill the void or provide some sort of like psychological or physiological utility for oneself.
Why?
Well, that's because typically, I mean, from the conversations that I've had, the interactions I've had, that's essentially what it pretty much susses out to is that vast majority of people hold on to the God concept despite the logical contradictions of it. That people hold on to it because it provides some sort of psychological utility.
I mean, it can. Doesn't have to.
So logically speaking, God either exists or it does not exist. And it's one or the other.
I don't know if that's the case.
Well, either a thing exists or it does not exist. Now, I'm not talking about the form or nature in which this thing exists. I'm simply saying that God is either a thing that exists in the universe as a part of in the universe, because everything that exists is within the universe. So if we discover something else, the thing is still a part of the universe. So God either exists as a thing in the universe, or it does not exist. It exists only in the minds of human beings who thought it up, who dreamed it up.
I mean, yeah, that is a way to think about it. You know, setting aside faith. Like if we just set aside faith completely, then yeah.
And faith itself there's a lot of problems there as well, because faith is emotion based. Faith can change.
Well, I think I
faith
don't
is not
know
based
if
on
that's
evidence.
well, I don't know if that's a bad if that's necessarily a bad thing, because when we think about morals, you can make utilitarian arguments that the most moral thing to do is the most utilitarian thing, but I think it's obvious to most people that it's like not okay to assault people, or it's not okay to murder people, and there's no real logical way to prove that that's not okay, but we have this collective sense that it is not okay to do that.
Well, we have this collective sense that it's not okay to do that within our own social groups, because if you have a social group that prides itself upon the subjugation of other social groups, but you can't do the things that you do to other social groups within your own social group, that's what we experience. The difference is that our world is becoming a global social group. But 10,000 years ago, it was very much not the case. It was very much one group against the other groups. We've pretty much established ourselves across the planet in such a ubiquitous fashion that it's all become one global, and with communication technology, that it's all pretty much become one global group, adopting the same subjective values and the same subjective moral standards. Now, there are still fringe groups that exist that kind of reject that or have their own interpretations, that have their own subjective interpretations of which are different from our subjective interpretations of what justice is, or innocence, or guilt, or truth, or whatever. But the general standard is that the world has grown to a point where it's one global community agreeing upon one global subjective standard.
Sure. But the idea of not murdering people, I think, has cropped up independently in many different places. Why do you think murder? How do you surmise that?
That's okay. So this goes to things like evolutionary game theory, which can get a little bit more complex, but in the sense that we learned very early on that just in our basic resource gathering times before before any of this thing sets out, is that we learned very early on that so there's a difference between cooperative action and selfish action. And cooperative action, we learned very early on that cooperative action yields greater positive results for the entire group and the survival of the group than selfish action. Selfish action yields positive results in the short term, usually for the individual, sometimes for the group, but not in the long term. In the long term, selfish action results in destruction of the group if all the action is selfish. So we learned very early on, if we want to survive, we need to embrace cooperative action in order to keep ourselves alive. Okay? So as a social species, these are one of the things that we adopted, that we essentially evolved into, is one of the things that we adopted, that those individuals who were prone to selfish action consistently because they lack empathy or for whatever reason were ostracized from the group. So we basically artificially selected for ourselves. We artificially selected empathy and the ability to form empathetic bonds. So that is how this became a positively selective pressure for humanity. Now today, we don't do that. We don't just kick antisocial people to the wilds and let the wolves take care of them. We don't kick them out of the gene pool. So we now have a place for everybody, and we allow antisocial people to continue to breed and interact with society despite their actions, because we now have a more, I guess you would agree, you would say, a more lenient or a softer justice system. Okay,
maybe
we may supposedly, but going back to the very beginning, we're going back a million years ago. Okay. If you acted against the group in a selfish fashion, you did it consistently, they just abandon you. They would ostracize you from the group and leave you to the wild. You would breed with no one, and the elements would take care of you because you'd have no safety of the group. So
why is violence still so common?
Well, violence is so common because of the way of violence is the level of violence that we have now is a combination of two things. One, you have better connectivity to the world, so you are hearing more about it. So it's not that the violence level has changed; it's that you are more aware of all the violence going on.
Hate crimes have been rising in America for the past couple of years.
You're more aware of it. Do you think that in the
the line went up?
No, Christine, it goes up in commensurate with our level of connectivity, with our level of communication connectivity. You're hearing more
but the
about it,
internet-
which is why it seems higher.
I'm sorry, but the internet's been around for a long time.
Internet's
and
been around since 1997.
Yeah, and the crime has been decreasing pretty much all that time, except like around the 2016
I'm
election.
sorry,
Then
1987, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, it's been around longer than that.
Sorry, in 1987, my bad.
But Christine, the amount of hate crimes in the United States have not increased. It's just that the amount of things which are considered hate crimes has increased.
Oh, that's
They've
also
expanded
Really?
the definition.
The things
but,
that we
then,
consider,
but then you
the
can
things
also
that we
like look
consider
at
hate
raw
crimes.
violence.
No, it's the
Sorry.
things. It's kind of like saying it's kind of like the argument. You're essentially making the same kind of argument when conservative theists are talking about how society is making people gay. Okay, because the rate of people identifying as gay has increased as a result of society becoming more accepting of people being gay. So they interpret that as that society is making people gay, when in actuality, society's become more accepting of gay people coming out, and because now they're safer, there's no fear of them being lynched or murdered or whatever.
Please move away from this topic. This is about to turn into a shit show. We need to.
It's not Xerxes. It's not turning into a shit show. It's like it's following the line of reasoning on this.
Well, just I did want to say one thing. Like she is right that there are ups and downs in statistics. So the rate of hate crimes does occasionally go up every year, and then it goes down every year. But overall, the trend is down. So even though there are certain years when it goes up, the trend is lower.
I think I'll have to check sources on that, because the last time I saw, the last 3 years, not just hate crimes, but just violent crimes in general in America have been more common.
Yes,
No,
that's
you're
true.
hearing about them more.
Wait.
No,
So
I think it's like literally a statistical thing.
so in any graph you have ups and downs, and in the ups and downs, like climate change, sometimes the temperature gets colder, but that doesn't mean climate change isn't going up. It just means that some times of the year and some years are colder than others. The same thing applies with hate crimes. There are more hate crimes some years, but the amount of crime overall, the amount of violent crime, has gone down over time through the course of history.
Except for the past few years. And it's like, yeah, I get it can fluctuate a year, but it's consistently rising.
No, it's actually trending downward.
It is. It's trending downwards. You can check Steven Pinker's Better Angels of Our Nature. He goes through all the statistics of violence, crime, and shows how they've been decreasing over time, with two exceptions, like World War II and Soviet Russia and China. Those are the only two exceptions where the amount of crimes went up because of, mass murder and stuff. But other than those two, the trend over time is down by a huge margin.
Maybe I just misread the statistics that the government published. I don't know.
Well, the FBI statistics indicate that violent crime is going down across the country and has been on that trend for the past 10 years.
Except for the last 4 years.
No,
Yeah, I'll have to look. I could be.
The highest rate of violent crime was in the 60s and 70s. So in America, the highest rate of violent crime was in the 60s and 70s. And the fact that it goes up occasionally for a couple of years, we're still nowhere near that level. It's still going down.
Yeah, that's true.
significant rate.
Yeah, and I think that kind of like I think the reason why I was like trying to weed that apart is I don't think that increased connect. Oh no, you weren't making that argument. You're making the argument that we're just seeing it more. You weren't saying it was actually happening more because of the internet.
We're more aware of it. We are more aware of the stories are more widely the stories are more widely reported on, and more people have access to the ability to put this stuff out there. And because of the internet, and the vast majority of humanity has access to it, then you ostensibly have have access to more of those stories. You're simply getting a grander view of all what was already going on.
But see,
You're
I didn't
simply
really
more
base
aware of it now.
Well, I didn't base my opinion on how many stories I was reading online. I was basing it on like statistics that were published by the government. Maybe I just misread them. So I have a question. Do you believe morals exist?
Can humans?
Do you think there is such a thing as an objectively good moral?
I do.
No,
I believe in a moral realism. Yes.
I'm a moral relativist that all morals are subjective. Morals are subjective to the individual, to the group, to the society, to the nation, to the world, and the difficulties in trying to find a middle ground up through all of that everyone can agree on. but morals
Sure.
are subjective in just objective morality.
Yeah,
is
fair
how it
enough.
exists. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we kind of reached our conclusion here. I ain't got more for you. Unless you
Okay.
got questions. I don't know.
This is good timing because we've kind of veered off topic by getting into political statistics and whatnot here. But I
you
think
for
it was a
coming
good conversation. Thank you, Christine, for coming on. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks for having me.
it. We'll talk again in the future.
Yeah.
We're going to probably bring on the next person here who's been waiting for quite a while.
Matthew?
Oh, sorry, you're taking.
Yeah, Matthew was wanting to chat. Oh, did you invite somebody?
Hello. I got in here. I'm still here.
Yeah, all right.
We can both go at the same time if he wants to, but.
So we'll get you next. Sorry, we had two people driving here. That wasn't that wasn't well coordinated.
Yeah, so Matthew wanted to discuss general logical arguments for the existence of God.
Thank you, Matthew. Welcome. What have you got for us?
Thanks. I also wanted to kind of talk about that guy who was on here talking to JL before Eon. And JL was asking why God hasn't given a universal interpretation of Revelation. Was that? Can you clarify that, JL?
The question was like, given the logical entailments of God's attributes that are derived from the Bible, that God has these specific attributes, where the omni attributes kind of come from. If God possesses these attributes, then it's logically possible for God to convey itself in a way that all human beings across the spectrum, regardless of station or education level, would be able to understand with no
a better way of
in an
putting it
objective
is
fashion.
just that more people would believe if this God actually existed.
Yeah. So
arguably, every single person in the world would be convinced that this God exists if he actually exists.
Yeah, and that God, given its attributes, why does God have to rely on faith? Because faith leads to problematic decision making. So if God existed and revealed itself in whole to all of humanity, then humanity would be faced with an honest choice, which would be to either accept it and follow it or to not accept it. But there would be no atheists because the God exists. Now the question is, are you going to be a Christian or not? And to see that's what it is. But if God is true and everything about it is true, then it should not fear inquiry. But everything susses out, given the subjective interpretations of the Bible and how people view these things, it seems that God is fearful of inquiry, or God requires faith for some reason, which is weird because if it's true, it shouldn't require faith. You know?
Well, I don't think that's true at all. You think
so?
That
Why
things that require faith aren't true? Is that what you think?
No. If God exists, then God would not require faith for anything, and God would understand that accepting things based solely on faith is bad reasoning. So why would God accept people? Why does God require the worst mistakes in human reasoning be made to justify belief in its existence instead of relying upon saying, hey, I want you to use your critical faculties and intellectual honesty and evaluate the evidence and come to me honestly. But
right,
but when we do that, the conclusion, the only intellectually honest conclusion is that this thing is imaginary. So why did God set the system up like this? Why does God require confirmation bias and bad reasoning and fallacious reasoning to justify its existence when it knew omnisciently, infallibly, that this is the system it was creating?
Okay, sorry, are you done now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, you're kind of begging the question to a large degree. And I would say, well, that it's not namely that it's not reasonable to believe in God, or that after a thorough examination of
that's not what I said.
Reality.
That's not what I said. I said, why does God, if God exists? No, if God exists, why does it require mistakes in reasoning be made? Appeals to emotion, arguments from incredulity, arguments from ignorance. Why does God require these in order to get to it? Because when you eliminate those and you don't commit those
that's just
fallacies,
begging the question.
It doesn't.
JL, do you mind if I try this a different way?
Like you're just saying.
Yeah, go ahead and let Matthew respond. Then you can take over the Xerxes.
Like my position is that a reasonable assessment of reality is going to necessarily get you to the existence of God as a prime mover. The contrary is impossible, in my view. And then from there, we have motives of credibility to believe with divine faith that this God has acted in human history in various ways and that his will can be discerned through divine revelation in the Old and New Testament and clarified and interpreted through the teaching authority of the Catholic Church, right? So I don't accept the sort of presupposition that's baked into this.
Okay, regardless.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Xerxes.
Regardless of whether or not you think that proper reasoning would get you to the conclusion that a God exists, do you at least acknowledge that many people have not arrived at that conclusion?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And according to 1 Timothy 2:4, it says that God wants for all people to come to know the truth and be saved. Correct?
Right, that would be the consequent antecedent will of God. I'm sorry. There's the antecedent will of God and the consequent will of God. Antecedent will of God.
Not
of
interested
God
in
is
these frivolous distinctions that you
Well, it's
people
an
make
important
up because you
distinction.
can't. No, they're not important. They're literally invented for the purposes of getting out of certain logical problems.
Okay, so it's like I may want a particular thing, but in light of a particular reality or some other good that I also want, I may have to forego the thing that I want, right?
Yeah, well, when you
So,
control
with
literally all the
God-
circumstances and conditions of the universe, such a thing would not be a problem. But let's go
Well,
ahead
that's
and
not the
entertain
case,
this
though,
nonsense
because
for a moment.
we know that
Matthew, can you
God-
provide for me a reason why people don't believe in God?
Well, there's going to be many reasons for that. I think, first off, it's going to be like a failure of human reason to accurately assess reality and
Okay,
believe
well,
in
that's God's
God.
fault. He created us that way.
Well, no, it's not. He created us with the
It's not that
appropriate-
not just that he created us that way. He created us to wind up, because if you argue that he created us perfectly, in the garden, if you want to go that route, he
He
set
didn't
the
create us
parameters. He
I don't
set
know.
the parameters for our fall. Because remember, God is omniscient, knows all true propositions. So God knew what was going to happen infallibly. God set the parameters of the garden, set the parameters of Adam and Eve to be manipulated by the serpent, whose parameters he also set.
Okay,
God
so
set
I
it
don't.
all in motion. So
So
it
I
is
wouldn't
God's
say
fault.
that God creates us perfectly. I mean, you have to define what you mean by perfect.
No, I
that's
mean,
a-
like in the garden, if you want to go by that, then
That
Adam and
wasn't
Eve
that
were
wasn't
created.
part of my argument at all. What I was saying is that God intentionally designed us in such a way that He knew with infallible foreknowledge would lead many of us to failing to
Correct.
reason properly
Correct.
to His existence.
Right, and I would
Why?
say that the fall of Adam was a good thing, right? Because
Oh, okay, I'm not arguing about morality here. That's not what I'm arguing at all. I'm merely asking the question.
right, so you're
as to
asking why
why
did he, yeah, this is
people
like
don't
problem
believe.
of evil. I got it. Yeah.
No, it's not the
So-
problem of evil at all. I'm not talking about evil or morality, Matthew. I'm asking why people don't believe.
So it's divine hiddenness, which is a riff on the problem of evil.
Not really.
Right. Okay, so it's not. All right. So what?
I'm not even incorporating evil here. It has nothing to do with morality or evil. Why don't people believe?
Okay, so I said, first off, because there's a failure of the faculty of reason,
Which
to
would be
claim
God's
to-
fault because He's the one that
Well,
gave
well,
us
no,
our
it's not.
faculties.
If
Yes,
he
it
gives,
is.
it's a failure of the use of the faculty, not the failure of the faculty itself.
That's unrecognizable, Matthew. Okay, I
How is
have
that?
gone
What do you mean?
through
It's like
ostensibly-
saying like
Ma-
car
Matthew.
accidents usually don't happen because the car is defective.
That
They
is
usually
that
happen
is
because
literally the
driver's
dumbest thing I've ever heard, Matthew.
Why is that
okay,
stupid?
because there's no distinction between my use of my reasoning and my ability to reason. They're the same fucking thing. There's no
That's definitely
identitarian
not the
distinction
case.
there. That's absolutely
Just
absurd.
because particular people use their reason to come to false conclusions doesn't mean that the faculty of their reason is like defective.
Yes, but
Ma-
Matthew,
Ma-
just
J-
assuming
JL,
that people
please,
no,
please,
but
please,
just
JL,
assuming that
please.
people come to different conclusions than the one you've come to, just assuming that their reasoning is automatically invalid when you haven't knocked down their reasoning, that's also problematic.
Okay, I
Because
think we're kind of-
I'm an atheist first and foremost because the concept of God, the way it's entailed in the Bible, is logically contradictory. Logical contradictions cannot exist.
Why is that?
That God in the Bible does not exist.
Why is it logically contradictory?
Because God possesses attributes that are logically contradictory. God cannot be both omniscient and omnipotent simultaneously. These are logically contradictory
Why not?
attributes.
Why can't she be all powerful and all knowing at the same time? I don't understand.
Because then God would be unable to act outside of its infallible foreknowledge. God would not be, because if you were omniscient, like Xerxes has said in the past, you're essentially a cart on a track. God cannot make decisions if God is omniscient. Everything is already said, is
How
already
does that
known.
follow?
God can't change his mind on anything.
So yeah, I agree that God can't change his mind.
Right. So, but changing your
Right.
mind is a logical attribute of an entity that can do anything without logical contradiction.
No, because if you're all knowing, then it's going to be
Then you can't
logically
change your mind.
impossible. Correct. It's just going to be logically impossible. And omnipotence
Right. So it's not
is
omnipotent.
understood. Well, you just said it, and you guys said it earlier, that omnipotence is understood within the auspices of what is logically possible.
Yes, and
So,
the entailment
I
of
don't understand.
omnipotence is it can do anything that is not logically. See, that's a problem. Is that the
Right.
omniscience sets up something that the omnipotence can't do? It sets up a violation of omnipotence.
Well, no, it doesn't, because it just shows something is logically impossible. Like, I don't understand this.
No,
I
no.
thought this was
Having
just
the
something at least we
attribute,
could.
having the attribute creates something that the omnipotent can't do.
That's correct. So
Yes,
being,
so that is
a being that
logically
is both-
contradictory. That is logically contradictory. Logical contradictions
No,
can
it
exist. So the
isn't.
only
Like, a
conclusion
being-
is that God either doesn't exist or it
I
doesn't
don't know why
possess these
you guys
attributes.
didn't interrupt people before. I don't know what it is with me. Why do you have to interrupt me?
Because you're not letting me finish my statement. You keep trying to jump to something
That's
else like you did with
definitely not
Xerxes. So the whole point is God is defined in a logically contradictory fashion. Logical contradictions cannot exist. The God in the Bible does not exist.
Okay. So a being that knows everything and can't change his mind. Okay, he can't do one thing, namely, he can't change his mind. Why can't he do that? Because that would be contradictory. That would be logically contradictory for an all-knowing being to change his mind about a particular truth that he knows. Okay, that would be logically contradictory. And if this being is also omnipotent, which omnipotence means doing anything that is logically possible, those are compatible, because omniscience just entails that logically, it's logically impossible for this being to change mind, which is compatible with omnipotence.
No, it's not, because then God wouldn't have had to create a new covenant in Jeremiah 31:31.
Well, he didn't change his mind.
He
That's not a
did. He
change
created
in
a
the
new
law.
covenant with new understanding and new rules.
The new covenant.
If
from
God
Genesis.
already knew infallibly that it was going to do this, why didn't it do the covenant in Jeremiah 31:31 first?
Because he wanted to establish certain things to guide his covenant people towards the truth gradually.
But it didn't work, which is why he
Yes,
changed
it.
it.
It's
It
planned
didn't.
from Genesis.
But it didn't work, which is why he changed it. If it was working, then he wouldn't need to change it.
Okay,
You
I
see the
just
point?
like I don't see the point. I just told you God planned the new covenant from the book of Genesis. In the liturgy in church, we sing about the happy fault of Adam, because God allowed the fall of Adam to bring death, human death, into the world, so that God could incarnate into this world and destroy death for us all. Right? That's covenant theology. Right? You just have such a misunderstanding of this.
No, I
get
don't.
this, to
I
be
know I
honest. Like,
don't. Your God dies on the logical entailments of its attributes.
I don't see the force of the argument.
I said your God
I
dies
already-
on the entailments of its attributes.
I already addressed it. Does anyone else want to present a point? Because I'm not seeing the argument here. Maybe I can go. I was going to give an argument, divine conceptualism.
Oh, I haven't heard you give an arguments for the existence of God. I just brought up something somebody said before, and you disagreed with it. Like I don't care. Do you have any evidence for God?
Yeah, sure. So this is divine conceptualism argument popularized by St. Augustine. These are kind of Platonic in nature a little bit. So premise 1, the laws of logic are necessarily true propositions. Premise 2, propositions are real entities, but not physical entities. Premise 3, propositions are mental entities. Premise 4, if the laws of
Okay, I'll
logic
just
are real
nominalism. Premise 2 is false. Okay, debunked.
Okay, so do you want to talk about nominalism?
Well, sure. So if nominalism is even logically possible, then premise 2 can't be justified. Therefore, your argument is false.
But I don't think nominalism is true, though. I think it's
It doesn't matter if it's true. If it's logically possible, then you can't say it's false in premise 2. So all I need to do show is it's logically possible.
That's not true.
Yes.
That's not how arguments work. Like,
if you said it's impossible, or if you said that it's the case that
I put the argument in. He didn't hang out, by the way. For people.
I don't
so,
care.
So let's just
your
address
premise
this.
2 says it is the case that propositions exist and they're not physical objects. If
Right,
nominalism
that
is
is the
true, then
case.
that's false. So
But
premise 2 is
just because
false.
it's logically possible for not to be the case doesn't mean that the premise is false. Like, we could talk about the famous argument, premise
Yes,
1.
yes, it is. So if
Socrates
the
is a
only thing
man.
you have is you have to
Premise
assume
2,
that your
all men
premise
are
is true.
mortal.
Stop
Hold on,
talking over
dude.
me. So
Why?
if
I was literally
you
talking.
interrupted me, I didn't get to finish. So
Okay.
your premise 2 is false if nominalism is true. Therefore, if there's no evidence for it being true and there's a logical possibility of it being false, that means you can't assert it as true.
Okay. So that's not true at all. Let's take the most basic philosophical argument that people use, right? Premise 1, Socrates is a man. Premise 2, all men are mortal. Conclusion, therefore Socrates is mortal. Is it logically possible that all men are not in fact mortal? TJump, is that possible?
Sure.
Right. So by your logic, that argument is invalid.
It's unsound.
Because if some truth,
No,
if some
no,
truth
no,
is
unsound. It says it's possible that all men
why
are
is it?
not mortal, then the second premise would be false. It'd still be valid, it'd just be unsound.
Yeah, and it is actually possible that there is some dude who's immortal.
Yes,
That's possible.
and we have good
So,
justification
do
to
you
believe
think
men
that
are
the
mortal. There's
argument-
lots of
do you
evidence
actually
to
think that
support
the
that
argument-
premise. It's not just making shit
argument-
up. So yours is just making shit up.
The argument that premise 1, Socrates is a man. Premise 2, all men are mortal.
Okay, I've already
Socrates
debunked
is
this.
mortal.
There is
That
no
argument
evidence to
is
support your
invalid?
premise.
You
There's
don't
lots
think
of
that's a
evidence to
good
support men are
argument?
mortal.
So look, if you don't think that argument I just gave can prove that Socrates
I've already
is
debunked
mortal,
this. Get to your argument. So go back to your stupid argument. There is lots of evidence that men are mortal. We have lots of evidence men are mortal. So you don't need to
and
supply
there's
evidence
lots of
for that
evidence
premise.
that propositions exist and they're not physical entities.
Yes, go. Evidence for that.
Okay, so like when we invoke, I don't know, like snow or something, right? Or we're no, that's not a proposition. Sorry. Let's say Julius Caesar was killed on the Ides of March. We're invoking the same thing. That's a proposition, and it exists in some way. It has to exist for us to invoke it. Do you agree with that?
No, it's an idea in our head, and so it exists in that way, but we don't invoke anything. It just means we say it. It's all invoke just means we
it's
say
an-
it.
Yes, it exists in our minds. That's correct. I agree with that. Yep.
Yes, it is a physical concept of patterns of neurons in our brain that focuses an idea.
But do you agree that we're referring to the same thing when I'm talking about Julius Caesar being killed on the Ides of March, and you're talking about Julius Caesar
Yes,
being
we have
killed
the
on
same
killed on the Ides
physical
of March?
pattern in our brain that refers to an event in reality.
Okay, so then if we're referring to the same thing, and it's a physical thing, then our brains have the exact same physical state, which is not true.
That's a composition division fallacy. Our brains don't need to have the same physical state. They just need to represent the same physical occurrence. So Julius Caesar dying or whatever is a physical occurrence, and the pattern of my brain has to emulate that physical occurrence with some connection, and yours can emulate it with a different connection. That's perfectly fine.
So how could if the proposition, if you're saying the proposition is identical to the physical manifestation of it in the brain, which seems to be what you're saying.
I didn't say that at
Then-
all. I said the propositions don't exist. They're just a sentence.
they don't exist.
We have a sentence in our brain, and we call that a proposition.
So propositions don't exist. If propositions don't exist, then how in the world are we referring to the same thing?
Because
it
we have
doesn't exist?
ideas in our brains, and they can mimic similar states in reality.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I don't know how something could not exist, and yet we both refer to it. Something non-existent is the referent of our speech. That doesn't make any sense.
No, you're confusing your proposition nonsense language with ideas. So our ideas exist in our heads, and our ideas can be of the same thing because they model reality. That's what brains do, is they model reality. No propositions required there. Proposition is just a way to express what we're doing.
Okay, I agree that propositions are ideas. In fact, that's the entailment of this argument. Maybe why don't we just like go through the whole argument before you interrupt, like 1/3 the way through, and then we can continue talking about this because I didn't even really get to.
Because we can just go one premise at a time. So we're on this premise that's already like
Well,
debunked.
just for the audience, right? Because they might not agree with your claim that propositions don't actually exist.
Okay, so the thing is, when you present a syllogism, that's great. But if the syllogism will have multiple propositions, if any one of those propositions is a problem, then the whole syllogism can be
Yeah,
thrown
no,
away
I totally
because
understand.
it's being- yeah. And I have been
Yeah.
posting. I have posted a link to your argument in the chat. So if you want to read through it really quickly, maybe just read out what you've got posted there. That would be okay. We'll give you a minute for that, and we can maybe number them as you read the propositions.
Right. So I understand what you said. It doesn't mean that you guys can just interrupt me if you object.
We're giving you that opportunity right now to go and read through it real quickly if you'd like to do that.
So premise 1, the laws of logic are necessarily true propositions. Premise 2, propositions are real entities but are not physical entities. Premise 3, propositions are mental entities. Right? So I agree that they are ideas. Premise 4, if the laws of logic are real entities that are non-physical, then they are necessarily existent mental entities. If they are necessarily existent mental entities, then there must be a necessarily existent mind. If there exists a necessarily existent mind, then this must simply imply a necessarily existent person. Therefore, if the laws of logic are necessarily existent and true mental propositions, then they are dependent on the mind of a necessarily existent being.
Oh, so the last one is actually the conclusion, right?
That's the conclusion, yep.
Okay, yeah, we'd normally mark that with C just for future reference.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure why that was.
That's all I'm doing is clarifying there. Okay.
Yeah, so there's at least like 10 errors in there. The first thing is if it's necessarily existing, it can't be contingent on mind. That's literally a contradiction in the argument. But again, don't care about any of that.
Why would that be the case? Hold on.
Because if it's necessary, that means it's not contingent on anything. That's literally what the words mean. But none of that matters. So let's like just pretend that there's a Steelman version of your argument. And that Steelman version is the ones I've talked about with the professors in the past. And their argument is that propositions exist and they can only exist in a mind, so there must be a mind. Okay, that's false. Why do you think that's true?
Sorry, could you repeat that? You kind of cut out at the end there. Your
Yes.
last sentence, what you just said.
Propositions don't exist independent of minds, sure, but minds are all physical. There's no evidence of any non-physical minds. There's no evidence propositions can exist non-physically.
That's a presupposition. I don't agree that there's no evidence for non-physical aspects.
Okay, you're supposed to not just disagree. You're supposed to give evidence. That's the point. Give evidence.
Yeah, you're just asserting it as well, though, right? You're just saying, well, there's no evidence for.
No, that's how you start the conversation. I say there's no evidence. You say yes, there is. Here it is. That's your goal. That's why.
Yeah.
You're
So
here.
the evidence is that it doesn't make sense. Like if you're gonna say that we refer to the same thing when we say Julius Caesar was killed on the Ides of March, and you're gonna say that thing we refer to is solely reducible to a physical state, then we can empirically test when two people think about Julius Caesar and the Ides of March being killed, that they're going to have an identical physical brain state that we can measure. But that's not the case, though. That's not what happens.
Right. I already debunked that. So it doesn't, brain states do not need to be identical because brains form in different ways. So just like languages can be different, brain states can be different, but still refer to the same thing, because like CD, like you can have a CD with different patterns of ones and zeros that both produce Windows 97. They don't need to be in the exact same pattern to produce the exact same effect. They can be in different patterns and still produce the exact same effect.
If the idea or the proposition is identical to the brain state, and we have the same idea, then the brain states need to be identical too.
No, again, there can be multiple brain states that create the same propositional idea. So like there are different words. Tree
but the problem
is an
is
English
that-
word, and you can have a Japanese word that also means tree, and they can both mean tree even though they're different words. So you can have different brain states that are like different words, and they can refer to the same idea because the relation of the brain states can produce the same concept in the brain by using different patterns because they developed differently, in different orders,
Okay.
essentially.
So I agree with that, but the problem is that you're reducing the proposition itself to the brain state, right? So it would be like saying that, the Japanese word for tree is identical to the concept of a tree. But that's not the case at all. The Japanese word for a tree is just the expression of the concept of a tree. The concept.
So when we think of Caesar dying at the Rubicon, that is a concept in our brain and nothing but a concept in our brain. Then there's a fact of the matter in reality of whether or not it occurred. That thing is also physical. So the concept in our brain is what we share. We don't share a proposition. We share a concept in our brain, and that's it.
A concept is a proposition. Propositions are concepts. I don't understand.
That's great. Yeah, they're nothing but things in our brain. That's it. Nothing but things in our brain. And there's a thing in reality of whether or not it's true, and those are two separate things.
Yeah. So again, I agree that ideas are things within our mind. That propositions are within the mind. That's the whole conclusion of the argument, right? The point is that there's a necessarily existent proposition, namely the law of logic.
Oh,
And
you're
if the
not
law of
following.
logic,
You're not following. So, from a materialist standpoint, we have brains, and in those brains are ideas, including propositions, and they're nothing but ideas in our physical brains, and that's it. And we can share them, like we can have the same idea of a tree, and that same idea can be produced by different physical states just fine.
well, then the law of logic isn't necessarily true. Because if you're
What?
saying
That
that,
literally
if you're
doesn't follow.
conceding premise one, namely that the laws of logic are necessarily true propositions, and you're saying that these propositions are identical to human brain states, and humanity has not always existed, then there was a time when logic was not, and therefore logic is not necessarily true.
No, I already debunked this like an hour ago. Logic is a language made up of humans. Literally, first sentence, classical logic, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, logic is a formal language. So logic is a language made up by humans to describe the way reality is. Reality has a nature to it. It's not logic. Logic is just what we describe the nature with. And the fact that we come up with ideas like language in our brains in different physical ways, we come up with the same ideas and describe those reality of the way reality is. None of that follows to whatever you just said about some kind of violations of the laws of logic.
Well, I think the issue is that the laws of logic refer to something, right? We are referring to the same thing, you're going to say.
Physical reality, yes.
But so you're just saying that the laws of logic are identical to physical brain states?
Yes. So laws of logic are language, they're physical brain states, and they describe the nature of reality. So the essence of the laws of logic is the nature of reality, which is physical, purely physical.
Okay, so laws of logic are purely reducible to physical brain states.
Yes.
I don't.
No. The laws of logic are our language which describes physical reality. So physical reality, the laws of logic reduce to physical, the essence of the physical nature of reality. That's it.
That doesn't make sense to me. I think maybe if we expand this to, maybe we use like triangles, right? Like the idea of triangularity.
Right. Okay. So something
Triangularity.
is a triangle, whether or not it has three sides that up to 180 degrees. That is a relation that exists in reality. And then we labeled that relation with a term called a triangle. And so the fact of something having these properties that its angles add up to 180 degrees, that is something that is a result of the nature of reality. It has nothing to do with any laws, no propositions, no language of any kind. It is a fact of physical nature that causes that to be the case. And then we make up these laws of logic, laws of language, laws of mathematics to describe those facts of the matter of reality. So none of the propositions exist, none of the logic exists, none of the math exists. All of that stuff humans made up to describe the actual properties of physical reality that do exist.
So you're not a mathematical realist then? You think that math is
nominalism? I'm a nominalist. Literally the opposite of that.
Sorry, could you repeat that? You're a nominalist?
Nominalists, yes, that's what nominalists are. They don't think there's any abstract objects.
Well, okay. So if you're a nominalist, then why are you saying that we're referring to the same thing when I talk about Julius Caesar being killed in the Ides of March?
Because we were referring to a physical state of reality. That's the same thing we're referring to.
Well, sameness is a universal, so you can't be a nominalist.
No, it's not.
To that.
Doesn't need to be universal, so it's irrelevant.
Yes, it is, dude.
No, it's not. So, like, if
How
me and
sameness
you
not a
wait, stop. So, if me and you think about Caesar dying or whatever, that's not a universal. That's not everyone thinking of this thing. This is me and you. It's two particulars thinking of a thing.
Okay, yeah, two particulars thinking of a thing that is universal. Sameness is a universal.
That's literally stupid. If you're saying there is a universal that reality is the way reality is, sure, that's not a universal in the context of like actual conceptual universals don't exist there. It's just reality is reality. Like, okay.
I don't understand how you can be a nominalist and accept that our
like it
speech
seems like
has
you're saying that
identical
nominalists don't think there's a fact of the matter that
What?
reality is reality. Like that's like the dumbest argument I ever heard.
No, nominalists don't think that universals exist at all.
Yes, universals as an abstract concepts. Abstract concepts don't exist universally.
Right.
They think reality is reality. Just fine.
Okay, I don't understand how that
Like there are
tautology is
points in
relevant.
time where physical things happened, and that's a fact of reality. It's like a universal fact, but it's not a conceptual universal like what you're talking about. Those are separate things. Universal facts that are true about reality, perfectly fine. It's a physical fact. Conceptual universals are what nominalists are rejecting. Like you're conflating
Like, let's
facts about
say-
reality with conceptual
So
universals.
you're going to say that, like, Julius Caesar, the proposition Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March, you're going to say that that's dependent solely on physical minds, right?
Yes, like the physical facts of reality. That's literally what it's dependent on. He was a physical
So-
being, and his death was a physical event.
If all human beings cease to exist, would that proposition still have any sort of being or
Haven't
reality?
we been down this
The
road?
word proposition is like the word dinosaur. The word dinosaur can still be used to describe dinosaurs, even if all humans don't exist. The language is irrelevant here. The point here is that, as I said,
I'm not talking about language. I'm talking about the
yes,
concept. that
language
it-
is, we can still use language to describe things, even if humans don't exist, because it's abstract. That's irrelevant.
language is not identical to the concept that language conveys. I'm talking about the concept that Julius Caesar was killed on the Ides of March. If all human minds
That's also a
cease to
language. That's
exist,
literally just a language of the brain representing reality with an idea.
what's a language of the brain?
The brain representing reality with ideas is a language of the brain.
The brain representing reality with ideas is a language of the brain. Okay, that's fine, but I don't see that's relevant. Again, I'm talking about if
That's
that
what the
idea.
words. That's what we're doing when we
we
make the
agree
words refer to things.
speak.
Like there's no
When everyone
extra
speaks of
concept there.
this-
There's no extra concept outside of human
When
brains.
everyone speaks of Julius Caesar being killed in the Ides of March, we are referring to the same thing. So that's a universal concept we're referring to.
No,
You're saying
again,
it's
I've already covered this. That's
universal brains.
particular brains. Our particular brains are referring to a factual event in reality. So no universal concepts.
We're not referring to the same thing. You're changing your position now because you said before that we
No.
were referring
Again,
to the same
nominalists agree reality exists. Nominalists are totally fine with facts about
How is
reality
that
that are objectively true.
Okay, but how is that relevant to whether we're referring to the same concept when we talk about
Because
this?
we're referring to a fact of reality that's objectively true. Did Caesar die at the Rubicon? Yes, that is a fact of
No,
physical
that's
reality
not
that is
true,
objectively
actually.
true.
I don't know why you're talking about the Rubicon, but he
It
died in the
doesn't
Senate.
matter. That's not the point of the argument. So listen to the argument.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, nominalists say that Caesar died. Great, that's a fact in reality. It's not an abstract universal concept. It's a fact of reality, and that fact of reality is what we're referring to.
Right. And that fact
It's
that
physical.
Julius Caesar physical?
Yes. Well, fact is
What
a
does that even
physical
mean, dude?
thing that occurred in reality, and a sentence that describes that physical thing.
So, okay, facts are physical. I don't even know what the hell that means, to be honest. But
As I literally just
See, I'm
said,
just-
a
I'm just
fact is
kinda
a
losing it
sentence
because-
which describes a physical event that happened.
right, it's
That
a
is true.
concept. The concept is the fact. It's a true concept. It's a true proposition, right? So it's a fact. And
Yes, so we
my
have an
point is
idea in our
that
head,
the
which is
concept-
physical, and it corresponds to reality, which is physical, and it's correctly does that, which makes it true, and it's all physical.
Maybe I can present what you never answered this, right? When I asked you, so if all human minds cease to exist, would the proposition that Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March, would that still exist?
If no, the proposition wouldn't exist. It would have to be an idea in a head to exist.
Okay, so the fact that Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March would not exist if all human beings stopped.
No, the
existing.
fact would exist. It would still be true that if someone uttered the sentence, it would be true.
Well,
There'd
there'd
be
be
no one to utter the sentence.
So it just wouldn't exist, right? The fact wouldn't exist.
No, because it's a fact. If someone uttered the sentence, would the sentence be true? Yes.
And wait, if facts are physical, like what if, if the world got hit by a giant asteroid and just completely blew up, and facts are physical. The fact that Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March, like what would that be identical to? What is that?
It would be hypothetical to someone's uttering the sentence, and that sentence, whether or not it corresponds to reality. Which again, so a mind would have to exist to utter the sentence, to concept, to come up with the idea.
A mind has to exist to ground the truth of the fact.
To have a concept, yes, there has to be. No, the truth is irrelevant. Truth is completely irrelevant here. It's true in reality that Jesus died, or that Caesar died. That's a fact of reality. The sentence describes reality. There's no proposition garbage. There's no concept garbage. That's all just us making up language to describe the fact of reality. So like the word dinosaur describes things that existed before the word dinosaur existed. The same thing applies here.
So when you said that facts are physical, so the fact that Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March, that's a physical thing.
Yes, that's us coming up with an idea. Julius Caesar dying, and that idea is a physical occurrence in reality. And the fact of the matter is that our idea corresponds to reality.
Okay, the fact is physical. Can you show me it? Where's the fact at? I want to destroy the fact.
So again, if we could go back in time, I could show it to you. This event occurring is the fact.
So the event, okay, what is the event identical to?
Caesar dying.
So the action, like Caesar dying, is identical to the concept of Caesar dying? I don't understand.
No, the action of Caesar dying is the thing that actually occurred in reality, and the concept is a representation of that thing.
Okay. But you're trying to say that the representation is identical to the event.
No,
You
that's
said facts
literally stupid.
So
it's our representation in our brains is representing that event. They're not synonymous because there wouldn't be a representation. Obviously, it's a representation.
I don't think you're really not getting my question. Like I'm trying to ask you because you're saying that again, our concept that Julius Caesar was killed on the Ides of March is physical. That sentence is physical. Where is it?
Idea is physical.
I want to
yes.
destroy it. Tell me where it is.
What? The idea is in your brain. It's literally an idea in your brain.
Okay. So if I kill every human being,
then no one would have the idea. There would be no more idea. It wouldn't exist anymore. But would the sentence still be true? Yes, because it's an idea in our brain right now when we're talking.
Okay, but if we all die, the fact wouldn't exist.
Because the idea is in our brain right now because we're alive. When we form the sentences, do dinosaurs exist? That sentence is true. The sentence is in our brain current right now. If no human existed, no one would ever think of the sentence. Would the sentence still be true? Yes, but you'd still need a brain to think of the sentence.
Okay, so how could it be true if it doesn't exist?
Because the fact exists and you have to have an idea to represent that fact. So if no ideas existed, no brains existed to make the idea, then it wouldn't be a sentence. There would be no sentence.
Great, I agree with you. But the problem is...
There's no problem there. This literally, nominalists have answered this decades ago, and everyone in academic philosophy accepted that this has been answered. This is not an issue.
That's completely
I've answered your
false.
question fully to the academic express. You're
the
done.
The problem of universals in philosophy is highly debated, so that you don't tell me
this problem isn't. This problem of just saying that do concepts represent reality and can that be physical? Yeah, that's been answered. There's no debate on this. Is this a plausible answer?
Dude,
yes.
Nobody's going to say that facts are identical to physical things. That's really
no.
weird.
Again, you're not understanding. Fact is a sentence, an idea, which is physical, and if that idea represents reality, whatever it's representing, which is also physical, then that's a fact. Yes.
You're going all over the place. I got to clarify some things you said. So you said that even if there were no human minds to conceive of it, dinosaurs existing would still be a fact.
You're conceiving of it right now. There has to be a brain to conceive of the sentence for it to be true.
I get it. But okay, there has to be a brain to conceive of the fact that dinosaurs exist for it to be true. You think it needs to be a human physical brain, right? So if
that's
humans
the only
don't
evidence that there is brains, human physical brains. There only is evidence of those.
Well, that's not true, but
that is true. That is the consensus in every field of brain science.
I'd very much like to hear this evidence of something.
Well, the argument proves that there's a necessarily existing, omniscient, immaterial mind, right? He's just
No, it doesn't.
He's just digging into absurdity to try and get around the conclusion. So, okay, let's back up for a minute.
No. Just
Facts.
because the argument is valid doesn't make it sound. This thing does not exist, and you can't demonstrate that it does
Valid
exist.
answer. But hold on, I want to keep
No,
talking.
it's not. You haven't. No, you haven't.
I'm trying to talk to TJump. Hold it. So, okay, the fact would be true even if there were no humans to conceive of it. That's what you said earlier.
Sorry. My dog
Yes,
was
if the idea was presented in any mind, like if a sea potato magically had this idea that dinosaurs existed, the sea potato would be correct. It is a true statement, but you need a
There's not
brain
gonna
to
be
have
any
the
human
idea
minds.
for it to be true.
There's not going to be any human minds.
Then
to
there's
ground
going to
it.
be no sentence. So to say a sentence, if you're going to ask, did dinosaurs exist? That sentence must exist in a mind which exists. If that sentence doesn't exist, you can't ask the question.
So let's take like your grandfather, the primordial soup of singular celled bacteria at the beginning of the world, right? The fact that
I honestly think that we can move on from this because it keeps getting the pieces keep getting moved around the board.
Well, let me
there's
just
been no
make this
evidence
last
for
point.
it. There's
If
been
you
no
wanna move
evidence
on,
for
let
a
me
God
finish my
presented,
point.
and your argument is not convincing.
As I'm trying to see what he's trying to say.
No. What you're trying to put TJump to the test, and it's not going to work. The name of the stage is
Manly
convince us that God or goddess exists, and you have thus far failed to do so.
Okay,
You've gone so far into the meta that it's literally become pointless.
So when the primordial soup of single-celled organisms existed before human beings did, is it a fact that they existed before human beings? Was it a fact that the single-celled?
Yes, I've literally answered this 50 times, corrected you on this mistake like 50 times. I've been correct 50 times. So what happens is, wait, stop, just listen to the words while I correct you again. Even if no brains or minds exist whatsoever, we right now, our brains can come up with sentences, and those sentences can be true. Our brains right now is where the sentences exist. So the fact that amoeba existed is in your brain and my brain. If no brains existed, that sentence wouldn't exist and the sentence couldn't be true.
I'm talking about before evolution.
Can I just ask Matthew a clarifying question, because I've heard people do this and go around and around. Matthew, do you know what a state of affairs is in philosophy?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you replace the word fact with state of affairs, does anything you're saying mean anything, or are you just like confusing the terminology?
Well, I don't think a fact and a state of affairs are the same thing.
That's why I'm asking you this, right?
Yeah.
Because your question sounds like you're trying to conflate the two or do some kind of weird like equivocation about it. Like if you would just agree that there was some state of affairs that was not mind dependent or not a belief or a fact in somebody's mind, some state of affairs like amoebas or dinosaurs or whatever, right? What is it what you're asking TJump add to that concept? You're arguing, he's explained to you what he takes a fact to be, which is like a proposition in someone's mind that's true, like about a state of affairs, right? So prior to minds, there's states of affairs without any facts in minds.
Right. So I'm asking you think that the fact that amoebas exist, that the fact would be true before human minds evolved. Right? That's what I'm asking him.
So Ix is correct here. You're conflating the fact, which is a brain with an idea, and that sentence corresponding to reality, with the state of the affairs, which is the fact of the which is like, is it true in reality independent of brains? So you're just doing an equivocation fallacy, trying to confuse a fact as in a person's idea or sentence and its correspondence to reality, and saying if there are no brains, can that idea exist and be true? And as I answered like 20 times, you need a brain with this idea to even ask the question. You can't ask the question, would an amoeba have the idea that they exist? They don't have the idea. We do. You're the one asking the question. So when you utter a sentence, because it's coming from your brain right now, the sentence coming from your brain right now is true. But if you asked, would this sentence come about during amoeba? No amoeba would ever come up with this sentence. If something did, then it would be true, yes. But this sentence would not exist before humans, ever. So nothing is there to ask the question, which means that sentence would never exist prior to humans.
And it was my understanding that you agree that facts are identical to propositions which you think are physical brain states. So before the brain states existed, you don't think that facts exist.
No, again, you're conflating a state of affairs and a sentence in someone's brain can correspond to that state of affairs. Again, you like Ix was correct, or you're just using an equivocation fallacy. That's been debunked. That argument has
No,
been
not
debunked.
because the fact is
Literally an equivocation fallacy.
distinguishable from the state of affairs, right? Those are not
A
the same
fact
thing.
is a brain state corresponding to a state of affairs.
Right, exactly. And so if there are no brain states, then the fact doesn't exist. So facts didn't exist before brain states. That's the conclusion of your argument.
Yes, because you're equivocating fact and state of affairs. The state of affairs existed before brain states.
I got it. So yeah, great. So but the facts don't.
Right. So we already covered this. This is your
before human
equivocation
mind.
fallacy. So the fact, if
Do
you
you
define
agree
fact specifically as an idea in a brain that corresponds to reality, yes, those didn't exist before brains, obviously.
Okay. So concepts didn't exist before
brains,
humans
obviously.
existed. And so wait. So like concepts didn't exist before
brains.
Humans did. And if the laws of logic are necessarily true concepts, and they didn't, and the laws of logic wouldn't have existed before brain states, then, right? So that's going to be problematic.
Right, but
Your
there's a
problem
state. No,
is
there's
that
no
you're-
problem. There's
you're
no problem
making-
there. The
your
state of
problem is
affairs of
you're
reality
making
is true
ontology
just
about
fine.
Abstracts. Abstracts don't have ontology. They're just useful tools
What?
for thinking.
What do you mean they don't have ontology? You don't think abstract objects exist at all?
Are you a Platonist?
I'm not a full-on Platonist.
Well, it certainly sounds like it when you make an entire argument and spend all this time arguing about the laws of logic existing, like they exist outside of some mental construct.
Well, no, they exist within a mental construct. It's just a necessarily existing mental construct. I don't think.
Yeah,
they're
I can
out there
look.
floating off.
I can say that certain mathematical laws follow from certain mathematical axioms that I begin with, right? Because structurally, certain things follow and are entailed by them. It doesn't mean that there's some truth about the world which didn't exist prior to me doing that, or that it has some causal power about the world, even if it happens to fit a pattern in the world that it describes accurately, right? The fit between our abstracts and the things in the world is pragmatic and is not evidence that they have some kind of magical ontology like Plato thought they did.
Well, I don't have the same kind of views that Plato did. Certainly, I don't think that propositions are floating off somewhere in some realm, right? I think that propositions are indeed grounded in intellects, right? But nevertheless, there are certain necessarily existing propositions, like Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March, like, well, maybe not that one, sorry, but the laws of logic and mathematics as well.
Yeah, if you start with certain axioms, the axioms entail conclusions. That doesn't mean that they have an existence in the world independent of starting from those axioms.
I'm not sure the relevance with that. Like, the laws of logic and mathematics are necessarily existent propositions. Abstract.
What does it even mean to say necessarily existent propositions? All you're saying is that if you start from the premise that we do in our language, that you need the laws of logic to be able to operate and understand the world using our language. It doesn't mean that there's some special thing about the world that you've discovered, right? You're not a scientist for proposing the laws of logic. You're a linguist, right? You're saying how we need to understand terms and propositions to be understood and clear. You're not giving us some truth about physical existence of reality or something like that.
Well, no, the point is that something like mathematics, like these universals we invoke, such as, again, the laws of logic, which is a necessarily existing mental proposition. Since it's necessarily existing, it cannot be dependent upon human minds, as TJump supposes, right? And that's the problem here. If it's not,
I don't even know what you mean.
What
does it mean to say that some abstraction or some entailment of some abstraction is necessarily existent? You're implying ontology to something which is abstract.
Yes, just because it's abstract doesn't mean it doesn't
Right. So we just disagree that that's coherent. So what
the point
do you
is
have
that
to tell us?
abstract objects exist within minds.
So you
His
say,
question is, what do you mean when you say a necessarily existing proposition?
Right. So, like the law of excluded middle or the law of identity.
No, he's not asking for examples. He's asking, what does it mean for a thing to be a necessarily existing proposition?
An abstract thing to be necessarily existing.
Right. So it means that it couldn't possibly not be true. Right. It's true in all possible
do you understand what it means to say, look, if we start some presuppositions and axioms, some things that we make up, and then we take what follows from them. The things that follow from them are necessary only in the sense they're entailed by the premises, right? So
We
if we
didn't make up
define the
logic.
numbers a certain way, then the way math is going to work is going to follow a certain way, just because of the way we define the numbers. Now, we could have a system of measurement that didn't use the same kinds of numbers. And there are
We
many different
didn't-
civilizations, many different kinds of numbers. And they
we
do math
didn't-
slightly differently, but in equivalent ways, right? So
We
saying that
didn't- okay.
these things necessarily exist is weird.
Okay, we didn't make up logic or mathematics. We would I would say we would discover those, right? We don't make up. Like, sure, we make up like
Discovering
how we
something about our
convey-
brains and how they work and how language works. There are the faculties that we have in our cognition. It's not like discovering the truth of the universe. It's just how our brains conceptualize things.
Right. I know. I understand that. Like, the way in which we express mathematics is created, like numbers are created, but numbers refer to a necessarily existing thing, a concept, an abstract object. Those abstract objects are not physical. It doesn't make any sense to me. Right? And I'm sure it doesn't make a lot of sense to most of the people in here to say that facts, ideas, propositions are merely physical, and that if there aren't physical brain states to conceive of these ideas, that these physical facts cease to exist. Right? It literally makes
States of
facts.
affairs would
You're
still
literally
be the
making
case.
facts. You know, like, facts don't care about your feelings. Well, I would say that facts don't care about your brain states. They exist regardless of human brain states.
So
Just imagine an alien, and imagine that this alien exists in like quantum fields or some other totally different kind of way than us, but it has a mind that does equivalent things to us thinking, right? So it's going to have some different cognition, and it's probably going to conceptualize a lot of things very differently, right? Now, it may have some weird like multivariable logic or multi-valued logic or something like that, which we think is really bad and like not recommended for human thinking. But it might be the only way that it can think, and it might think that our laws of logic are really piss poor because they don't fit with its logic. Doesn't mean that we're not just conceptualizing about the same states of affairs in slightly different but functionally, pragmatically equivalent ways that are functional given the ways our brains work. That's all we're saying when we say the laws of logic seem to be necessary to our way of thinking. It doesn't mean that there's something about the universe which you have discovered.
Yeah, I don't think that the laws of logic are like, when I say they're necessary, I don't mean that they're necessary like to humans and that's it. I just mean that they're necessarily true in all possible worlds. They always apply. They never don't apply.
I got a clarifying question. Let's say there's a universe with nothing but a potato. No God, no abstract objects, just a potato. You're
that would
saying
be
that's impossible unless
that's-
some abstract number exists to describe the potato?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So let's say hypothetically there is a universe with nothing but a potato or a single particle. There's one particle or two particles. You're saying it's impossible for there to be a universe with two particles unless some abstract proposition of two, like the number two, abstract numbers, have to exist for there to be a universe with two particles. And if these abstract things didn't exist, what would happen?
So I don't know about. It's kind of a loaded question. I mean, first off, I wouldn't say that it's possible for there to be a world with only a potato, because the reality. Yeah.
That's not the point. So the point is just imagine hypothetically there's a universe with two particles and that's it, and some space-time. Space-time, two particles, and that's it. Right? So you're saying that you need to have these abstract principles that also exist. Why can't the universe just exist with two particles with no abstract principles?
Because even in that universe, it's still going to be a fact that the potato exists. Like, there
right,
is
and
a
it's still going to
potato.
be a fact that there's particles in that universe too, but that doesn't mean that English exists.
And so in that world, it is true. There is a potato is true. There are particles is true. Those are true propositions. There needs to be something that grounds those propositions.
What do you mean grounds those propositions? Because to me, it just seems like we are making up sentences to describe this universe. That universe doesn't contain any propositions.
I would disagree with that.
Where in that universe do the propositions exist?
In the mind of God. That's where all propositions exist.
Circular
That's the
question
point.
picking.
It's
at its
no,
best.
not really. It's the conclusion of the argument, because again, it's a fact in that universe that a potato exists, and to say that it's not a fact that potato exists is just going to be so weird, right? That's so completely unintuitive, and it doesn't even. I can't even like
We already
conceive it. It
established
doesn't even make any sense to me, right?
that you can state that there's a state of affairs that some particles exist in a universe with no minds and no propositions and no concepts, right?
I wouldn't say no minds. Say no human
Okay,
mind.
what do you think existed in the universe
Oh my
before
god, this
life
is
and
so
minds?
going in a circle. Can we please get off of this?
But I do want to like think
I'll just
Ix.
summarize and then move
Well,
on. Or
I just want to say
Yeah.
Ix brought up a really great point that I made, that was talking about before, the difference between state of affairs and facts. So if you define a fact as an idea in a head which corresponds to reality, you would be right that the fact a potato exists would not exist in this universe. There would be no fact in this universe because a fact would require a mind with an idea, and that idea would have to correspond. But Ix is correct. It would still have the state of affairs, which would be true, that a potato exists. So because you're equivocating facts and states of affairs in this very strange way, it makes it seem like there's a intuitive problem that no facts can exist in this universe, when really it's not a problem at all. States of affairs can exist and they can be true just fine. But because you're defining a fact as a statement in a brain that must correspond to reality, that really silly definition leads to this very silly conclusion that facts can't exist in reality. And if you lump states of affairs in with those facts, then it makes it seem like there's a contradiction when there's not. So Ix got it exactly right that you're just conflating those two concepts.
Okay, I think I'll just summarize, because I think we're kind of at a, we've hit metaphysical rock bottom. We have core disagreements. I don't think it makes any sense to say that facts are physical, or that in a world where there's only a potato, that there is no fact that the potato exists. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. And so, just to summarize the argument, the point would be that there are certain facts which are necessarily true. 2 + 2 = 4. Things about mathematics, things about logic, maybe even like triangularity as a universal existing, maybe not triangles, but whatever. There are universal, necessarily existing propositions and abstract objects. We both agree that they exist within the mind, right? And I'm just saying, well, look, if these facts are necessarily existing and human minds are not necessarily existing, then we need a necessarily existent mind to ground the existence of these abstract objects and facts, right? Now, you object and you say, well, facts don't necessarily need to exist. No fact does, including the laws of logic or, the potato or whatever, right? So we just have a fundamental disagreement there. But I think the argument works, because I think what you've presented is absurd, to be honest. And then I would just, briefly before I go, I guess I'll present one more thing. I could go through a few other arguments, but I don't want to.
You've
But
been
I'll
here
go
for a
through-
long time. I think maybe we want to go on to another person. We've concluded.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. It's up to you.
Okay, but you're welcome to come back and bring up another topic or revisit this if you want.
Thank you for coming up. We do appreciate your time. Wayfaring stranger, you've waited a long time now. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been good. I think Matthew had a good point with the potato thing, but I didn't actually want to talk about that. So I actually want to start with logic itself. So how do you get the truth claim, or for logic itself? How do you make logic up? What is logic?
Logic is descriptive of the universe. It is a descriptive language.
And this language, is it objective?
No, it's language. It's a concept. It's made up.
So it's unnecessary to talk about logical concepts in order to talk about truth claims.
What's your question?
I'm not following.
I think you're confusing the idea that something is made up with the idea that it's it's dispensable, right? Because it's like
No,
look,
because if
if I
something
make
is-
up one of several different ways of solving a problem, right? And all the different people who solve that problem agree that something that solves that problem is indispensable, right? doesn't mean that two slightly different ways of solving the same problem are any less dispensable than the other. And since they're all maybe solutions to an indispensable problem that cognitive systems have, which is a way to like represent and symbolize and manipulate those symbols abstractly. But that's not evidence that the concept is not constructed from the brain.
But the logic, so first of all, if logic does not talk about objective truth claims because it in itself is not objective, how does it make sense to talk with logic about those truth claims? Because it seems to me that if you don't believe in any objective truth at all, then why do you say, oh, well, I guess there is no God?
I'm not sure where this whole objective subjective thing comes into this. Like, we agree that you can use logic to talk about something subjective as well as use logic to talk about something objective, right? The concept objective subjective exists within the realm of logic and is discussed using logic. So what does it mean to say that the laws of logic are objective or subjective?
But how do you do that? So my point is that you just presuppose logic, right? And the question is how you do that.
Because pragmatically it's useful and seems necessary. It doesn't make the fact that we can't seem to do without it evidence that it exists outside of the brain. Are you just trying to repeat the last caller's topic?
No, can you actually presuppose logic without logic?
So I'm not sure what your point is. Like, are you trying to say there's a affirmative contradiction? So I've seen examples of people using less than all of the laws of logic to construe one or more of the others or to argue against them. Like, it's not like it's just of a piece. Like, because we make an argument for the laws of logic using logic, right?
But how?
We can make an argument for slightly different ones. Like, have you ever heard someone claim that the principle of sufficient reason is a law of logic? Obviously, people disagree. It's debated and
yeah. Okay.
not very popular.
So you can take so if you use logic in order to argue for logic, you haven't actually proven logic yet, right? You just take logic and you say that okay, we'll just take it as a given, correct?
Yeah, you're familiar with the history of pragmatism, right?
Okay, so if pragmatism does not talk about 100% verified axioms or just axioms at all, then I think it's unnecessary to talk about it.
Unnecessary to talk about it because it doesn't suit your aesthetics? I don't quite get what you're getting at. Just make your argument. If you have an argument, make it.
The argument is that you cannot extract logic from anywhere else but faith.
What? Say that again?
Oh, wait, what?
You cannot extract logic from anywhere else but faith. You must
But
presuppose logic.
faith? You said
Logic
faith?
is useful in making predictions. Predictions work. Therefore, you value logic for its pragmatic value in solving real problems. What does it mean that you need faith? Why would you need faith to do something that just like makes accurate predictions and solves useful
How do you
problems?
say that it solves stuff? Or that it works? But by which standard?
By the standard that you can make a prediction that, you know, using these rules is going to do something useful, and those predictions come true.
Where do you get this axiom from?
Observation? So I think therefore I am. I exist.
Predictions and the predictions are true and stuff.
Wait. So like, I think therefore I am. I exist. And in my existence, I see things and my brain categorizes them, and I'm making up words to describe the way it categorizes them. So my brain already does logic. I don't presuppose anything. It does it on its own. And I make up labels for the way it does it. And that's logic.
Okay, so if your brain does it make it correct? Does it make it logically sound and an axiom?
The fact that my brain does it, no. The fact that my brain does it doesn't make them correct. The fact that it describes the things I'm describing makes it correct.
Okay, how do you know it describes a thing? By which standard how do you set the standard?
Because that's why I'm using it. So if I say I exist, and by I mean my direct experience, then it's accurately describing it.
So in the end, you have no justification for it.
No,
How do you know you can
my
trust your
justification
experience
is that I'm using it to do the thing I'm saying I'm using it to do. I'm literally doing it right now. It's occurring.
It's not an axiom in itself.
What? Not an axiom. What?
It's not justifiable.
Well, it's literally justifiable. Like I'm literally doing it. That's the justification. If it's literally
Okay,
occurring,
can you
that's
give me justification for that?
yes,
For your
I'm literally
experience?
doing it.
And that, okay, that's not justification. That's your faith in it. You have faith in logic. You
No,
have
no,
faith in those
literally doing it
axioms that you
can't
said.
be faith. Like I literally have sense experience. I have an sense experience, and so that is a thing that is literally occurring in reality. There's no faith there.
Okay, so let's try it another way. So presuppose that not presuppose. I think do you agree that in every worldview, in every ideology, whatever, you have axioms, right? You just have them and they build upon each other, right?
No, but what? Go ahead anyway.
Why do you disagree with that?
My worldview just
So-
starts with cogito ergo sum. Like I have a direct experience, and then from that I build up.
Okay. So
languages.
okay, how do you know that? How do you know that you can justify this experience? Like, can you actually justify it in any way, shape, or form?
I don't know what you mean by justify it. Like it exists.
Justify it logically. Justify it metaphysically.
I don't know what you mean by
My point is-
justify. It's literally an
So,
existing
when I
object. It's
say
like wait,
God-
stop,
okay,
stop,
so-
stop,
so when
stop,
I
stop,
say
stop,
God-
stop, stop,
Okay, sorry,
stop,
sorry.
stop. It's like asking me to justify a rock. Rocks exist. I don't justify their existence. It's a fact that they exist. So my qualia experience is an existing object. It's a thing that literally exists. I don't need to. You don't justify existing things.
Okay, so if you're talking about why does God exist, right? If you're talking about, so for example, I say God exists, and this rests upon axioms. The mere talk we have right now rests on those axioms, right? If I say God exists, I cannot just say, well, God exists. I mean, I could say that, but you would say, well, that's not justified, right?
Right.
Yeah. So my point is that you say you start with experience. The problem is how can you justify this? And with
Well,
justify,
again,
this is one of the-
so if there's a thing that literally exists, your experience literally exists.
what is existence? How you presuppose
what is
existence?
existence?
You presuppose that.
What I
which axiom?
I'm not presupposing anything. I literally am experiencing it. It's literally occurring. I don't presuppose anything.
What is experience?
It's the
You
like
presuppose experience, correct?
Qualia experience, qualia, direct experience of things.
Yeah. Experience
It's qualia.
itself. You presuppose that's correct.
What? There's no presupposition. It's a direct experience. It is an existing thing. No ideas come into the question.
How do you know that I perceive that you even?
I have no idea what
talk
you
correctly?
perceive. I have no idea what you perceive.
Okay.
But my argument doesn't contain.
How do you know that whatever
nothing that you
perceive as your own
experience matters.
is incorrect?
My worldview starts with I exist. It doesn't say anything about you. So I exist. My qualia experience exists. There's no
Perfect. So you start
presuppositions
somewhere,
there. It's
right?
literally just a
You
description
start
of an
somewhere.
existing thing.
Okay, so you start somewhere, right?
What? What did you say?
You just said your worldview starts with you existing, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so my point is that if you just said that you started there, then my question is, how do you justify the starting point?
Because it exists.
Do
Like
that
again,
or
this
not?
isn't an epistemic starting point. It's not like I thought of
Okay,
the
so-
idea.
so-
Wait,
so
wait,
you
stop,
have no
stop, stop,
epistemic
stop,
starting
stop,
point,
stop, stop. My experience is literally an existing thing that literally exists.
No.
It's like a rock. It's
You
a
cannot
thing that's
justify
there.
that.
There's
You
no
can lay that as
thoughts.
an
There's no
axiom, you
presuppositions.
can
There's
say
no
that, but you
axioms.
cannot
It's a
justify
literal
it to
thing.
me or to anything else. So metaphysically, and just as a truth claim, you can say that, but it's a ground-laying axiom, and you can't justify.
No,
it
there's no
because,
axiom. There's
look,
no statement. It's
if
not
I
a statement.
justify that
Wait,
God
wait. You
exists,
keep confusing the sentence that describes the state of the affairs with the state of the affairs. There is a state of affairs. My existence is there. My qualia is there. It is a thing that is there in reality. The sentences are irrelevant to that. None of the sentences matter.
Okay, no, you still didn't get the point, because you just said that you exist, right?
Yes,
This is
that's
your
a
starting
sentence
point.
to describe a
You
state
have
of
no- look,
affairs.
I thought the title of this whole thing was Convince Us God Exists, and I think this rests upon axioms, right? If I tell you God exists because A, Y, and Z, right? Then for that, I need to make some ground laying. I need to say, well, let's just assume logic exists. Let's
Right, that's because
assume
God
logic is
isn't your
real.
direct experience. So like God isn't a thing that literally exists because you're experiencing it. It's an
Okay,
external thing that you need
empiricism.
other evidence for.
You presuppose empiricism.
No,
Yes.
no, I didn't say anything about empiricism.
you presuppose your experience to be correct.
No, I don't. I don't presuppose experience. Experience is a literally existing thing. There are no presuppositions. It literally, physically is a thing that actually exists.
Existence in itself, the concept of existence. How do you know that that exists? How do you know that you exist?
Again, I don't need to know anything. I could just be like a sea potato that has zero ideas, or an ant or something. An ant that has zero ideas has an existing consciousness. It has a qualia that exists.
What is existence?
That's
and
a
how do you
stupid
know
question.
it exists? No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You cannot give me the reason.
It's a fluctuation of quantum fields. That's what existence is, but it doesn't matter to the question. So my qualia exists. The ant's qualia exists. It knows nothing. It thinks nothing. It just has a qualia, and it's a thing that literally exists. Has zero presuppositions, has zero axioms, has zero of anything. It still exists. So the starting point for an ant is an existing qualia. It has no presuppositions.
No. You have no presuppositions. You must start somewhere. The problem is that you said they exist. The problem is, how do you know? How
No, you're not understanding.
We're talking about epistemology.
If stop. I don't care. I don't care about epistemology. If an ant exists, if it exists, then it has qualia. So it has qualia. That's its starting point. Has no presuppositions, has no axioms. It has qualia. The qualia exists. That's its starting point.
Didn't you just tell Matthew that existence and, fact only exists in one's mind?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know that they exist?
You don't need to know. Again, I've covered this. The ant knows nothing. The ant has zero ideas. It has qualia, so it knows nothing, but it starts with its qualia. Stop interrupting me. Listen to the statement. Ants' qualia exists. It has zero facts. It has zero ideas. It has zero knowledge. Has no presuppositions. Has no axioms. It has qualia, which literally is an object that exists, and that's its starting point.
Where do you get qualia from?
Reality. It's a thing. It's a literal thing in reality.
How do you know that? Where do you?
Because I'm literally having it right now.
Having it right now. So that's your justification. You're having it, right?
Yes, I literally have qualia experience right now in reality. That's how I know it's in reality.
So you presuppose that whatever you experience is true.
There's no presupposition there.
Wayfaring is asking this long string of questions. We're not convinced by any argument that you put forward. If you want to get back to trying to make an argument that God exists, instead of just trying to repeat the stuff that Matthew already talked about, please state what your argument is so we can proceed.
No, the point is that you lay a founding axiom and we lay a founding axiom. Now the problem is, and this is the biggest problem, when it comes to epistemological justification, everyone has faith, because everything is faith, because the ground-laying axiom cannot be justified because you have
not everybody operates from theology.
It's not talking about theology. I'm talking about epistemology. And even
look,
for that,
are you familiar with found herentism, Susan Hack? Found herentism.
What?
Are you familiar with found herentism?
Found
by
herentism?
H-A-A-C-K. Found herentism. Okay, so I assume that you're going off of some like JTB foundationalism, right?
Oh yeah, foundationalism. Okay, yeah, I know foundationalism.
You're assuming that we're all subscribers to JTB foundationalism by making these claims about epistemology, it seems, right? So you could argue, and some people do, that found herentism is just some kind of foundationalism, and there's people who argue it's just some kind of fuck, my brain is melted. Coherentism. Okay. So, but either way, look, if you just paint this picture, it doesn't require you to have some starting axiom that's correct. What it paints is a picture of people doing a crossword puzzle. So suppose you have a crossword puzzle, right? You know what crossword puzzles are, Wayfaring?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, just making sure, because this might be a cultural thing. I don't know if everybody has them. So you're doing a crossword puzzle. Now, you might start out with a bunch of words that you think are right? Now, later on, you become more sure of some other words to make you discard those words that you did at the beginning, right? There is no starting point that was the foundation of your conclusions about which words aren't correct. But what there is there's an interlock between things that entail or falsify each other, right? So like if it's an E here and you're absolutely sure, then it must be an E down. That's what logic and justification descriptively actually works like in human brains. We don't just have some foundational proposition and then build more propositions on that and then like feel like we've proven foundationalism is the way to go.
You
What
assume
we
that's
actually
true.
do, well, I'm trying to just finish. Let me finish. So what we actually do is we hold a number of beliefs, some of which seem somewhat contradictory, and we try to work out what those sort of cognitive dissonances are until we realize that one or more of those is falsified, and we end up with some picture that we're satisfied with as a set of seemingly coherent ideas, right? Now you can say that you did it foundationally, and that's fine. You're welcome to call your approach foundational, but that's not like true of the way all people think, nor is it necessary for all people to think that way. And it's entirely coherent to just say, look, you formed your beliefs by eliminating the ones that seem contradicted and choosing the ones that seemed the most coherent and doing so over time until you were confident in your beliefs. Where is the presupposition at the base of all of that? That is the one thing that explains everything else that you can't justify.
Okay, did you just form a line of coherent reasoning in your mind?
Yeah, I tried to explain it to you so that you would understand. Did you
Okay,
understand what I said, Wayfaring? I'd
yeah, I
like to
understood
hear
what
some confirmation that you got what I said before you try to make some counter argument. Like, can you
can I
steelman my
actually
position
repeat
or
what you
make it
said?
clear that you
You
understood
said
it
that
properly?
foundationalism is not necessary. The thing is, I don't think that there's foundationalist approach and then there is a different approach than this and this and that. Yeah, I got your argument. Now the problem is that it's inescapable because okay, look, you mentioned so much stuff in what you just said, right? Logic, truth, this and this and that. Crossword puzzles. How do you know that they even exist, right? Because I guess they just exist in your mind, therefore they exist. Okay. What if you don't exist in another person's mind? Do you not
Apparently,
exist?
your skeptical line of evasion is not giving any evidence that you're seriously
No,
engaging with what I said,
no,
or that you're willing to, or that you
because you
understood
have
it.
faith. You have
Look,
faith
I
in
can
what
say,
you
look,
believe.
how do you know I have faith? Does that answer your question? No, it's just a skeptical evasion. I could say, how do you this? How do you that?
No.
You use this concept, you use that concept. Show me that you understood the concept of fountainarianism enough to show that you actually can rebut it with some counter argument. You have to
Okay, look,
demonstrate
I
that you
don't
got what I
need.
said
Okay,
before you make up some random stuff to evade to.
okay, look, if you presuppose that so many things are correct, like using language that we understand each other, that that foundationalism is not necessary, okay, that crosswords puzzles are correct and stuff like that. If you presuppose all of that stuff, right? It really seems to me like there must be a starting point in which you believe that to be true. And this is the point that I'm making. The point I'm making is that everything is faith. Because everyone starts somewhere. Now, wait a second. Because I let you talk, all right?
You're
Because
conflating faith with confidence.
well, okay, okay, I
Yeah,
thought
I want
we
to
were
respond
going
when you're ready, because I think you
Bro.
said something that I disagree with.
Okay. Now, my point is everything is faith. Now, you start with something else. I think TJump, even if he may admit it or not, probably he doesn't because it doesn't agree with his argumentation. But he starts with I exist and what I perceive or whatever might be true and or is true. And we start with the word of God is true and everything we need to understand it. Now, then we talk about what faith is just superior. It's all about that. It's not about because look, the problem is we have just too many different axioms. This is the point that Matthew was also making. If there is a world with only one potato, but you think it doesn't exist, even though for this line of reasoning we presuppose that it exists. I mean, honestly, I think that everyone who listens to this, who is kind of a sound mind, will know that this is bullshit, right?
So
in
wait,
the
Frank,
end,
I'm gonna respond soon. Can you wrap it up? Because now you're just
yeah.
like you're just
My point is,
basically
tell me
saying shit.
how your worldview is not based upon an axiom, upon a ground-laying axiom that requires faith.
Okay. So I asked you to demonstrate some kind of steel manning or demonstration that you understood what I said about fountainarianism. I didn't hear anything in what you said. Did he disappear? Did he disconnect?
I'm tired of the dishonesty.
Okay. Well,
You can continue.
I tried to explain, but just to sum it up, look, when people make this charge of like, oh, well, your axioms must be inferior to our axioms, whatever, they're assuming that either side has agreed to be a foundationalist and a JTB epistemologist and like have a bake off about who has the best axioms or something, right? You could start with just being like high on drugs and literally not knowing what the fuck is going on. And then slowly, as you sober up, making some conjectures, which eventually cohere into something like a picture of reality. Did you have any starting point that was foundational to any of your later beliefs? Maybe. Did you conclude after you got sober that it was wrong and you had the wrong ideas to begin with? And you end up with totally different ideas than the ones you start out with? Sure. That's kind of what life is like. So it's entirely possible to have a worldview that's like a crossword puzzle, where you don't have one axiom and then build everything up on top of it. You might conclude that you do, like you might agree with Descartes or something retroactively, where you say, oh, I think that's a pretty good way to start. But what you're trying to do is like reformulizing mathematics, where we already did math, but we concluded we should reformalize it to have like better set theory and so on. So we did that, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't do math prior to reformalizing it from some different axioms. We're entirely capable of forming our beliefs in an ad hoc basis that has no single foundational starting point, and just eliminating the ideas that don't work and coming to the conclusion that the ideas that do work together must be the right ones. So that's why this whole argument in this charge is painful.
So I wanted to say a few things there. Like, to steelman his position, most of the arguments they make are based off of any axioms at all. And in coherentism, you start with a bunch of axioms, but they're all contingent. None of them are foundational. There's just lots of them. Like all of the different crossword words that you have at any given time is your set of axioms. So most people would argue that you would have to, if you start with any set of axioms, those axioms are presupposed, and then it makes the tu quoque fallacy of, you're presupposing stuff too. That's where I go with the qualia, because he said everything is contingent on faith. Is my qualia contingent on faith? And the answer is obviously no. Like clearly my existence, or the existence of an ant, doesn't require faith for the qualia to exist first.
In what sense does it require faith if it's just all of your experience shows that it's the case, right? Like,
well, I think by faith he means
justify it by like proving it doesn't mean that you aren't reasonable to conclude that it's true.
I think by faith he means any presupposition. He seems like the presuppositional kind of argument, whereas if you have any presupposition or any axiom that doesn't have justification, that's quote unquote faith. And so that kind of the presup argument applies to all of the different foundationalism, coherentism, infinitism, or whatever it is, the foundationism, whatever.
It does to foundationism.
Yeah,
like I said, if you're forming a crossword, you don't have a single starting point.
Argument isn't you have a single starting point. The argument is you have any set of starting axioms, which would in coherentism apply to the set of the crossword. So
right,
the argument
foundationism
means
that
thing.
you could discard those entirely and come up with new ones. For
it
reasons
doesn't matter what the axioms are. So in foundationism, you still start with the set of axioms. They're just random, essentially random things that you came about from your life or whatever. But the point of the argument is that any starting epistemology of any of the Agrippa's trilemma things has a set of axioms, whether or not they're foundational axioms or coherentism axioms doesn't really make a difference. The point is that you have some set of axioms, and those axioms are unjustified to some degree. And that's the only thing that matters. And so the only way to get out of that is to start with like qualia, because you literally exist. It has no foundation. It's just an existing thing.
No, I get that that's an attempt to justify them, and that, like, I think therefore I am and so on is like an attempt to provide a starting point. I just think that we're trying to backfill something that we take for granted for pragmatic reasons, and the attempt to foundationalize stuff that we have all arrived at pragmatically isn't well summarized by the term faith, right? Faith has the connotation of something that's held for like I forget the right term, but for like spiritual apprehensive reasons, and using faith as equivalent to like if he meant presuppositions, he should have said so instead of constantly using the word faith. That's what I was objecting to. It's very silly to say we all just take things on faith when we just arrive at them pragmatically.
Right, I totally agree, and that's definitely the way he should have said it. To be more clear, he definitely was talking not as clearly as he should be, and that's why the only way to start without presuppositions is just qualia, because that doesn't have any. Your presuppositions aren't required for qualia to exist.
Yeah, I kind of think one of the things that happens is that before we develop language, like when we're toddlers and so on, a lot of our behavioral stuff holds true. A lot of our psychological stuff and behavioral stuff holds true. We're doing something like various kinds of logic in our like our responses to situations, and something like reasoning in our thinking about situations and how we respond to them that you can prove. And like you can teach babies sign language quite a bit earlier than they can verbalize, for instance. So even propositionally, or we're doing a kind of thinking, and I just don't think that kind of thinking involves some like axiomatic basis. It is basically just like qualia thoughts, like you're describing. It's just feelings.
Hello, order.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Great.
How's it
Great.
going? All right. What you got for us?
I had a question more for Tom. Tom, you said that you read the Bible. Were you ever a Christian at any point?
Yes.
Oh, okay. How long were you a Christian?
18 years ish.
Wow. Okay. I actually just want to know, like, what convinced you? Because at this point, I don't think I can convince you guys that a God exists. You guys have really good reasons, and then as I've seen, some of my Christian brothers are coming up here and trying to point like flaws within your thing, which I noticed, Tom, you weren't biting into it, and I also want to thank you for being respectful and not, or at least I only heard you cuss like once, but
I just gotta tell you, we're open to being convinced. If you're coming in with the attitude that you're not going to be able to convince people, I think that I would kind of try to discourage that. I want people to try to bring something forward, because even a slight difference in the argument, if you succeed in convincing one person, then you've succeeded. You'll be the first on this show to do so. So we're open. We're actually open to this.
Is that Randolph talking?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Randall. Okay, so I've engaged with you too before.
Yeah, your voice sounds familiar.
Yeah.
The best place to start might be to explain what convinces you.
Oh, well, the thing that convinced me is more of a personal testimony thing. So,
miracle.
A miracle. I guess you could call it a miracle. In my perspective, it would be a miracle. But
so the idea is that, I mean, if like convincing us mean that like you have some sort of argumentation or you have evidence to present that would support your claim that this thing exists, that the God exists, or whatever you happen to believe in. I don't know if you're a Christian. I don't know what denomination, or if you're non-denom.
Yeah, I'm a non-denominational Christian. Yeah.
It seems, to be honest, it seems like, I mean, it's totally beside the point, but it seems like I keep running into more and more non-denoms, which is an interesting trend to take into consideration as far as the longevity of Christianity and where trends are going against it. But when it comes down to it, then it's you're convinced that a God exists, and obviously something occurred, or there's some sort of evidence you have. So then the question will then become, from someone like me, would be is, okay, so you're faced with this phenomena, and you're attributing the cause or the relationship behind it to be God, and that is your reasoning. And then I would ask, well, how did you eliminate the possibility of other things? Have you gone through that process, or are you merely holding on to this thing because it provides some sort of psychological or physiological, whatever, utility for you in your life? And you're entitled to do so, but it's important to examine these things.
And just for you answer, or like one thing I'll just add to what JL is saying here is, like, when these non-denominational people come along, they're not part of a denomination, that I find that very often there's still a preference for a particular translation of the Bible. So I would still ask this question: is which Bible do you follow? Just mostly out of curiosity, because I find that the answer can be all over the place. There's one guy I was talking to back in the Google Plus days, and I think his name was Frank, and he said his favorite Bible translation is called The Message, MSG, which is like I have run across very few people who favor that one. Most people seem to go for King James or New International Version or something like that. So I'm just curious, if you're non-denominational, which Bible do you find is preferential and why?
So there's three Bibles right now that I go back and forth. So I'll use the KJV, and then I'll use the CSB, which is the Christian Standard Bible, or sometimes it's referred to as the Christian Study Bible. And then I forget which translation it is, like what the name is, but James White's Bible where it has like the footnotes and a whole bunch of like commentary stuff.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess that can be helpful with interpretation then. And the fellow I'm thinking of from the Google Plus days, that was his primary one, was The Message. And then he said where there's things that he didn't like, he would go for a second Bible. I think it was King James. I don't quite remember.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I found something that I didn't like. I think there were things that were like, what exactly is this particular thing saying here? And like, what is the author or supposed author, like, what is their intent to the reader?
Okay, so it sounds to me like what you do is you have this one preferred version of the Bible, that translation that you like, and then you go to two more for additional insight, with the third one being the one with the footnotes if you really need to go delve into it.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. I had some questions.
Okay.
I'll be honest. It's kind of fallen through just because, well, I don't like how they try to trap Tom earlier. That the two last Christians. The last one was saying, "Oh, so you presuppose," and Tom made it very clear that he's not presupposing anything. It's just simple as he's living, and so therefore, like for instance, if he's living, and Tom, you can interject and correct me if I'm wrong. Like when it checks out that in life, right, that 1 + 1 = 2, you don't presuppose that that's always been the case. That just is the case, right? You know, like presuppose that, right?
So, conscious experience doesn't presuppose anything for its qualia to exist. The answer is no.
Mhm.
There are no presuppositions are required for qualia to exist. It's a thing that exists before all presuppositions. So my starting point is literally my direct experience, and I don't do anything. Like, all of my experiences could be wrong, but my starting point is my direct experience, and that direct experience exists prior to any presuppositions. It exists without any axioms. It exists without any ideas or concepts at all. Like, if there's an ant that had 0 ideas, its qualia would still be an existing object. So my worldview starts with no presuppositions because it starts with an existing object, my qualia, which all presuppositions and axioms and things come after that.
Right. Okay. I have 3 things. I'll make it quick. I think it's interesting. I'm not sure who the Christian was, but he was saying, I don't know if it was you, Tom. He was saying, "Oh, so you believe in an immortal man?" I just thought that was funny that he was, as a Christian, that he's questioning you on that. That, is it possible that an immortal man lives, while we ourselves believe that there is an immortal man named Jesus Christ? So I don't know why he was trying to get you on that, when that seemed to be like a double-edged sword.
That was the argument that all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal.
Yeah.
So that was just a argument about validity versus soundness. So it wasn't really a gotcha that would go against Christianity. It was just debating whether or not an argument can be sound or considered to be sound without evidence.
Okay. And then, who was the gentleman who was saying that morality is subjective? It's up to the individual.
That was probably me.
Oh, okay.
I also say this too. Yeah.
Okay. Whoa! He's coming. Okay. When you did you happen to be the same person who said that, like, that God is a monster? Were you saying that, like, from your guys' collective personal opinion that he is, or are you saying that, like, this is demonstrably so, or could you guys,
from
like,
the logical entailments of God's attributes and God's actions result in there's only three intellectually honest conclusions you can draw from it. If you take everything that we know about God as I would say, as taken from the Bible in and of itself. You look at the Bible, you look at the rules that God puts down, you look at the attributes that God says about himself, because if you take it like the Bible is essentially like the breathed word of God. So essentially it's God talking to human beings through the Bible. So it's kind of like he's describing himself through the Bible. So if we take everything that God says about itself through the Bible, and then, because that's all we have as far as a reference point goes, is everything out of the Bible. So that's all we have to go off of. We take those attributes and then we look at the logical entailments of those attributes. And then we see contradictions in those things, which means either, so it comes down to, once you examine all of these things and you lay them out, you come down to three possible conclusions. One, deism, that the whole Christian thing is all made up, but there's a sufficiently powerful agent out there that doesn't really interact with us, and we just made up religion to kind of like fill in the gaps in our understanding of our relationship between our existence and this thing that's out there. Two, distheism, that God is actually a moral monster. It is a liar. It is deceptive, and the whole purpose of all of this is to try and curry as much favor and love as it can, but it's insufficient in that respect. So it there's something lacking there. But otherwise, the nature of God is all false. It's all BS. Or three, we made it all up. So it's either atheism, or it's either deism, distheism, or atheism. One of the three.
There can't be a fourth one that we haven't thought of, like a fourth option.
Sure. As far as it goes, I mean, I'll never say that we have absolute knowledge on anything. The only absolute knowledge that I have is that I don't possess all knowledge. So
right.
I would say that maybe there could be. I don't see one of the other, given what we have to work with, because we can only work with the tools that we have. If we start hypothesizing tools that don't exist or may exist, then we run the gamut of coming into conclusions that could be really, really problematic, should further evidence come along in the future. So I simply say we work with the tools that we have, and the tools that we have are the Bible itself, which is it. That's it. There are no eyewitnesses. There's no one who was, no one that we can talk to. There's no way to verify any of the stuff. We do understand that there's a lot of historical problems in the Bible. So we begin to pick apart the Bible piece by piece. We pick apart the historicity. We pick apart the scientific accuracy. We look at it. We juxtapose it against the viewpoints of the people who lived at the time versus the viewpoints of the people that live now. And we begin to understand that we have given the evidence, we have a book that has been compiled over many years, over generations, that is deeply ignorant of the world. We're talking about people who had no concept that there was even an other half of the world, like a whole Western hemisphere.
Right.
So we look at the ignorance of these people, and we look at how they draw their conclusions and how they try to explain things like why things happen. Why do bad things happen to good people? Why do bad people get away with things? And we try to assuage our fears and our frustrations with these things. We try to make sense of them. And these are the explanations that we come out with. Now, that would lead essentially towards the atheism bit. But because we're trying to be intellectually honest, we can't completely rule out deism. We just can't do it. And it is entirely possible that if God exists, it is a moral monster, which is why it says things like, I tell you don't kill, I say don't kill, but when I command you to kill, it's good. But when I say don't kill because murder, I say thou shalt not kill because killing is bad. But when I tell you to kill or command you to kill, it's good then. So there are moral contradictions here. God's whims change on a dime. And then God changes its mind, like with the new covenant in Jeremiah 31:31, and it changes its mind on the rules of slavery, and it has it has specific things intended for the Israelites and specific things intended for others, then it violates free will in some sections. It's ridiculous. So all we can do is we can come to some, honest conclusions on this.
Right. Okay, and then the last point, translation that I brought up, and it was like,
You're roboting quite a bit.
Oh, okay. Give me one second.
J Mike said he's in my chat. He says, "Sorry, I haven't been able to come up. Schedule issues recently."
I gotta head out.
Please let him
Good
know.
show.
Please let him know he's welcome anytime. Jack Burton, thank you.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Yep, I'm gonna head out too. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you later. Peace out.
This was fun.